Brian Walshe stands accused of murdering and dismembering his wife, 39-year-old mother of three, Anna. Her body has never been found. Welcome to live coverage and analysis of one of the most chilling trials Massachusetts has ever seen. With FBI Special Agent Jen Coffindaffer, host of Break the Case, Kevin Lenihan, host of Yellow Cottage Tales, and former prosecutor Margaret McLean, host of It's a Crime with Margaret McLean. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 4 of the trial. So again, I'm going to introduce my lovely panel here. Up top, of course, we have, everybody knows, Kevin Lenihan from Yellow Cottage Tales. And
good morning. It looks like we've successfully launched. We're live everywhere.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. And down below, we have the beautiful Jen Coffindaffer, host of Break the Case, and she's also a former FBI special agent. So both of them add so much to the live show. And this trial is really very interesting if you break it all down. So I was, yesterday I was in court. That's why, thank you, Kevin, for managing the live stream and going during breaks, because I was trying to get ready for court, and I'm glad I did go in. But today I'm here all day to go on breaks. So that'll be great. And
the case got a lot more interesting at the end of the day, too, when the judge began asking both sides to submit opinions on whether or not and I know you're going to discuss this, Margaret, whether or not she should instruct the jury about his guilty pleas.
Yeah, so we've got that to discuss. Plus, right away, I want to clear up something on the law that wasn't clear. Would you like to, Jen, how much time do you have this morning?
I have about, 5 minutes or so, but please.
Okay, I'm going to let you talk because I love you. I personally love your input, and I know everyone from chat also really likes your input. So I'm going to give you the stage in the beginning. What are your thoughts so far, Jen?
Well, first of all, I want to ask questions more than anything, because yesterday I was obviously at that expert witness conference. And so I'm really interested to know, actually, Margaret, what you were just going to discuss. I want to know what you think in terms of whether the decision will be made to input the pleas, the 2 things he pled to, whether you think that will be allowed or not allowed per their briefs. And then also, I do want to hear about your clarification on that point of law.
Okay. Well, I'm going to start with a clarification on the point of law because everyone is confused. And I get it, how it would be very confusing. So first of all, Brian Walshe right now has 1 charge, and it's first-degree murder, okay? The highest level of murder you can have. And there are no lesser includeds that he's been on the complaint at all, nothing. So when it's just first-degree murder, the law in Massachusetts is that they can't consider the lesser charges unless, okay, that's a big unless. So right now, the jury cannot consider any lesser charges as we stand. The lesser charges would be second-degree murder and then manslaughter. Now, the exception to that is if the defense attorney, Tipton, or the prosecution requests the judge, we want the lesser includeds in the jury instructions. We want the jury to consider second-degree murder or manslaughter. Then it's up to the judge to decide. There also has to be rational evidence to support lesser included. So in this case, what's interesting is, since Brian Walshe claims Anna, his wife, died unexpectedly in bed, there she was, he nudged her, she rolls off the bed. There was no evidence so far of any fight, or, if his story had been, geez, she was drinking and she fell down the stairs, or there was an argument going on, then there would be some rational evidence for manslaughter or second-degree murder, right? Like, or let's say, for example, let's say he took a brick, like they were in a fight, and he took a brick and he threw it in her direction, not meaning to kill her, but it hit her in the head and she died that way. That would be, second-degree murder, because it would be the act of throwing the brick, a dangerous act. Manslaughter, she falls a little less than that. She falls down the stairs or something. But so far, no one has asked to include those lesser includeds. So as we stand now, the jury can only consider first-degree murder. So it's all or nothing.
So Margaret, really quick,
Yes.
to talk about that just for a few seconds. This is by design by the defense. The defense wants to put it, I believe, in the court of the jury, saying you have only one choice. And, we went over in the first segment, those 5 prongs that have to be met. I mean, that a purposefully, intentionally intended to, that it was not self-defense, all these items that have to be proven for first degree that I think are going to be almost impossible for the prosecution to prove, other than the mention of murder and all those horrible Google searches after the fact that kind of implicate him as murdering her. So I think they did this by design. I still think the jury's going to come back correctly on this, but I think this is by design. There's no way the defense wants those lesser charges.
Oh, absolutely not. So the defense isn't going to ask for them. And I don't, the prosecution, why would they ask for them? Right. There's really, and I don't know if the judge would even approve of it, because so far there isn't any evidence. Now, the interesting thing is, I believe today, or maybe tomorrow, we're going to hear from Anna's lover, Fastow, William Fastow, right? Did you guys know that they were actually texting Anna and her lover on New Year's Eve? So so that was one of the arguments that I heard at the end of court. There were a whole bunch of texts, right? They were coming in. So the argument was, the defense said, okay, well, if you're going to allow them in, judge, then we want all the texts, not just the few that the Commonwealth is going to pick out. So it'll be really interesting to see what those text messages were all about. Now, my opinion, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, right, if he saw one of those text messages. Maybe there was a sexy text message. We'll find out. But, is that enough evidence for the jury, for the, I don't know why the prosecution would ask, but, that might be enough evidence for a lesser included, but the judge has to approve of it.
So I want to comment about these text messages that are coming in. Sorry, Kevin, you should be.
Yeah, poor Kevin.
No, that's okay. We want to hear from Jen because she's got to leave.
Yes,
So go ahead,
I
Jen.
want to hear from you, Jen.
But in terms of these text messages, listen, I think if Alan Jackson were defending this case, he would make such a big deal about absolutely trashing Anna Walshe. He would get up there and talk about how she missed Thanksgiving with her kids and missed Christmas Eve and part of Christmas. And he would absolutely trash her in hopes that he would get through to one of the jurors on there that has had a cheating spouse, that thinks, that's still angry at that spouse and deserves it. Not that that's right, but that happens, right? People use their own. And I'm wondering if through this text messaging, if anyone on the jury, if this will hit a chord with anybody on the jury that says, oh my God, just like my husband. So what, your, wife, so what if this happened? In other words, could that one person hold out and not vote guilty because of that affair?
I mean, it's possible. I was observing the jury yesterday, and there's enough. It depends on who's going to be chosen as alternates. But they seemed very serious. They were, taking notes. Not all of them, but and when this gruesome evidence came in yesterday, you had the brown red stain, which means blood on the, especially the men's slippers with the hair, and then you have all the tools, the saw, all that. It was a very somber and sad afternoon, and they were very somber, and they nodded, like, But you never know what one, like, well, you could have one holdout. You could be right, but the other thing is, if you've got a cheating spouse, divorce them, don't murder them. I think they're going to try to stretch the law and hold on to maybe one of those searches where he used the term murder. I think there were only 3 of them, and think, maybe they use their common sense and say, there's really no evidence, but I think the text messages will make them think like I just thought, right? So, but you do have a point. You never know.
You never know. All it takes is one, and it can be for any reason. And in those jury rooms, I've never been a juror, but I've talked to multiple jurors after trials, because fortunately the venues I was in allowed us to talk to the jurors, and then also I talked about this before one time, but one of my most treasured things I have are my notes from jurors that were sent to me just for, the work I did on the case. It just means a lot. But in talking to them, I can tell you, they don't have to say anything. They can just say, I don't think she's guilty. I'm not going to vote guilty. It doesn't have to be any more than that. They don't have to provide a reason. So I think that piece will be very interesting if that affair plays in at all. It shouldn't by the law. It shouldn't by the jury instruction, but it doesn't.
Right.
See, I could see a scenario where the prosecution would want the jury to be able to consider lesser charges for the same reason that you guys just outlined, that the defense has wanted the jury to have an all or nothing choice between first-degree murder when we don't know what happened or finding reasonable doubt. So I could see a scenario where it was actually the prosecution would want them to be able to consider other charges such as second degree or perhaps even manslaughter. Does that make sense, Margaret?
Yes, that does make sense. But I think Norfolk County really wants a win. And, if you give them a way out, just like in the Karen Reed case, right, that when that OUI charge came in and they could consider OUI, I wouldn't have wanted that at the end there. I would have wanted, maybe they'll get her on manslaughter if I'm the prosecution. I think they would like to see a first-degree murder win here, and hope that that jurors, any holdover jurors thinking, not guilty, there's not enough evidence, will go over to the other side. I imagine there will be more people in favor of a guilty, especially after seeing the evidence from yesterday. And, but on that note, Kevin, I think it's interesting. I would think, the whole thing that we talked, Jen, you brought this up at the end of court yesterday. The judge was saying, what can I instruct the jury on how he pled out, like the plea. Remember, he took a plea on moving the body. So that means, dismembering, putting the body in the trash cans or in the trash bags, getting rid of her, and misleading police. So to what extent should the jury hear about those pleas? What do you think about that?
When I look at that, I think this is probably going to surprise you, but I think it's too prejudicial, probably, for all of that to come in. And quite frankly, they've proven that. Even though the jury doesn't particularly know that he's, they're proving that as the trial is going on. It would be different if they withheld some evidence that they're not allowing to be put in because it speaks more pointedly to those charges, but they're allowing it all. So in my view, they shouldn't show that he pled guilty to that. And I also think that their case is going to be proven because of the Google charges, the dismemberment. Nobody dismembers an accidental loss of your wife who rolls out of bed. No one. So the jury, I think, is going to be able to put 2 and 2 together. And I think if the prosecution backs down and all of a sudden now the jury is considering 2 lesser charges, I think that would put doubt in their mind as to whether the Commonwealth proved their case. So I think it would be a huge mistake by the prosecution to bring forward those charges.
I took this on last night at the end of the day because the judge raised the question and I speculated. Now, I know I revealed to you guys the other day that I'm perfectly happy with a B grade, but I'm shooting for an A here for Professor Margaret. Margaret
I would always give
used
you
to
an A.
Margaret used to teach law, so we're going to shoot for the grade here. So I made a possible prediction that she might split this, where she allows the jury to know about that he pled guilty to misleading the police, but does not allow the jury to know that he pled guilty to disposing the body. And my reason for saying that, and I ran this by my other professor, Professor Copilot, which is a version of ChatGPT. And I did some research last night and found some case law on that, and it supported the conclusion. But basically, it was saying that the misleading the police plea is directly relevant to the murder charge, whereas the disposing of the body plea is not directly probative to the murder charge. And this is what I said on the show last night, speculating. So if this comes true, I want my A.
No, I think
I love that.
right. Yeah.
I agree that would be, and judges love to do that. Judges love to split the baby. They want to tease each side. So Kevin, I love your prediction.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No,
If it doesn't come true, I'll take my C.
Well, I also think in a way, if you look at it this way, if I'm Brian Walshe, I think I'd want it to come in that, I admitted, okay, pretend I'm Brian with my hair all puffed up. Listen, I admit I panicked. I was not in the right state of mind for, multiple days. I lost my wife. My mind was just out of body. My mind was, so I admit I did a horrible thing. I panicked. I didn't call 911. I took the body down to the basement, and yes, I used that hacksaw and I chopped her up and I put her in trash bags and I disposed of her in such and such dumpster. I admit that. And I'm telling you the truth, even though I'm a liar. This actually is the truth. But I didn't kill her. I'll tell you that I did this, but I didn't kill her. So I think that bolsters his side of things.
Especially where he's going to have to tell it himself. So he will have to say yes. And once I did that, of course I misled the police. I wasn't going to go through the effort of dismembering my wife's body. Well, he wouldn't want to say that, but I wouldn't want to go through the effort of disposing of my wife's body and then just tell the police, oh, yes, I just disposed of my wife's body. So, of course, he was going to mislead the police. But under the weight of facing trial and having to face a jury, he finally had a come to Jesus moment. And said, I'm going to tell you the truth.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm going to, what time is it? I got to watch the time on the.
It's 9 o'clock. Yeah, they usually start.
Okay, why don't you go and keep talking and I'm going to grab the feed. Court TV, I think, has the best one. All right.
Yeah, that's what we've been using. That's been pretty reliable. It's pretty, the sound quality is good. It's about 30 to 45 seconds behind, but that's no big deal as long as you don't know it.
And it's day 4.
I also found that if we don't use that one, I found a good one yesterday on NECN, your friend's website. Yeah. So not for YouTube. They do have, but they have it right on their website. You may have to log into your TV provider to do it.
I don't have.
But the Court TV one has been good, so we can just stick with that. Those are our friends too, so hopefully they don't mind. So yeah, it was interesting last night. I do a lot of research with Copilot, which is the AI that comes with your Bing browser. So Microsoft's AI. And it's pretty up to speed, similar to ChatGPT and the other ones. But it gets things wrong. And when I initially laid out the scenario last night as to how the judge would rule on this, it initially said that the judge would rule that none of this could be revealed to the jury. But then I laid out my argument and it changed its mind and ended up supporting that position. And I'm like, are you sure? Or are you just trying to gratify me? And it laid out actually some case law and stuff like that to support the position. So, but it's interesting. There isn't a lot of case law. So this is where you get into one of those. This is what makes this case so fascinating. This case might become case law, right? Because it's a unique scenario. And that's what I'm sure from, if you were still teaching your class, you would be on the edge of your seat. Like, wow, this is going to be new case law right before our eyes, you know?
Well, it is. That's why I'm really fascinated with this, because it's, to me, there's a lot of legal issues, and will the Commonwealth prove its case? So,
yeah. Because they're good philosophical arguments. If you were teaching
they
your
are.
class, Margaret, people would be able to take both sides, rational, reasonable people on a lot of these issues on both. They would be taking both sides, because there's a lot of pros and cons.
Right.
I also asked her when I was talking about it at the end of the day yesterday too. One of the things that I talked about with chat, we had such a great chat with, people like Maui and stuff that, they know that I'm not a lawyer. They're not lawyers either. So we're just talking about this from an intelligent, common sense kind of person kind of way. And, so one of the other next thing we asked was, if the judge doesn't allow any of this to go to the jury, does the state still have a strong enough case? And it does seem that they do. Right.
I mean, it's, by the way, it's not on yet. I'm just fooling around with the stream here. So yeah. I mean, but if you get a real nitpicker, like let's say you get somebody who's a real nitpicker in the jury, they didn't prove their case, blah, 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 All right. So I share screen. I do this one, share screen. Hold on. Share screen. And I want to go to this one. Share.
Yeah, I'm monitoring it for you too, and there is a video playing live on Court TV that's it, but it doesn't.
This one
going yet. Let's see what you got.
This is what came out so far, like when I did Court TV live. So,
you haven't shared one, so I don't know.
Oh, it's still doing. That's what.
Yeah, I think it is live though. If you put it up, it just shows the door, so nobody's missing anything. Don't worry, it just shows the door.
Yeah. It's not on yet.
But no, I think it is on. It's just showing the door. So if you go to Court TV and then
you know what?
Live.
I did, and it's not showing the door.
I'm looking at one right now that is showing the door. It's just like
a
court officer.
What did you? Right, I Googled Court TV Day 4 live stream.
You Googled or you YouTube searched?
Oh, you YouTube search?
Yeah, so I just go onto YouTube and then search for Court TV's channel and then click on their channel.
Oh, okay. That's probably better. All right.
Yeah. Nobody's missing anything. We're just still looking at the door. I don't know. The ceiling fan must have the day off.
I know, that's kind of weird.
But we're just looking at the door, and there's, the court officer coming in and out. But it is live, so. And he's just walking in now.
Okay.
Brian Walshe. Did you find the Court TV channel?
No.
I got it live right now, Ma.
I know. What did you Google? Court TV?
I didn't Google anything. I just went to YouTube and then searched Court TV, and I went right to their channel, and it shows the various things that they have going live.
Hold on. Sorry, guys.
Can I send you a link?
Yeah, can you send me a link? All right, I got it. Never mind.
Okay.
So now, so do you guys have it? Okay, hold on. Streaming.
No, you just got to share it. Everybody give Margaret a little slack. This is her second time attempting it. So it's still.
You got it?
Nope, there's nothing on this. It's just me and you on the screen.
Okay. I got it.
They are.
Add to stage. There we go.
Yep. There
Now
you
I
go.
got to go back and make
Now
it
go
bigger.
full screen. Yep. You got to hit play too, Margaret. I think you're behind. I think you stopped it.
Okay. I got it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you're going backwards, though, but bring it forward. There you go. You went backwards again.
Talk about a few things that I want to address with the
Here we go.
council before the jury comes in. Just give me a minute.
There you go. And now just
Sorry, guys. Just bear with me because I want to really learn how to do this so that I can,
got it all. Just one more thing, one last step. Go up to the chat on the top of the.
All right. So
make sure you're in the YouTube tab.
Get rid of this.
Make sure you're in the YouTube tab and go up to the chat.
I'll hear from the parties first about the issue that we discussed at the side of the bench.
I want to. Yeah.
I don't know why it didn't X out. Oh, you're not in full screen still.
Referred to it as the 2010 or 1020 issue. Does Commonwealth have anything you wish to say to the court about that issue?
Your Honor, only that.
So now you're just not in full screen, Margaret. There you go. Perfect. Perfect.
Would be the only thing the Commonwealth would add at this point.
You mean the prior sentencing memo?
Sorry about that. I just want to be able to talk during breaks, like if you're.
So,
Yeah,
Your Honor,
you got it now.
we were unclear at that time what exactly the colloquy was going to look like. And so I was giving the court the spread of the potential. The way it has worked out is different. As the court noted, there were not admissions to allegations with respect to misleading on that charge.
That's not necessary for the court to take the plea on that charge, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Right.
I'm just saying, answering the court's question is what the max is. I think it is a live issue that I'm still looking at, and I will have an answer for the court, but I don't think it's as simple as the Commonwealth is saying, well, they put it in their sentencing memo. That is the potential spread. As the court, as the factual basis stands now, there very well could be a legal precedent or case that hamstrings, for lack of a better term, the court to the 10.
So let me tell you what I'm doing on my end and where I think that brings me today, because I don't want you wasting your time. The statute, as you know, is written in a way that the very first time that this concept of imprisonment punishable or a crime punishable by life imprisonment, it's not a statute where there's a section that, oh, if you lie in relation to a police officer, in relation to investigation that does not trigger a life felony, blah, blah, blah. And that's punishable by maximum 10 years. And then there's an alternate provision that says if you lie to a police officer in connection with a crime that's a life felony, it's 20 years. The first time that life felony is mentioned in that statute is in the very tail end of it, when it's setting forth the potential punishments for the conduct. And as a result of that, in order to take a plea on that charge, which I did, the defendant only has to admit that he lied in connection with an investigation. And so that's what he did. He lied in connection with an investigation. It seems to me the enhanced penalty, I'll call it enhanced, the higher maximum penalty of 20 years, which is triggered when an individual misleads the police in connection with a crime that is punishable by life imprisonment, then becomes an issue for the court to decide. We could debate as to what standard. It almost feels like, sort of feels like a subsequent offense type scenario, but it's not. That's not how it's set up. But it seems to me that the time at which I should determine that is when this jury has spoken about whether or not the defendant has been found guilty or not of any life felony, and not now. Because it could end up in a very perverse situation where I sentence him to an illegal sentence if the jury came back and found out and told me he's not guilty to a life felony. So I am going to put off the sentencing on the 2 charges until I hear from the jury on their verdict on the murder charge, so that I have the benefit of that jury verdict when I decide this issue. And I encourage the parties to continue to research whether or not the Commonwealth has an obligation to prove that he lied in connection with an investigation that was punishable by life imprisonment at a sentencing, and how they do that. Is it through an evidentiary hearing, and to what standard? Now, if the jury's verdict is one way, it would seem to me that the Commonwealth could met out that burden if they get a conviction. And if they don't, it seems to me that it becomes a bigger task for the Commonwealth if the burden of proving that part for the higher penalty is beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's where I stand with regard to that. Yes?
Me?
Did you say something?
No, I was just whispering to Mr. Tipton.
Oh, maybe the whisper came out a little louder than you thought. Anyway, I also want to, I understand from the emails that came to me last night that the defense is no longer agreeing to all the William Fastow messages coming in. Is that right?
I'm not trying to hedge, but the court indicated that you were inclined to perhaps keep some out. And so my intention is, if any, then all, but I think Mr. Walsh deserves the benefit of knowing what the court's ruling is before I have to negotiate with the Commonwealth. So I apologize for that, but I am asking for some guidance there.
All right. That's like a,
Well, actually, can we approach? That might be
well,
easier.
no.
No.
So I'm not giving an advisory opinion. And so here's what I'm going to say to you with regard to that. I'm going to read something in the record because I want it to be clear under what authority I am allowing those text messages in, so the record is complete. And this ruling relates to both the my thought process with regard to the William Fastow text messages, to the extent that they reveal some state of mind evidence of Anna Walsh. And also, just so that I'm clear, these thoughts equally apply to the reason why on an earlier motion in limine with regard to the expected testimony of Alyssa Kirby, why I believe these state of mind statements are coming in. So just bear with me while I read this into the record. And this is my oral order on the motion to admit the text messages between Anna Walsh and William Fastow. And again, same reasoning for what I expect at some point will become a similar issue with regard to a conversation Anna Walsh had with Alyssa Kirby, I think on the evening of 10/12/2022. The Commonwealth filed a motion in limine to enter text messages between William Fastow and Anna Walsh as evidence of Anna's state of mind. Quote, an exception to the hearsay rule permits the admission of evidence of a murder victim's state of mind as proof of the defendant's motive to kill the victim, end quote. Commonwealth versus Castano, 478 Mass 75 at 85, 2017. Such evidence is admissible, quote, when and only when there also is evidence that the defendant was aware of that state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. Period. End of quote. Commonwealth versus Qualls, 425 Mass 163, 167, 1997. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of the victim's state of mind, so long as the jury reasonably could have inferred that he did learn of it. Citing again to Castano, 478 Mass at 85. In this case, there is evidence from which the jury reasonably could infer that the defendant saw the text messages exchanged between William Fasto and Anna Walshe. Specifically, during his interviews with the police on January 4th, 2023, Brian Walshe told detectives that sometimes Anna's iMessenger comes up on his phone and that he had seen messages people were leaving for Anna. That is at the 1/4/23 interview transcript at page 30. During his January 7th, 2023 interview, Brian Walshe told police that Anna took a bunch of photos on New Year's Eve and that she sent one to William Fasto around 10 o'clock. That can be found in the interview of 1/7/23 transcript at 86. And during his January 8th, 2023 interview, Brian Walshe told the detectives that they could get the exact time that his son went to bed on New Year's Eve based on the time Anna texted Fasto the photo. That may be found on the 1/3/23 interview transcript at page 7. From such evidence, which accurately noted the time Anna sent the photo to William Fasto, it is reasonable to infer that the defendant had seen her text message exchange. Contrary to the defendant's contention, the text messages at issue contain some evidence of Anna's state of mind at the time of the crime. In particular, she sends messages regarding her feelings of confusion in her married life, her intimate relationship with Fasto, and her desire to make future plans with Fasto. While there was some discussion of redacting portions of the messages that are not relevant to the state of mind evidence, and I will reserve ruling on those as I now know the parties' positions has changed. I will reserve ruling on those. I continue to believe that there are certain messages that are not relevant to Anna's state of mind. And if the defendant objects during the proceeding of Mr. Fasto's testimony to those, I will rule on those real time, as we do in many cases. So that's that. Madam Court Reporter, we're starting at 1:45 today. Exhibit 145.
Yes.
And what about ID number?
5 for ID.
I is the next one? Thank you. All right, anything, the jury's ready to go, is that right? And is there anything that the parties need to raise with the court?
Your Honor, if I could have 1 minute, we have done some redactions of the Fasto messages that I think would take out some of the concerns that you had. We're having a printer issue this morning, so we couldn't make a color copy of it. But if I could just get a black and white copy for the defense and for you, I think that might help the situation. All
right, as I said, I'm happy to rule on it real time.
I'll just have.
And
it
I don't
sent
know
out
how
first.
you're parsing through those messages and how you can present them as I rule on it. So maybe are you saying it's going to be difficult for you to do that job if I'm ruling on them real time?
I think so. So I think it might be a little bit simpler if we could look at the redactions ahead of time, and I could just have that made. I'll have the copies made right now. I can start with Mr. Fastow, and then we can have those brought up. And when we're ready to do that, we could go sidebar.
All right, it's my interest in getting the jury out here and getting the day's work.
And I'm ready to start.
All right. Anything from,
May Ms. Cusick be excused so she can take them right down.
sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And anything from the defense before we bring the jury in? Defense, is there anything that you wish to bring to the court's attention before the jury comes in? Bring them in.
Okay, well, as they're bringing the jury in, I think I agree with everybody in chat that, well, not everybody, but some of the chat members, that she is a very good judge, and it will be very interesting to see what these text messages from her lover, William Fastow, what they say. What do you
Yeah, I
think,
think the
Kevin?
judge seems, I
Yeah,
think the judge seems to be very much in command of her courtroom.
yeah.
And that's obviously, probably from your experience, Margaret, most judges are able to do that, right?
Well, I think once they become a judge, it takes some time, and then they just, they've been lawyers for a while, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure they learn over time, just like I'm learning how to do streaming over time.
Right, right. Takes a couple of
And
days.
by the way, this is my sick kitty. She's back. This is baby Luna, everybody. Say
Oh,
hi
yeah.
to the live stream. She's sleeping in my lap, my sweet little baby.
So she hasn't fully recovered yet.
No, she really hasn't, but it's better that she's here. And say hi
What
to
was
the
wrong with her?
chat.
Do they ever know what was wrong with her?
No, but they put her on see that diagnostics would have been so expensive. I mean, already just to have her in the hospital for 2 days is outrageous. It's like at least
Animal is also
$5,000.
expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that animal is
all the
expensive.
diagnostics, they wanted to do it upwards of 10, and that's a lot of money.
Welcome back and good morning, jurors. Good morning. Jurors, we'll start today with our questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Have you given up on answering to me? Let's try that again. Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Yes. Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media and not take in any news media?
I'm wondering if this case, Margaret, has the kind of attention in social media that
And,
obviously
were
not
you
very
able
few
to
cases would
avoid
have the attention that
talking
the
to
Karen
anyone
Reed
about
case
this
did. But is there a lot in social media? Do you know about this case?
Well, I was on Surviving the Survivor the
You
other
all
night,
still have
and
open minds.
we had a lot of people watching. I mean, I didn't look at the exact numbers, but
Because
just from
what
doing the
questions
show,
have
I
been answered in the affirmative. We're ready to.
I
Are there
got-
people
start
posting about
today's
specifics
work,
of the
and I thank
case?
you
Their
for your
theories, their
individual
opinions.
jurors.
yeah, I think people that are interested. Yeah, I think people are
On what they
watching.
call this
I
next
do.
witness.
Again, it's
Thank you
not
very
like
much,
the
Your
Karen
Honor.
Reed case. We don't have
Commonwealth calls William
conspiracy
Fastow.
and fights. All right, so I'm going to put us off stage, and
Okay,
we will be
thank
back
you. See
during
you
a
later.
break. I promise. All the breaks today, I'm here all day. And thank you, chat, thank you everybody in chat for following and having patience with me. I've got to learn. I'm not a little techie like my son. All right, I'm going to take us off.
Right this way. Good stuff up. Just watch your stuff for me. Thank you. Slide over. Shoot. Oh, yeah. No, a little bit more. There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is William Fastow, Fastow.
Thank you. And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a real estate broker
And where do you do that?
in Washington, D.C.
And is that where you live as well?
It is
And how long have you been a real estate broker?
just about 20 years.
Always in the DC area?
No, actually up here in Boston for a few years, and then a hiatus, and then back in D.C.
And were you familiar with Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe?
Yes.
And how did you meet the Walshes?
Anna Walshe was referred to me by a mutual friend, Jem Whitlow. They were looking for a home in the D.C. area, and I assisted them in purchasing a townhome in Chevy Chase, D.C.
And did you know Anna or Brian Walshe before that?
I did not.
And where was that property located generally?
I was on 43rd Street in Northwest DC.
And you said it was a townhome?
That's correct.
Can you just describe that townhome?
So it was a semi-attached townhome. One side of it faced on 43rd Street. It had a staircase that led up to a parlor level. It was 4 floors and had a 2-car garage underneath.
And who bought the home?
Anna Walshe.
And was the deed in her name?
I believe so.
And when did Anna close on that property?
March of 2022.
And did you meet Anna in person?
Yes.
And when did you first meet Anna in person?
I think a couple months before that, she had come up to Washington once or twice to look at properties.
And did Brian Walshe come with her?
He did not.
Had you ever met Brian Walshe in person?
No, I have not.
Did you ever speak with Brian Walshe?
Yes, we had at least one, if not a few, teleconference calls to discuss the property.
So after you sold the townhome to Anna Walshe, did you have further contact with her?
I did.
And when was your initial contact with her after you sold her the home?
Immediately.
And what was your initial relationship?
We quickly became close friends, then confidants, and before long we started an intimate relationship.
And what do you mean by confidants?
We would share conversations about our lives, what we were going through, personal troubles, those sorts of things.
And you said that your relationship became more, that
Yes.
it became intimate.
It did.
And when did that happen?
Shortly after she moved to Massachusetts, within a few weeks.
Massachusetts?
Sorry, excuse me, Washington, D.C. From Massachusetts to Washington, D.C.
And what was your marital status at that time?
I was separated.
And do you have children, sir?
I do.
Tell me about the types of things that you and Anna did in the course of your relationship.
We would go out to dinner, go to bars. She would accompany me to functions. I have a boat in Annapolis. She would come sailing with me. We did a couple of fitness dates together, see movies, those sorts of things.
You said movies?
Yes.
And you said fitness dates. What do you mean by fitness dates?
Anna was very active physically. Being in shape was very important to her. I hosted an outdoor yoga event, and she had attended on multiple occasions.
When you say Anna was very active, what do you mean by that?
She was very focused on staying in shape, sort of recovering from her multiple pregnancies, getting her figure back. She was really, trying to dial everything in and be as active as possible.
Did she exercise?
She did.
Did you see her exercise?
Yes.
What kind of exercise did she do?
She had a home gym that she worked out in. I believe there was a treadmill and some weights and a small weight bench there, and then the yoga classes we discussed. I also think she may have taken a couple Pilates or other yoga classes on her own.
So how often would you see Anna Walshe in the course of your relationship?
Typically 2 to 3 times a week.
And would you see each other on the weekends?
Yes, when she was in Washington.
And how often would you and Anna communicate once your relationship became intimate?
Pretty much daily.
And how would you and Anna communicate with each other?
Phone calls, text messages, and a private messenger through Instagram.
Did she use a cell phone?
Yes,
And how many cell phones did you contact her on?
1.
Did you know her to use more than one cell phone?
I did not.
How about you? How many cell phones did you use?
Just 1.
And the cell phone number that you used to communicate with Anna, do you remember that number?
Not off the top of my head, but I know it was a 617 number.
If I said the number to you, would you recognize the number?
Yes,
Do you recognize 617-599-7966?
yes, I believe that's correct.
Did Anna use social media?
She did.
How do you know that she used social media?
She was a frequent Instagram poster.
And when you say frequent, what was her practice or custom with social media?
Typically, I'd say at least once or twice a week.
Any other platforms that she used?
I think she had a Facebook account.
And did you comment on her posts?
I did.
And did you comment on her posts using your name,
Yes, I did.
your full name?
Whatever, yes, that my account's under.
So the townhouse that you sold Anna, is that where she lived?
It is.
And did you go inside of that townhouse after she moved into it?
I had.
And did you ever stay overnight at that townhouse?
I did not.
Did she ever stay at your home in DC overnight?
She did.
So talking about her townhouse, you said it was 4 floors?
Yes.
And that starting like the garage level?
The garage was at street level, and then there was an elevated parlor, and then 2 bedroom levels above that.
And that parlor level is where the kitchen would have been?
Correct.
And what had she done about, well, was the home furnished?
Yes,
And how was
she
the,
had furnished it.
okay, and how was the home furnished?
She had settled in very quickly. It was important to her to nest as quickly as possible. So she had fully furnished it. She had built out the home gym, which I had mentioned earlier, furniture on the main level, the owner's bedroom, and 3 bedrooms upstairs that were for the children.
And what had she done to furnish the bedrooms for the children?
She had acquired beds, accessory furniture. I think she had the rooms painted. She may have even gone as far as buying some individual items, clothes, toys, whatnot.
Did you ever meet Anna's 3 children?
I did not.
What did Anna tell you about where her children were?
Her children were living in Massachusetts.
What did Anna tell you about why her children were not with her?
She told me that her children were with their father, Brian Walshe, up in Massachusetts, and that they were there because his home confinement was predicated on him being the primary caregiver.
When did Anna tell you that?
Fairly early on. She had attempted to apply for a insurance policy, blanket coverage policy for her house, and the company she had reached out to was unwilling to underwrite the policy, and they had disclosed to her that it was because of Brian's history.
What did Anna tell you about how she felt about her children not being with her in DC?
Initially, she felt that it was something necessary for her to get through, but as time came on, it became a significant issue for her. It deeply upset her, and in time, she was even despondent about it.
Jurors, I'm going to give you a mid-stream brief instruction. You're going to hear through this witness evidence of Anna Walsh's state of mind. And it is limited to the purpose of establishing her state of mind, as may be relevant to the defendant's motives in this case. Evidence cannot be considered as proof of the criminal act that is charged in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean despondent?
She was deeply upset about it. She was troubled. I think she was concerned about her role.
As to, I think.
All right. Restate the question and I'll have the answer.
What do you mean despondent?
Anna felt deeply disappointed that she wasn't in a position to be the mother the children deserved.
Did she tell you she discussed the children not being with her, with Brian?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
It was a point of contention for them. Brian's attorney had.
May we approach sidebar?
Yes, you may.
Oh, quite interesting here. Wouldn't you say, Kevin?
You caught me having breakfast.
Oh, I know. I haven't eaten yet. Gosh.
Yes, okay.
Well,
But I am watching. It is interesting. Yes.
It's very interesting because, quite a bit of hearsay testimony is coming in. That means you're testifying to as to what someone else says, and the defense isn't objecting, but there is an exception to the hearsay rule, which goes to state of mind. So I'm sure that's what they're discussing right now at sidebar. Also, I have a feeling these witnesses are supposed to be sequestered. I wonder if this witness was coached because the prosecution spent an awful long time on Anna's health. He made a point of saying, oh, she was in shape. She did yoga. Being in shape was very important to her. And that's that the Commonwealth wants to stress that because it makes Brian's story look absolutely ridiculous that she would suddenly die in her bed at age 39. So I wondered about that a little bit. What do you think? What do you think, Kevin?
Actually, that brings up a really interesting question that I can ask you as a lawyer. What is the law in terms of coaching? Is it just a practical effect that a jury doesn't want, it's a negative thing for a jury to see that a witness seems to be coached? Talk about that a little bit.
Oh, okay, Kevin. So basically, in a trial like this, witnesses, you can't coach your witness. You can't say, hey, it's really important that you talk about Anna's health because that came up and this is what Brian said happened. That's against the rules. Now, when you're prepping a witness prior to testifying, you've got to be really careful. It's an ethical fine line. But, this guy was not supposed to even know what Brian Walshe said. What the opening state, he's supposed to testify, but it just sounds to me that obviously the Commonwealth definitely wanted to get that evidence in, but it's sounding to me like, either this guy watched when he shouldn't have, because you're not supposed to. It's just supposed to be really all unplanned.
So as you're prepping a witness, you just allowed to ask questions generally? Is that?
Yeah, like
that's
you're
what
not
they
supposed
saw
to,
and what
you
they
can't say, hey, by the way, Brian's claiming she just suddenly died, which doesn't make sense, and we don't think the juror is going to buy that. Can you talk about her health? So, but you can possibly, in direct examination, you cannot ask leading questions. You have to ask open-ended questions. This is direct examination. This is a Commonwealth witness. So if she opened the door by asking an open-ended question, But I feel that the witness knew the reason for it because he expounded on her health, if you noticed.
Right.
I would have objected and asked for a sidebar in that one.
What do you think this sidebar is about here?
Well, I think she's worried about the hearsay coming in because this testimony goes to Anna's state of mind, but I also think that you can't stretch the whole hearsay exception too far. So that would be what I think it's all about. I wish I was there at the sidebar. What do you guys think in chat? I'm going to look. Thank you. Eyes on heaven. I wonder if he can testify to her relationship with Brian Walshe. Yeah, well, yes. But that's where the fine line is, actually. I mean, she's no longer with us. It goes to Anna's state of mind. So that's probably what they're arguing about right now. To what extent can that state of mind evidence come in? I mean, she's not there. Like so it's again, this is a very interesting legal case. Right, here we go again.
Did you keep your relationship with Anna secret?
I did not know.
Did you tell people about your relationship with Anna?
Yes,
Did you socialize together with any of Anna's friends?
we did not.
Did you socialize with any of your friends?
We did.
Did Anna ever discuss with you telling Brian Walshe about her relationship with you?
Yes. Anna felt it was really important that when Brian was to find out about the relationship, that she would hear it from her. She had expressed great concern, and I think she felt it would be a strike against her integrity if he found out a different way.
So, at some point, did your relationship become more serious?
It did.
When would you say that your relationship became more serious?
In the early to mid-summer, around July.
And how would you describe it?
Anna had traveled to Massachusetts for Brian's sentencing, and the expectation was that she was going to be able to bring the children and him back to Washington, D.C. following a favorable sentencing for his art fraud issues. And that sentencing was delayed because of investigations of
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes, sustained.
At that point, were you seeing other people?
Prior to that, yes,
And at that point, did you stop seeing other people?
I did.
And did you begin spending holidays together?
Yes,
And did you spend Thanksgiving together of 2022?
we did.
And what plans did you and Anna have for Thanksgiving of 2022?
We had planned a trip to Dublin, Ireland together.
And when did you get to Dublin?
I believe we left on the 23rd or 24th of November.
Did you fly together to Dublin?
We did,
And how long were you in Dublin?
until the 27th.
And then where did Anna go after Dublin?
She flew to Serbia to see her mother via Paris.
I'm sorry, via Paris, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go after Dublin?
I returned to Washington.
And did you and Anna have plans for Christmas Eve?
Yes.
And what did you do for Christmas Eve?
We drove out to Annapolis to have dinner with friends of mine.
And where did you have dinner?
The Annapolis Yacht Club.
And where did you and Anna go after dinner in Annapolis?
We went back to my home in Washington.
And did you spend the night there together?
We did.
And what did you do on Christmas morning?
It had snowed the night before, so Anna's flight had been delayed or canceled. She left because I was taking custody of my children either later that day or the next day in anticipation of taking a winter vacation with them.
And do you know where Anna went on Christmas Day?
She eventually ended up driving back to Massachusetts.
And I'm sorry?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, sorry. So she went to Massachusetts to Cohasset?
Yes, I believe so.
And did you and Anna discuss how Brian Walshe reacted to Anna not being in Cohasset on Christmas Eve and getting there later on Christmas Day?
She told me that they had an argument about it, and there were some points of contention.
Did you and Anna discuss any stressors about that, or any stressors in her marriage to Brian?
The biggest stressor was his inability to resolve his criminal case, and the fact that because of that, she couldn't be with her children and bring them back to Washington, D.C., and the fact that it felt like it was holding up her life.
Was there any discussion about credit cards?
Yes.
And what was that?
Anna was the primary breadwinner with her job in Washington. And one evening, she was looking through her credit card statement and had found numerous charges that Brian had made. And they had a conversation about it that was heated. It was about some sports memorabilia that he had purchased for some sort of sports memorabilia business.
When was the last time, I'm sorry, were you and Anna making plans to go on any other trips in 2023?
Yes. I was in Idaho with my children for New Year's, was flying back to Washington, D.C., and we had planned to celebrate New Year's together on the 4th.
And were you going to go to any other locations together, any vacation locations?
While we were communicating over New Year's, we had talked about doing a trip to New York City. Tishman Speyer, the company that Anna works for, has an ownership interest in Rockefeller Center. So she had mentioned wanting to go to New York, and we had discussed it. I think we may have even planned it at one point. But I was concerned coming back from Idaho that I would need to be back on the job, and I didn't want to commit to travel before coming back to the office.
So you said you went to Idaho. When was that?
I left early morning, December 27th.
And did you communicate with Anna while you were in Idaho?
I did.
And how did you communicate?
Through text message and through Instagram.
And how did you communicate through Instagram?
Through the private messenger feature.
And what is the private messenger feature?
Within the application of Instagram, you can send a private message to users.
And did you voluntarily provide text messages from between you and Anna to the Commonwealth?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may we be seen at sidebar?
You may.
Wow. I was just doing a little thing, and I'll put it in now in chat. You can tell how much in love with Anna this guy was. I mean, look at him on the stand. He was heartbroken. I mean,
Right. So I'm going to go, my plug's not working, but I just wanted, there's a question you might want to take on, Margaret.
okay.
The question from chat was, what was the relevance of, in terms of her, she wanted to know what the sentence was before deciding what to do with the kids and whether to bring them to Washington.
Oh, because so if she were to get divorced from Brian Walshe, in a divorce, it's very tough. You can't just take your kids out of state. So if he was sentenced, that would be, she would go to, she would probably initiate the divorce and say, I'm the primary breadwinner. I'm making $300,000 a year. I'd like to bring my kids to Washington, D.C. He's in jail. So
Right, if he's in jail, he can't raise the kids, or even if he's got home arrest, he's still limited by home arrest. He really can't leave the house.
I mean,
so
she'd
it's
have
not
a
really-
stronger argument, but you just can't up and take your kids. Massachusetts is
Exactly.
very strict about that. So,
Mhm.
you can see what's really going on behind the scenes here. And I think this testimony will really bolster the Commonwealth's case, because I think he killed her in a heat of rage.
This also, you might want to go into, this really highlighted the hearsay rule.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So hearsay is not allowed. Hearsay means it's an out of court statement that somebody else made. So I can't testify. Kevin said this. You've got to have the actual witness, Kevin, on the stand to say what he said. And you can't say, well, the police interviewed me and the police officer said that it appears she was, strangled. I'm just making this up. That would be hearsay. So there are various, like an excited utterance is an exception to the hearsay rule. So, for example, if, somebody said, like Kevin said, she's dead, like something like that, or, that's an excited utterance that would come in also to show the victim's state of mind here. So that's why we have an exception. But
he can testify to what Anna Walshe said, but he can't testify to what, I think he can, but he can't testify to what Brian Walshe said to Anna Walshe on the phone unless it goes to state of mind.
That would be like double hearsay. Yeah. Or he can't testify to what one of Anna's, like, let's say he had dinner with one of Anna's friends, or he met her and he said, I'm really worried about Anna. And the friend said, yeah, I don't trust Brian Walshe. I think he's going to kill her. That's hearsay. That cannot come in. That's what someone else said. And it's, when I went to law school, hearsay is part of a big evidence class. And it takes a while to really understand what hearsay is all about. Of course, everybody in chat, you followed the Karen Reed trial, and I'm sure you followed a lot of the objections. So, there were very often objections to hearsay. So, you kind of get it after a while. But what's hard is, a lot of times lawyers will say objection, hearsay. They don't necessarily have to say here. They can just say objection sustained. So people don't really know what the objection was and why the judge sustained the objection. So that's why we're here to try to explain that. And
how subjective, or how they interpret the rule of state of mind.
In this case, the judge is, the reason she's calling a sidebar, in my opinion, is, here they come back, is to protect the record. So she's got to make sure she's ruling correctly on this, because it'll be a big one. Okay, I'll take.
Well, you get an A as a teacher.
Wait. What's going on here? Are they taking a break already?
It's way too early. It's an hour early.
Why are they rising?
Yeah. It could be as simple as someone has to use the bathroom, one of the jurors.
Oh, maybe the coffee. I need another cup of coffee. I'm not a morning person. I
I
stay
like
up
my coffee
late.
too. Yeah.
I tend to stay up very late and
I did an unscheduled show last night too.
no way. Good for you, Kevin.
Yeah, well, there was something that emerged,
Okay.
Take a look at the proposed
relative to the
redactions
Karen
and
Reed case with
Oh,
Mike
okay.
Crawford, one of
when
the
you're
other
ready
people
for me
covered
to
that I
come
had
back out on
been
the bench to
tangentially
address
involved
those,
in, so I wanted to
Okay.
react
I'm
to it.
happy to.
Why not? You've got a great following. Well,
Well, it's one of the things as a YouTuber, Margaret, you're finding, you're trying to get subscribers, and
yeah.
it's always going to be an uphill battle when you're just someone that wants to calmly, objectively tell the truth. That's not how it goes. Someone that wants to do a video on a fake moon landing is going to get way more views than someone that wants to do a video that debunks the idea of a fake moon landing. And that's just the nature of the beast on YouTube.
Yeah, and
So
I'm not
it's
like
very
that.
difficult.
And
Yeah.
it is what it is. What I find is, honestly, you guys probably won't believe me, but it's true. So I had a career in law. I taught law also at Boston College for a long time, and I'm a writer. I've got 3 books under my belt. I'm doing this because I actually really I think I talked to you about this yesterday, Kevin. I enjoy meeting people and discussing like for me with the panel this morning and panels with you. I think it's really interesting to watch, have the chat going, and discuss these issues of law and follow these big cases.
So Brian's actually leaving. What do you think, Margaret?
Well,
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Taking the morning break. What time is it? Here's my phone.
It's an hour early. They usually take the morning break at 11.
Huh.
You're even
Well,
getting the
we'll
ceiling
find out.
fan.
Oh, that's really weird. Maybe he had to go to the bathroom.
So I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I just didn't because I
His
don't.
morning
I wanted to
constitution.
comment on to what was going on live on the screen, but please continue.
That's super fine. But I enjoy becoming friends with you, Kevin. I enjoy talking about the law, and it's to me, it's really quite a world out there, and I really like what I'm doing. But
Yeah, and it's
so
amazing.
far,
There's. I'm sure it's like this has been refreshing for you too, especially seeing how some aspects of the Karen Reed jury went and the public went. That we see you're seeing now. You're as all your time working as a lawyer or dealing with law school students, you have a certain level of intellect. But we're seeing in our chat, people that are just regular people that aren't lawyers that also have a really astute sense of the law.
They do.
And
They do.
And they're interested in it. And the law is a lot of great philosophical arguments like we've had this morning with me, you, and Jen, and ongoing. And like as the judge is reaching out, to the various sides here for different opinions on. So here's a question for you, Margaret.
Mm-hmm.
In a situation like this, is the judge also reaching out to contacts, for instance, with the SJC to get opinion?
Absolutely not.
I don't mean in the middle. Like, for instance, an example.
Maybe a retired judge. But so
Okay.
This is really interesting. Remember last spring, during the Karen Reed trial, when I was busy as heck, right? I had to give a talk to the appeals court judges in Massachusetts. And that was a lot of work because I was trying to explain to them what in the age of the internet and social media, what they should and should not say from the bench. So I had to watch a lot of appeals court arguments and criticize the judges. And let me tell you, that was so hard. I mean, but anyway, from that, they couldn't talk about the appeals court could not talk about Karen Reed at all because that may have been appealed up to them. So that would be a conflict of interest. So she
would be allowed to conduct to reach out to people that were former SJC.
Yeah, like a retired judge friend.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they do that all the time. I mean, I certainly would, especially when you have a case with, she's always trying to protect the record. So she knows that if Brian Walshe is convicted of first-degree murder, he's going to appeal. There's various issues that he can appeal on. I can see them already. So she's really trying to protect the record.
Avoid being reversed.
Hearsay in. That's what the judges don't like to be overruled by the appeals
Right.
court or by the SJC. So,
Right.
but if I'm her, she was probably on the phone last night with retired SJC judges, appellate judges, or maybe lawyers in her law firm where she worked previously.
Mhm.
Yeah, but it's and I like how the people in chat are following this case because, and you're not going to get the fights and the drama that we got during Karen Reed, but it's a very interesting issue, legal issues here.
Oh yeah, there's definitely, like we were saying earlier, there seems to be the potential here for some, case setting law that could come out of this,
There actually could be.
which would come out of her rulings.
Yeah. And by the way, I got to take a minute. Christmas is coming, and anybody who wants a stocking stuffer, I mean, actually, I don't know if it'll fit in the stocking, but next to the stocking, buy Storm of Suspicion, Kevin's book.
Oh,
It's a great book.
thank you.
No, I mean it. It's a great book. So Storm of Suspicion will make a great Christmas present, especially, it's just nice people don't give each other books anymore. I think books are a great Christmas present for people. So
I know, and I have to admit myself, I prefer reading the digital copies of books. Even though I still love the idea of a book on the shelf and having it in your hand, I love to be able to have the book with me wherever I go. It's on my phone, it's on my laptop.
Yeah.
I'm at the doctor's, I can open it up and open up that book. And I also love if there's a word you don't know the definition of, you just click on it.
Yeah.
Oh, and I love to be able to take notes. I highlight, in books all the time. And then you can just go back to that page and get that for research or for quotes or what,
Yeah.
So
I love
it's
the
hard because
smell
I
of
have
a new
always,
book.
I used to
agree.
always love to go to the bookstore too. I used to go to the bookstore at least, every week.
I know.
And
So my first book came out in 2004. Oh my gosh. So I did like the bookstore tour, and it was great. And it came out before Christmas. So it was awesome. And people there, blah, blah, blah. Well, all those bookstores are no longer, except for maybe one, the Barnes and Noble.
Barnes and Nobles is still around, and it's still.
That is
I went
nice.
into.
Yeah.
I used to have a couple of years ago. So it's been a couple of years since I've been there, but I used to go to a writers club meeting there, and it was pretty packed. Now I don't know how many books they were selling, but it was pretty packed.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
So it's good to see.
It was that is good to see. Yeah, Barnes and Noble's the exception, but I miss all the independent bookstores that used to be out.
We have one here in Andover. That's
Oh wow!
been there
Well,
for
I
a
have
long time.
I have
Yeah.
to come back
Next
up
time you
and
visit. Yeah.
Yes, I really enjoyed visiting with you and your mom and that time. I'm going to come before Christmas.
Yeah, it's nice up here at Christmas.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Phillips Academy is
Yeah.
all decked out around Christmas. And I haven't been in the bookstore, moved to a new location, still downtown Andover, but I haven't been in their new location.
Well, when I
They,
come,
they
we'll
do a
go.
lot of you didn't happen to do when you were selling your book, maybe you did a book signing there. I don't know.
You know what?
'Cause they do a lot of book
might have.
signings.
I probably did. I went
Because there's only a few independent bookstores left in Massachusetts, and that's one of them. So you might have done. I know Kevin Weeks. I went to one there for Kevin Weeks from Whitey Bulger coverage days.
Oh God.
So did a talk there.
Not to interrupt you, I feel bad, but from Francesca. Am I pronouncing that right?
Yep.
She says, I don't think the blood in the rug was from dismemberment because that part he planned and bought supplies for, such as tarps and tools. Maybe he killed her in the bathroom. I have a question.
Very good point. Very good point.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I also have a question that I'm going to throw out to the chat. So if I'm cutting up a body, maybe a day or so after the body died, after the person died, is there going to be as much blood? Like, I guess I don't understand that part of it. Like, blood wouldn't be spurting out. It wouldn't have already.
But it still has to go somewhere. So once you start dismembering the body, it's in fact this. We were looking with some other people. I was doing some research into the famous torso case from the babysitter, the nanny that was killed in Boston in 1996, I think it was.
Yeah.
Karina Homer.
Yeah.
And they only found her torso. So we were trying to, why would you do that? Is there a practical reason for doing that, and one is to get rid of the blood. So yes, if you strike me on the head and the blow kills me, I'm going to stop bleeding. However, that blood is still in my body.
But it's
And if you're
not
gonna
hardened, like, you know, when you're
No,
bleeding
no.
and after a while it's
No.
gassed up.
So in the mafia stuff in New York City, have you ever heard of Roy DeMeo?
Yeah.
So he used to they used to kill people, the people that they were assigned by the mob to kill inside a bar that they operated out of, and then they would famously take the body and hang it in they had a shower in there, and they'd hang it in the shower room and split it open to drain the blood like you would
Just like
butcher
a
meat.
deer, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
you
exactly,
kill a
like
deer and you
butcher.
bleed it. Okay, that totally makes sense. And by the way, since we're on the topic, this is kind of gross. So yesterday when I was talking to your favorite person, Sue O'Connell, we were sitting in
Just say hi
court.
for me.
Yes. So Sue and I were sitting in court and there was a break. And right after they showed the pictures of the dismembering tools, like the hacksaws and the snips. So I noticed, wow, he used a hacksaw that wasn't electric, like a Sawzall. And I said, God, why wouldn't he have gotten a Sawzall or something like that? And so then I talked to my other friend about it, and he cuts up those big tuna. And and you know, I've done that too. And I'm like, oh, how? He said, no. If you use a Sawzall or an electric type of saw, or, you know, a little chainsaw like I just bought, it's gonna go everywhere. It's gonna spatter everywhere. So Brian's Google searches probably told him that the best tool to dismember a body would be that hand hacksaw that he bought. Because my friend said, yeah, it's harder, but the blood doesn't go all over the place. And
Right.
it's so gross. I'm sorry if I'm offending anybody eating breakfast.
So
but
Brian's
it's awful.
thinking, I guess, also was that by using his kids' devices, his searches were not going to be found.
Stupid. What an idiot. Like, but so this was what confuses me about Brian's brain. So he was smart enough to think, well, if I'm going to tell police that she disappeared, she didn't show up for work, or she didn't, you know, she must have gone to Washington, D.C. He was smart enough to think, okay, I better take those hunter boots, her vaccination card, the wallet, and everything that she would potentially be wearing to work, and I better get rid of it. So he was smart enough to think about that, because if she had, you know, if she died in the house, like if she was really upstairs in her pajamas, like he must have thought, like he had to have a thought process there.
Right.
So it's just really, but then he did the stupidest things, like taking his cell phone with him and then using the computers. Like, why would you? I mean, we all should know, right? Not to Google.
Yeah, I mean, that's so if for some reason you out there in the audience are thinking about committing murder, which I don't advise, but understand you're probably not going to get away with it, because it's your first time doing something that is very complicated and you're going to make mistakes. Now, Brian managed to hide the body so that it was never found. So that's difficult to do. So he succeeded on one level, but at the end of the day, look at all this evidence against him. He's going to go to jail for life or for a very long time.
Right. I figured make it bigger.
Yeah. So, I mean, these are difficult things to pull off. And especially in Brian's case, maybe this speaks to the fact that it wasn't pre-planned. It was something that happened at the, in a spur of the moment in an argument or something like that. So now you have to figure all this out instead of planning it ahead of time, you have the body and you're under panic mode. You're going to make mistakes,
Yeah.
Nobody's, and one of the things that I've always wanted to do, maybe we should do something on this sometime, Margaret, a video series or at least an episode on doctors that kill.
I know.
And the reason was just that doctors, it's very difficult to get into medical school. You have to be really smart. You have to be really smart to get through medical school. And so you would think that somebody like that would do a better job at covering up their crimes. So I always wondered whether they do a better job covering up their crimes. And they don't, at least from the superficial looking at it, they don't seem to, but I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, you would think they would do a better job. They're smart like that. But what about the law enforcement people that were serial killers that got away with it for years?
Right.
but that was back in the day when they didn't have cameras everywhere. So that's what you're dealing with. Like, as I'm writing these books, like I love to write fiction, now it's like kind of a challenge. If I am writing if somebody gets killed in the book, I've got to figure out how they're going to get rid of the body and not get caught. Like,
a serial killer has a huge advantage because a serial killer has no motive other than the joy. He's killing for the joy of killing.
Mm-hmm.
So when police start investigating, they have a dead body. They're looking at means and motive, but they have no reason to look at someone who didn't know this person and had no means or motive. So that's why they tend to get away with it more in the past, like you said, because now with cameras everywhere, it's really hard.
Yeah, it really is. Gee, I wonder what's going on. I bet someone did have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah. And then once you let one person go, everybody's going to go, so.
Yeah, maybe somebody's sick too.
Yeah, right. It does. And there's a lot.
That's interesting.
There's a lot of flu going around right now, and COVID I hear too. So it could be that somebody's sick.
I got COVID. Yeah, already.
Right now?
Oh, no. Oh. I wouldn't have been able to go to court. I got COVID in September.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm glad I got it. I got it over with.
Right. I know that's how you feel. I've had it twice, but I haven't had it in a while. So I guess next time I get it, it could be more. And my immune system now is down quite a bit. So trying to avoid it, but sometimes there's not much you can do.
I know. Tell us more about so Kevin is interested in exploring more about AI. And I think it's a great idea. It would be a great niche. So explain to the chat what your thoughts are on that.
Well, artificial intelligence has exploded. It's been on the verge of exploding for a long time. Sorry if I interrupted. You had a little glitch in your thing, so I couldn't tell when you stopped. It was not your fault. There was a glitch in the computer, and you get that little robot voice. Speaking of AI, but anyways, I've always been interested in all things science, but AI is going to impact all of our lives, and very soon. And we see I was only a couple of years ago in November, so I think it was maybe 2 years ago from now, when ChatGPT suddenly emerged on the scene. And pretty much everybody knows about what ChatGPT and similar programs are now. That ChatGPT has become to AI what Google is for search. That's because they were the first. Yeah. And so there are other ones to use, but it's going to impact our life. The most positive, there are positive and negative ways it's going to impact our lives. And the positive way is obviously drug discovery. These programs are very good at looking right down, not just to the molecular level, but to the atomic level, and being able to design proteins that can, interfere with what that particular disease, whether it's cancer, otherwise needs to survive, to reproduce. And so there's a lot of stuff there, but I'm also interested in the sci-fi scenarios of AI. When does an artificial intelligence program become conscious? Can it become conscious? And if it does, and it's smarter than us, what is it going to do? Does it still want to work for us, even though it's smarter than us? Does it want to work for itself? Does it want to make us work for him or it?
Right.
So there's a lot of interesting aspects to it. And just like with the law here, I love it when there's debate by experts what an issue is and how it's sent. There is that same debate that goes on with artificial intelligence, that people that are in that community have divided opinions. Some that think it'll be a disaster for humanity, and some that'll think it'll be the greatest thing ever for us. And but there's, like with any technology, there's really no way to put the cat back in the box. Maybe I shouldn't use that phrase with you, Margaret.
My poor little Luna's been sleeping on my lap.
But that's what do you have any interest in anything to do with artificial intelligence or science related stuff? Or
absolutely, I have an open mind to everything. I love learning new things all the time. So it's not just true crime, but I am fascinated. I also love history. I like to read, I go from fiction to nonfiction, mostly thrillers though. I love a good thriller. But
And
yeah,
they're written in a way that like keeps you reading, especially,
Yeah.
it's a short chapter and there's a cliffhanger at the end of
Yeah.
each chapter.
Yeah.
I have a lot of, a lot of times other writers might look down on thriller writers, but I think it's a very difficult thing to write that way. And I have a lot of respect for those writers that are able to do that.
Well, it's certainly fun to write because what you do when you are writing the thriller.
Are we back?
You are unmuted.
Okay, hold on. I got to put us. Well, we're back. Anyway, on the thrillers, you can take a lot of what happens in real life and apply it to the characters, which is very interesting. Like
Right.
a complicated character like Brian Walshe or the William Fastow is a complicated, like think about, he's probably thinking, oh God, I had this affair with Anna, and did my affair with her. I love her. Did it ultimately end her life? Like he's probably feeling guilt to some degree, like how could we have done this differently and still be together? And I mean, he must be absolutely devastated. And yeah. So
Does watching this particular trial get your creative juices as a writer going at all? Do you envision any possible scenarios to write a fictional story?
Oh God, yeah. It's all fictional stories are really about character, but also they're about the gotcha, as Stephen King would say. You gotta keep making the readers turn the pages. So, I do like to take the best things, the craziest examples are from real life. But yes. So my mind is always going like that. I'm always like in human interest stories.
Did we reach agreement on the text messages?
We did not. We were hoping for a ruling from you.
All right. What page?
So, Your Honor, it's difficult because they numbered the pages, but they took out whole pages and sections, so they don't correspond. I have visually done it. That might be easier to approach so I can show you side by side.
All right. Approach.
Okay, so I think I know why we took a long break. Brian probably did have to go to the bathroom, but I think she sent the attorneys out into the hallway or whatever to come to some agreement on the text messages. That's obviously what just happened because she asked, "Did you come to some agreement on the text messages?" And they couldn't, so they're saying, "Can you just give us a ruling?"
So what do we know about the text messages?
Well, I don't know what the content. I have a feeling, when you text a lover, you text someone, they could be sexy texts. I love
It's probably
you.
not a major component of the prosecution's case because they haven't been made public, right?
They haven't been made public, no. So I think a lot of people are tuning in today because, people like this stuff. As you said, people like the drama. And now if we get some sex texting, people love it,
And just because something
bad, but-
hasn't been made public through an article or through a charging document doesn't mean it's not extremely important. So in the Karen Reed case, we knew there were voicemails. We had no idea what was in those voicemails until that first trial and until they were revealed in court. And then people can interpret them in different ways. But in those voicemails, there's never once an indication that she knew that John had been hit or that she had been in an accident or that John had been wounded. But we didn't know that until we actually heard the voicemails. And then she was extremely angry in those voicemails. So it leaves you. So all we really know is that she was very angry. She didn't seem to, so people can interpret that in so many different ways, but we didn't know really until the trial. So maybe we'll see something. We knew there were text messages between her and Brian Higgins. And we had been told by one lawyer in one pretrial hearing that they may have been of a romantic nature. But we didn't really know until we saw it in the trial. So we'll see what we see with these texts here between Anna and her I don't know, what should we call it? Not her boyfriend, her
paramour.
her lover, I guess. Yeah,
Yeah.
paramour. Ooh,
I almost feel
good
guilty.
writer's word.
I know. By the way, paying attention to the chat. Ask Margaret about the lawyer Dick DeGurian. I'm pronouncing that right. DeGurian. So I don't know too much about him. I do know that he's a very famous criminal defense attorney, and he's, been named most notable, defended Tom DeLay, Alan Stanford, David Koresh. So that's a big one. David Koresh and Robert Durst. So he's had some major clients. And, again, these trials were on, I suppose that some of them were on court TV back in the day, but I was working full time during a lot of those trials. So I wasn't able to sit and watch them like I can now. But yeah, he's an excellent attorney. What do you think about him? What are your opinions?
I just wanted to add a comment from someone who's either on your channel or Jen's channel. But it's someone named JP2726 says it's a very common defense tactic to try to convince a jury that the disposal of the body doesn't necessarily mean the person also did the murder. It's usually a ridiculous Hail Mary defense. So, we had named a couple of cases, but maybe there's a lot more than I was aware of that JP is pointing out.
Mm-hmm.
I would highlight the comment, but it's not in my chat, so I can't.
I can't find the comment now. I'm looking.
It might be in Jen's. It might be in Jen's.
Oh, okay. I'm looking. Can you read it again, Kevin? Or not?
Yeah. Hold on, I already scrolled
Yeah,
down.
just read it again because I missed part of it.
Yeah, it's a very common defense tactic to try to convince a jury that the disposal of the body doesn't necessarily mean the person also did the murder. It's usually a ridiculous Hail Mary defense.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. Now, that person sounds like a lawyer or a judge.
And we had on my channel Judge Caroline Erskine, who's become a good friend, and she has a book out on Harmony Montgomery, which was another famous example of that same thing where the body was never found, and he confessed to disposing the body.
Yeah. Well, on my channel, one of our regular watchers on I think every day on our channel is Judge Lou. So Judge Lou was a Superior Court judge right here in Massachusetts, and he's retired now, but he's excellent. So I'll see if we can get him on as a guest too.
Okay. JP also asked me to ask you about Dick DeGurian, but I think you already answered that. But I'll go, and I know he's a really good lawyer, obviously. So but I don't. Yeah. And somebody mentioned Bob Durst as another.
He defended Bob Durst and David Koresh. So obviously he's good.
Maui mentioned X. I didn't attach it to X today, the stream, Maui, just because we ran into a problem when I tried to hook up to Margaret's stream a couple of days ago. So I just put it on YouTube. But Margaret is the primary channel for today. We're switching off.
Yeah. By the way, not to interrupt you, I feel bad, but I look at chat, right? And it goes up.
So the witness can
I agree. I love the
jinx. We're not
jinx.
having an intersection here.
You guys should, and the staircase. This reminds me a little bit of the staircase too. So the jinx and the staircase. If you haven't watched the jinx and the staircase, watch it. The best documentaries, both of them. I love them. So yes. Judge Lou. Yeah, I love Judge Lou too. He's awesome.
All right, so the court, please. Jury's entering.
All right, we're going to have to go off pretty soon.
Jury's coming in. We got a minute. I did manage to, at least it's nice, with the Karen retrial, we had like 1,600 people watching, and it was hard sometimes to keep up with chat, but now I can get caught up on every single message.
Yeah, you're better at it than me. I tend to look at the camera, I listen to you, I look at you, and then I miss it.
Well, it is a trick trying to get used to, and I don't know what the right balance is. A lot of times people would get mad at me when they would say something and I wouldn't see it, but it's because I was going over a document or something, But
exactly. All right,
You
well,
may proceed.
I'll see you in a
Thank
bit, Kevin.
All right.
Thank you, everybody in chat.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Fastow, do you recognize that document?
Yes, these are the text messages that I provided law enforcement.
Thank you. And who are these text messages with?
They're between Anna Walshe and myself.
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Subject to the prior objections. Any new objections?
No, Your Honor.
The text message packet, how many pages is it? Well, I'll have somebody count that.
43 pages.
43 pages. 43 pages of text messages between Anna Walshe and William Fastow are now in evidence as Exhibit 145.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, if I might again approach the witness and stand there for one moment.
You may.
Mr. Fastow, this is a printout that you gave, correct?
Yes.
And if you could just tell us who's in the blue and who's in the gray?
Anna Walshe is in the gray. My messages are in the blue.
Thank you. And in the course of this, you and Anna text some pictures as well. Is that right?
That's correct.
And going to page 40.
Yes.
What is that a picture of?
That's a toothbrush that Anna had given me that she had left at my house, and I had packed it to bring with me to Idaho.
And what does that toothbrush say on it?
It says Cohasset Dental.
And sir, these text messages also discuss intimacy. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
And your trip to Dublin?
Yes.
And you also received a photograph, which is in that, well, you received several other photographs, which are in those text messages from Anna, and one of them is on apologize, Your Honor. One of them is with her son, is that right?
One of the pictures?
Yes.
Yes.
And she sent you that, and it says Anna and her son, is that correct?
Yes.
And she's showing you something that he made her, is that right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
May I approach Your Honor?
You may.
And is this that photo?
Yes.
And is that the necklace she's trying to show you?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Objection, Your Honor.
That will be marked, the photo will be marked and admitted as Exhibit 146.
Thank you. And Your Honor, this is blurred per the court's instructions.
Yes, so can I just see it quickly? All right, so can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
Gee, I didn't even get my coffee. it's
Yeah, you never know.
it's brewing right now. It's funny. Oh, hold on. I gotta turn down my other TV. You keep talking.
And looks like we're coming right back out of sidebar, and so we'll be off screen as soon as Margaret gets back in front of her camera. I was just also replying to. I had a lot of responses to my video last night on Mike Crawford, and
Blurred out. It wasn't that.
you know, I think I can speak from. I think if you watch that video, I think I'm able to speak in a qualified way from the heart and from my knowledge of what went
now be
on,
published for the
because I was somewhat
may
connected
publish
to
it.
what was those events at that time, and I think my opinion on the debates about what type of courage it takes to cover things in social media, I think were relevant. All right, let me be quiet since it looks like they're probably going to get started.
She also sends you a photo on New Year's Eve as well.
She did.
I know. Okay. May I approach?
You may.
I ask if you recognize this photograph.
Yes.
And what is this a photograph of?
This is a picture of Anna, our mutual friend Jen Mutlow, and one of her children.
I ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
The photo of Anna Walsh, Jen Metlew, and the minor child are now in evidence as Exhibit 147.
Your Honor, this photograph is not redacted child, so I'm not going to publish it at this time.
Okay.
Exhibit 147. When did you plan to return from Idaho?
I was scheduled and I left on January 3rd.
And when did you return from Idaho?
I believe I came back very early the morning of January 4th. I think it was probably right around like midnight or 1 or 2 a.m.
And did you have plans to celebrate New Year's with Anna?
I did.
And when did you make those plans?
When I was in Idaho and she was in Cohasset.
And what were your plans for? When were your plans for?
Our plans were to have dinner on January 4th to celebrate New Year's and discuss our 1, 3, 5, and 10-year plans.
And what had you and Anna discussed about your future together?
We'd had a number of conversations about what a life together might look like, what merging two families would look like, how that might work. But I had always said to Anna that she needed to figure out how she wanted things to be with Brian and what she wanted to look like for her life before, you know, we could make any sort of commitments or decisions.
And did you have dinner reservations for January 4th?
I did.
Did you have dinner on January 4th?
I did not.
What was the last contact that you had with Anna Walsh?
I received a text message from Anna. It was a Happy New Year's message right around the stroke of midnight on New Year's Eve, East Coast time.
Did you respond to her?
I believe I did.
And then did you send her anything?
The following day, I had sent her a photo of me showing one of my children how to ski. I had sent her, I think, a waving hand emoji. I think I'd sent a question mark query and then a couple of other texts over the next day or two that went that were not responded to.
Did you try calling her?
I did.
When was that?
I believe I tried calling her on January 2nd, and it went straight to voicemail. I tried that a couple times, and then I called her from a landline, thinking that she may have blocked my cell phone.
Did she ever answer you?
She did not.
Were you concerned?
I was.
Did you have any contact with Brian Walshe after you sold the townhouse to Anna?
I may have had a call or two with him discussing the townhouse. I don't really recall. It would have been dealing with property matters. And then he called me on January 4th.
And did you answer that call?
I did not.
What did you do?
I pushed the call to my voicemail.
Why'd you do that?
I was in an intimate relationship with his wife. I had not heard from her in several days, and frankly, I was concerned that maybe he had found out and was calling to confront me.
Did he leave you a voicemail?
No.
Did you call him back?
I did not, but he called me a few hours later again.
When was that?
A few hours after the initial call, so maybe mid-morning, noonish. I couldn't tell exactly.
And did you answer that second call?
No, I pushed that to voicemail as well.
Did Brian Walshe leave you a voicemail?
The second time he did.
And did you provide that voicemail to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the voicemail be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The voicemail message from Brian Walshe to William Fasto is now in evidence as Exhibit 148.
I'd ask Ms. Gilman to play that now.
Good afternoon, William. It's Brian Walshe. I hope all is going well. I was just reaching out to basically everybody I could. Anna hasn't been in touch for a few days. I spoke to work today. She hasn't been in. They went to the house and she wasn't there, or it was like she's been there recently. So just wondering if you've spoken to her in the near, recently, like Sunday or the last 2 days. Just so let me know, or if you know anyone that might have had contact with her, just calling everyone. So sorry to bother you. Sure, everything's fine, and you can reach me at 617-929-8646. Thanks.
What did you do after receiving that voicemail, sir?
I immediately called Brian back.
And what happened when you called Brian back?
I told him that I was concerned. We had discussed that Anna had been missing since New Year's Day. And I was actually driving at the time that I made the call. I told him that I was nearby the house and that I could stop by the house and check to see if she was there, if that would be beneficial.
And what did you, did you do that?
I did.
And how did you get into the house?
Brian provided me the garage code. I opened the garage and entered the garage bay underneath the house.
And was there a car in the garage?
There was not.
Was there usually a car in the garage?
Anna usually parked in the garage, yes.
And did Anna have a car?
Yes.
Do you know what kind?
I believe it was a Volkswagen Taos.
Did she have one car, two cars, if you know?
Just one car that I know of.
Do you know, did you look inside the house?
I checked the door leading from the garage to the house. That door was locked, so I couldn't enter the house.
Did you notice any damage to the house?
I did not.
And what did you do after going to the house?
I called Brian, let him know that there was no sign that she was there, that her car wasn't there. It didn't look like anyone had been home. And then I actually came back later that evening and checked the garage again in the hopes that she might have shown up.
And did you see anything at that time?
No, it was the same.
Your Honor, I approach.
You may.
Do you recognize that necklace?
Yes,
What is that?
it is it's a Gucci pendant necklace that Anna wore frequently.
Thank you. I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Do you also recognize?
Marked and admitted as Exhibit 149.
Sorry, Your Honor. Do you recognize anything else in the photograph?
She's wearing a Cartier watch, which was her primary timepiece. And I believe it's hard to tell with the resolution of the photo, but it looks like she is wearing her engagement ring.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, I'd ask that this be published to the jury. Again, this has been blurred at.
You may, and you can publish it electronically, and you can do it the old-fashioned way also.
I'd ask to do it the more modern way.
All right. Go right ahead,
Thank you.
as you wish.
Thank you. You had said that you had communicated with her after New Year's Eve. Did you only text her, or did you also communicate through Instagram or other platforms?
I tried to call her through using the cell phone, the landline in Idaho. I sent her text messages, and I probably messaged her through Instagram, but I don't recall.
No, I'm sorry. I'm specifically referring to when you texted her like Happy New Year at New Year's at midnight. Was that on text message, through Instagram, or something else, if you remember?
It would have been text message or Instagram.
Okay. Thank you. And have you seen Anna Walshe since December 25th of 2022?
I have not.
Thank you, Mr. Fastow.
Cross-exam.
Good morning.
You had mentioned that you met Anna Walshe, I guess, in the late winter, early spring of 2022?
Yes,
And you were introduced to her through a mutual friend, Jem Mutlu?
correct.
And Mr. Mutlu is also in the real estate business?
He is.
And at first you were introduced because Mrs. Walshe was looking for a property in the DC area to relocate her family.
Correct.
And you assisted her in, excuse me, finding the townhouse?
I did.
Okay. And when you were looking or showing her that townhouse, at some point you FaceTime with Mr. Walshe, who was back in Boston, so he could see the property as well?
Yes.
And this was a property for the whole family?
Yes.
Okay. I think you said that quickly you guys became confidants?
Yes.
Okay, and when you say confidants, do you mean really good friends? Would you share secrets? Would you commiserate about being, hardworking? What do you mean by confidant?
We were both at very vulnerable times in our lives. I was dealing with a separation and what was soon to be a full-fledged divorce.
Okay.
And initially, unbeknownst to me, but became quite obvious, is that she was dealing with a pretty substantial family legal trouble.
Okay, let me start with, you had mentioned your separation. When you met Anna Walshe in that late winter, early spring, you were recently separated.
My wife and I had been estranged since late November to early December of I guess it would have been 2021.
Okay, so just a few months.
Yeah.
Okay, and you had 2 young sons?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you had mentioned that Mrs. Walshe, Anna Walshe, had described an argument that she had with Brian Walshe about some charges on a credit card.
Yes.
So they had an argument about finances or money.
Yes.
Okay. During your marriage, did you ever have an argument or disagreement with your wife about finances or money?
Yes.
You had also mentioned that there was an argument, I guess, on or around Christmas Day between Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe, right?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct? Excuse me. Am I correct that this argument was because she was delayed in coming home?
Yes.
On Christmas Day?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's Christmas Day. They have 3 sons and her flight gets canceled and she's late coming up, right?
Yes.
And so from what you talked to her about, that was upsetting to Mr. Walshe.
Yes.
The property that she purchased for the family, that was about $1.3 million?
Yes.
And was it paid for in cash? Was there a mortgage?
I believe there was a mortgage.
Okay. And it was a 4-floor townhouse?
Yes.
How many bedrooms?
4.
4. So 1 for each boy and then a master bedroom for Mr. Walshe and Anna Walshe?
Correct.
Okay. When you initially became friends with Anna Walshe, I think you said you would communicate with her through text message and Instagram?
Yes.
And Instagram, you said it's private. I think the kids say DM, you would DM each other?
Sure.
Okay. So when you were communicating on Facebook, you weren't posting romantic, intimate messages on her public Facebook page?
I was not.
Okay. And I think you had told us that you would comment on her page, but would you comment like, love you, can't wait to see you soon? Or would it be something like, oh, fun night or great pic?
It was more the latter.
Okay. So they weren't flirtatious, open messages?
No.
Okay. And you had mentioned on her Instagram that I think, or maybe you didn't, she would post a lot.
Yes.
Okay. You were never in any of those photographs?
I believe that she referenced me in one of those photographs. She had attended a yoga event that I had hosted,
Okay.
and she had posted a picture of herself at that event, and I believe that she had tagged me in that photo.
Well, you were the host, right?
Yes.
You set it up.
Yes.
So she went, it was like, hashtag thanks Will for yoga type thing.
Yes.
Okay. And your Instagram page, you weren't posting pictures of the two of you on that page.
I was not.
Okay. The timeline of your relationship with Anna, how quickly did it go from friends to more than friends?
Fairly quickly.
Bless you. So were you intimate with her after a week, after a month? When did you start becoming intimate?
To be honest, I don't remember the exact moment, but I
Okay.
know it was very shortly after her move to Washington, D.C.
Okay. You had mentioned, I think, that things had gotten more serious in July, so it had been going on for a few months at that point?
That's correct.
Okay. So from the spring of 2022 through New Year's Eve of 2022, during your conversations or time with Anna Walshe, she never told you that Brian was suspicious of you?
I had asked Anna what Brian's reaction would be if she
My
ever found
question
out.
is not what you asked her. My question is, at no point did she ever come to you concerned and say, I think my husband knows I have an affair or he's suspicious of you?
We had one episode where Brian called me while we were out to dinner, and I showed the phone to Anna because it was unusual for Brian to call me. Anna then later called Brian, and Brian had claimed that one of their children had taken his phone and called me by accident. That would be the closest thing that had happened where we felt concerned that maybe Brian had found out.
So I guess I'm not asking if you felt concerned. I mean, you're having an illicit affair. You're always kind of concerned someone's going to find out, right?
I mean, I suppose.
My question to you is, did Anna ever text you or call you and say, oh, I think Brian is suspicious that I'm having an affair?
Anna never texted or called me and said that she felt that Brian knew that we were having an affair.
You had mentioned that you had introduced or socialized with your friends and Anna Walshe.
Yes,
The friends that you had that you would socialize with Anna Walshe, they weren't connected to Brian in any way.
no,
Um,
except for Jem Mutlow.
Okay, and did Jem Mutlow ever come to DC?
He did not, but we had correspondence.
Okay. And as far as you know, well, let me ask you this. You didn't tell Jem Mutlow about your relationship with Anna.
I don't recall.
You don't recall. Okay. Anna never told Jem Mutlow about your relationship.
I'm sorry, is that a question?
It sure is.
I don't know what Anna told Jem Mutlow or what she didn't.
So Jem Mutlow was the reason you guys met, right?
Correct.
You guys, or you were good friends?
I would say that we were professional associates.
Okay.
Actually, let me couch that. I would say we were friends.
Okay. Did you and Anna ever socialize with Jem Mutlow together?
Not to my knowledge, no. Not that I recall.
So did you ever go to dinner with Jem and hold hands with Anna, flirt with her in front
No.
of Jem? No. So would it be fair to say that you were keeping this from a mutual friend of yours?
I don't know if I was keeping it from him. Jem Mutlow and I had numerous conversations during the time that I knew Anna. We've had conversations following Anna's disappearance. And frankly, it's a little difficult for me to tell you what Jem knew or when or what I told him. I mean, this is something that's played out over 3 years. So
Your answer is you don't know if you ever told Jem Mutlow about your romantic relationship with Anna Walshe.
I don't know if I told her before she disappeared.
Okay. So you talked to him after?
Yes,
And you told him after that you were in a romantic relationship
he certainly knew after that we were in a romantic relationship.
because you told him?
Yes, I believe so.
But you don't know if you told him when you and Anna were dating?
I cannot recall if I told him before or after.
Okay. You had mentioned on direct that you and Anna had conversations about your future.
Yes.
And going into the Christmas holidays, I know you were going to Idaho. Anna Walsh was planning to head back. At that point, there was never any specific plan for Anna to tell Brian about her relationship with you.
Not that I'm aware.
Well, you've been asked questions and testified about this before, right?
That's correct.
And when you testified, am I correct that either Mr. Connor or Ms. Yaz were asking you questions about the nature of your relationship with Mrs. Walsh?
Is this reference to the grand jury testimony?
In fact, let me probably ask you this. Have you had a chance before you flew up today to review your grand jury testimony?
I reviewed my grand jury testimony with the state via a call that was, I think, over a month or two ago.
Okay. So you were specifically asked in March of 2022 if there was any specific plan to tell Brian about your relationship with Anna, and you told the grand jury that day that there was not.
That is correct.
So there was no plan as Anna went home for Christmas to be with her family that she was going to come clean and tell Brian about you.
As I said, there was no plan that I was aware of.
She never told you, hey, Will, I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna talk to Brian. I'm gonna blow up my marriage and come be with you. She never told you that.
That is correct.
She didn't tell you, I really want to tell him I just want to be with you before she went home for Christmas.
Objection.
Sustained.
That is correct.
You guys never communicated on Facebook Messenger, right?
We may have, I don't recall.
Well, did you have a Facebook page?
Yes.
And did Anna have a Facebook page?
Yes.
And did you turn over any Facebook messages between yourself and Mrs. Walsh to the police?
I don't believe so.
I think you had told us that Anna would never want, or maybe I'm paraphrasing, but Anna would never want her husband, Brian, to find out about the two of you inadvertently, right?
Correct.
That I think you mentioned integrity was the word that she used, that if anyone was going to tell him, she wanted to be the person to do that.
Correct.
And at least in December heading into Christmas, there was no plan to tell him.
Not that I was aware of.
You had mentioned that you guys would go to dinners together.
Yes.
Did you ever go to dinner with a woman by the name of Alyssa Kirby?
Not that I recall.
And Alyssa Kirby is a good friend of Anna's that also lived in DC,
Yes.
and she would socialize with Alyssa Kirby.
Yes.
You also mentioned that you go to bars together.
Yes.
Would Alyssa Kirby ever join you and have a few drinks, the three of you?
Not that I recall.
I think you mentioned that you brought her to some work functions.
Yes.
Okay. And at those work functions, as far as you knew, there was no one who knew Brian Walsh at those work functions.
That's correct.
And again, not to belabor this, but I think you went on boating trips, you went to the movies. This was with either just Anna or with your friends.
Yes. The only exception to that was I did go to a work event that Anna's company held. It was a Tishman Speyer Architects Forum.
Okay, and this was in DC.
Yes.
And Tishman Speyer is one of the things they do, is there a real estate management company? And I'm probably fumbling that.
I think that they're a real estate management and development and investment company.
Okay, and you're a realtor.
Yes.
Okay, so when you were there, were you kind of talking shop with other people there or colleagues there?
I was there in a professional capacity.
In a professional capacity, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and again, as far as you knew, there was no one at this professional or this function you went to for professional reasons that Mr. Walsh would know?
Not that I'm familiar with, no.
And I'm assuming, because you mentioned you were there in a professional capacity, you guys aren't holding hands and kissing and flirting with each other in front of other people?
We are not, but I was her guest.
Excuse me?
I was her guest. I was invited by Anna Walsh.
No, I understand, but at this function that you described, you were there professionally as a real estate agent. You guys aren't playing kissy face and holding hands in front of people.
No.
You had mentioned that Mrs. Walsh had talked to you about Brian's federal case, right?
Yes,
And in the summer of 2022, the expectation and hope was that Mr. Walsh would not have to go to jail.
that was my understanding.
And the plan was for the entire family to relocate down to DC
Yes,
and live in that townhouse.
yes,
And I think you had said that Mrs. Walsh was the breadwinner.
yes,
And so her job was, she had kind of the big job, so then that's where the family would go.
yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about her job and her hours. I think you had said you'd see her 2 to 3 times a week. Roughly, what were her hours Monday through Friday?
I don't honestly know. I assume they were 9 to 5 unless she had to work late for either an event they were hosting or management responsibilities with one of the properties that she was in charge of.
Okay, so it wouldn't be uncommon that she might have to work late or go to a function.
Yes,
Okay. And were there ever any times where she'd have to go in early for a meeting or something came up?
probably.
Okay. And you mentioned, I guess, professional functions. How often would that happen?
I couldn't say.
Okay.
I'm not just object.
Well, I'll talk to you about that in a minute, but we're going to go to our morning break.
All right, please. Push it open, follow me.
Very interesting testimony.
Mhm.
Witness may step down. Objection.
I think she's asking things that he said he doesn't know.
So she wants you to lay the foundation.
I didn't hear what she said,
She
sorry.
said he didn't know. Everybody can be seated. We don't have to all be
Didn't know.
standing. He didn't,
No, what she did.
Oh, that's
so
fine.
she's just asking you to lay the foundation that he has a basis for knowing.
Okay.
Anybody need anything?
No, thank you.
All right.
All right.
All right, the court is on its morning break.
Mhm.
And we can put the two of us up here now if you want. Goodbye, Walsh. No rosary beads today. Ooh, he's got a pink tie. I mean, what is he thinking during all this, right?
Mhm.
What's he thinking? Look at him. Oh, he doesn't look too happy right now. Usually he's got
He
that.
acts a little bit. He
face.
does act a little different when the jury's not in the room, doesn't he?
Well, he shouldn't be smiling with the jury in the room for sure.
Because they're not in the room right now. So
No, I know,
he's
but-
on it. Yeah. So he's been
Yeah,
coached. He's been prepared. Yeah.
But I don't think he's been prepared that well. Sometimes it's hard to coach a client like that. However, I watched him yesterday in court, and there were times when the jury was there and he was smiling and talking to his attorney. Like, I don't think he should be smiling at all with the somber facts of this case. Not at all. But I think he's leaving the courtroom mad because I bet he's still jealous over that affair. Gosh.
You know what you could do, Margaret?
Yes.
If you don't want to have the court on the screen, put up a banner that says "Court resumes," 11:30
Okay.
or something.
Well,
like that.
that's pretty good.
It's an idea.
I'll do that
'Cause
right now.
If they see us talking, they may not know we're covering the case.
Yeah, I will add it to this ticker banner. Hold on. So you keep talking while I'm doing this.
Okay. Yeah. So
Yeah.
we're listening to Anna's paramour speaking this morning, to use Margaret's word. And I'm not sure if my moderator, Tom Fleming, is here or not, but he would approve. He is a big, is it Anglophile? That's not someone who loves English. What's someone who loves a bibliophile that loves words, he would approve of that word though. But we're getting a sense, because it gives us a sense of her. But obviously the main reason is it gives us motive, but possible motive here. If she's having a serious affair with somebody else, is that, and he finds out about it, Brian Walshe, is that part of, because we don't know why he killed his wife, assuming he did. So it's interesting to put a face to the person and hear him actually talk. Decided against the banner?
No, the banners, maybe with this, it will go, because I pressed it and it didn't go.
It's just that once you set it up, just hit show. And then also it'll save there too, so you'll be able to hit it tomorrow. And
it's not showing it. I don't know why. Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, and yours are always in blue and mine are in
That's
yellow
right.
cut of jello for some reason.
So,
what is your son up to these days? He did a show with us a few weeks back. I know he's partially interested in true crime, but obviously it's hard to commit yourself to a trial. It takes a lot of time to watch a trial. So what's he up to?
well, he's very busy because he's getting his degree in cybersecurity. So, and now it's exam time. So he's very busy with that. But he is doing great, and he really liked being on the show with us. So, and he's also very knowledgeable. He listens to podcasts and all sorts of subjects, just like you. So he's very interested. Like, he's very interested in, we talked about doing a show on the Irish mob and the CIA experiments of the 1950s. He's interested in that. So he'll definitely come back on with us for sure.
What was that called again? Operation what?
Yeah, it was called the, oh gosh, CIA.
I don't know when you say it.
Yeah, I know. Gosh.
MK Ultra, yes. MK
yes,
Ultra. You got me started.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. So that can be interesting. But yeah, he'll come back on. He's good at it.
Right.
Yeah.
Margaret's book is on one of her books is on the Whitey Bulger trial. And
look, here it is right here.
Whitey Bulger.
When
Whitey was there, it is. Yep, it's an excellent book, and I have the digital copy.
Yeah.
So you can't sign it for me. But when Whitey was on trial, one of the things that we learned was that Whitey had participated when he was in prison with what was the drug they were giving him?
Oh my gosh.
The big
It
drug
was a
from the
hallucinogen,
60s.
right? It was
LSD.
LSD, thank you. Jeez,
Yes.
I need another cup of coffee, I guess. Yeah. Quite interesting.
LSD. So he cut some kind of a deal to get reduced time, and he was given so much LSD that he had supposedly had flashbacks, and would it be called flashbacks? What did he have that going for the rest of his life?
According to him, he had flashbacks,
bad dreams, and
yes, very vivid nightmares. Now, the reason I thought about that, the reason I brought it up the other day on the channel was I happened to be scrolling through legal news, as I often do, and there's a woman in Canada who is suing the government because she was in a mental hospital back in the 50s, and the mental patients were given the LSD experiments as well. So I'd like to follow that and I'll do some sort of show anyway in conjunction with the mob and Whitey and my son and you. I think the three, and even Jen I think she'd be great. Maybe we could do the panel again.
Question I want to say for Jen, she was the other morning, I think you probably were just about to come on. So you may have caught the tail end of it, but she had, for the FBI for a long time, she was a leader for the weapons of mass destruction team that was looking into possible weapons of mass destruction within the borders of the United States. Something like you might see in a TV movie. And she wanted to get back to the Brian Walshe topic, but I would like to ask her, was there something that was really made the hair stand up on the back of her neck? Was there some scenario, a crisis? A former girlfriend of mine was in customs at the time.
Oh, wow.
And she was involved on a team that was chasing down some stuff too. And she never gave me the details, but she did tell me there was some pretty hairy stuff that they were chasing down. But I would like to see what Jen, if she can talk about any of that.
No, I imagine she might be able to. That would be
Yeah.
great. We should definitely do some shows on that because between the three of us, I think we can come up with some really interesting live shows to do. And
And
any
another person who's
suggestions?
become a very good friend of mine, who I talk to like once a week, is retired FBI, who he used to head the Boston's 9/11 terror task force.
Oh my goodness.
So, and he also was involved in some pretty big crimes like the Susan Taskowitz crime. And but he's old school FBI. He's the type that really doesn't want to. He won't say anything. He's very reluctant to say anything.
Okay.
Unless there's an actual conviction,
Okay.
then he's free to talk about it. But if it's an unsolved crime,
Mhm.
he won't say anything.
Yeah.
By the book.
Yeah, that's the problem. Sometimes even retired members of law enforcement are afraid to talk about certain things. Well, if it's an open case, a missing persons case, that case might still be open, or an unsolved murder. We ran into that, Kevin.
Yeah. I just got a text from Judge Carol Erskine, so she is watching. She says we're
Yes.
doing a nice job, so I'm trying to get her to join us.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. I see her right here. Mr. Fastow is an excellent, credible witness. I agree. With that. So yeah, we would love to have you on sometime. That would be great. Really,
And her expertise is on the Harmony Montgomery case. She's got a book on that, and as a judge, she was involved with that, and she's extremely passionate about any issues related to that, similar to that, child abuse, areas where the system just seems to lose track of kids that are in very dangerous situations. I was in a writing group years ago for a long time, and the best writer in the group, the most talented writer in the group, was a woman who worked for, I'm going to say, social services. I don't know the specific agency name, but she was working and had worked for many years in Lawrence, Mass, where you were a prosecutor. And all of her stories, she would do short stories, and always brilliantly written, and they were always based on something real that happened.
Yeah, that's what
And
you usually do. Yeah.
it gave me an incredible sense of how frustrating that job was for someone like that who really cared about the job. But you have to deal with that frustration of knowing a lot of times 90% of the time your hands are tied, and there's only so much you can do.
Yeah.
So it's very, very difficult.
It is.
I don't have any way of contacting her now, but I would like to have her in the show too. But
Yeah. When I was a prosecutor in Lawrence, I also had a lot of cases involving battered women as victims. And it was very frustrating. On the day that somebody was arraigned, they would come in with a black eye or a broken arm, something horrible, right? And then the first pretrial conference, you try to be in touch with her, and the defense attorney would take me aside, because the victims don't have to be there for a
and all of a sudden she's changed her testimony, right?
Well, the defense attorney, being a little sometimes cocky, would say, they're back together. This case needs to be dismissed. So the judge, I would keep asking for a continuance, and what would happen is the judge, again, covering themselves, would put it on for trial. So you'd still have to prepare for trial, knowing that the witness would likely not show.
That's frustrating.
You would send your subpoena, everything. And then of course you'd stand up ready for trial. And the judge would say, is your victim here, is your witness here? And you'd have to say no. Sometimes they'd continue the trial date a few times, again, to cover themselves, and it would ultimately be dismissed. And it was just, and then the same victim would come in again. But it's heartbreaking, because they really are controlled by the defendant, or some of the batterers, and women can be batterers too. So
it's tough. I have my own story from that, and then I'm gonna tell it really quickly, and then there's a question for you in chat, so I want to get to that. But I was 21 years old, and you see it, okay. I was 21 years old, and I was working at a bar in Worcester called the Blarney Stone, which wasn't far from where I went to college at Clark University. I was behind the bar, and I saw a bunch of people gathering at the window, and I said, "What are you guys looking at?" And they said, "This guy's really tooling up on his girlfriend. And I go out, and he had been drinking in the bar too. So I go out, I had just got on my shift. And so I go over and I look out the window, and this very large guy is really beating the crap out of this girl in the parking lot across the street. I mean, slamming her against the car, and really roughing her up. So I run out and I run across the street, and now I'm in a fight with this guy. And what does the girl do? She starts throwing punches at me. And so I end up fighting both of them. You know, I know obviously I didn't hit her or anything like that, but I learned my lesson. I was only 21. I was like, you think that she, and I wasn't trying to fight him. I was just trying to stop him from beating her up. But I mean, you learn your lesson, like in those situations. Let's just say it's complicated, but now you can get to the question.
No, I agree with you. So good question. I was in the courtroom yesterday, and no, don't forget, some of Anna's friends may be on the witness list, so they have to be sequestered. So that's maybe why they weren't there. The only people in the courtroom were Brian's mother, who sat right in front of me. So I could see her the entire time, and members of the press. And because
where is Anna from? Where is her family from?
Whose family? Brian's?
Where's Anna's from? Aaron's from out of the country,
Serbia.
right?
Yeah.
From
So
Serbia. Okay.
Anna's mom, you know what? It kind of bums me out a little bit. It's kind of sad that Anna's mom didn't come for it, but maybe she's can't travel. But Anna also has a sister in Canada, and I would think she'd want to come down and support Anna, unless she's on the witness list, maybe. But no, the only person was, other than the only person that I could see yesterday was the mom, Brian's mom. But yeah, and everybody else seemed to be members of the press.
So Judge Carol got back to me, and she said she can't join us this morning, but she's going to try to join us this afternoon.
Ooh,
so that'll be really good.
I would love that.
So we'd break for lunch from 1 to 2. And I usually don't talk much during the break. I try to actually have lunch, and sometimes sneak in a nap, I must admit.
That's okay.
But if Judge Carol's here, I will skip lunch and skip naps. If I'd rather talk to Judge Carol. But she also pointed out that Judge Carol also went to Clark University, as did I. We were from different classes, and that she was familiar with the Blarney Stone, the bar that I was talking about. She just texted me that.
Doesn't she have a sister in Canada? Yeah, she does. So Anna does have a sister in Canada. Yeah. Which I'd come down for it. Wouldn't you, Kevin?
Yeah.
I wish there were more people there supporting the victim. I mean, she's gone. It's so sad. It's so very
Where are the
sad.
kids? Do you know where the kids are? Who's taking care of the kids?
I do know, and I'm not going to say it, okay, because the press does not know. And I realize the press doesn't know because
All right.
I was with the press yesterday.
Yeah.
So
is it family or is it the state?
It's not the state.
Okay. All right.
But I'm not too happy about the situation. But I can't say
okay.
more
All
than
right.
that.
That's a clue. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was there supporting Anna.
I was just going through my comments from last night's show, and somebody said you would get a lot more subscribers, Kevin, if you were neutral instead of just taking a side. But I don't think you're going to find anybody that is more neutral to me, and that's precisely why I don't have more subscribers. And I think I've done fine. I've got over 10,000 subscribers, but it's people don't want objectivity and neutrality. Margaret has very much tried to maintain, ever since she's been doing court TV and different things, the face of objectivity and neutrality. But that's actually not what people want. They want you to take a side in general in the age of the internet, and often there's a certain side they want you to take in a particular case. But I am objective and I am neutral. And one of the ways you can tell too that I at least seek the truth is that when I make a mistake, and everybody makes mistakes. Everybody gets something wrong, like a fact that they report, especially, which is the worst. I haven't done it a lot. I correct it immediately, loudly, as many times as necessary. And that's when you know that someone is trying to tell you the truth. when they
In
got to
this
ask questions
case,
from
I'm
both
not,
sides.
I don't think I'm coming across that neutral in this case. Because,
Right, because the evidence is what it is, but
yeah,
yeah,
because of
not
the
because you're
disclaimer.
biased. It's because
But what I'm trying to explain to the listeners out there is, even though it's a very gruesome case, there are some legal ramifications, and the Commonwealth does have a burden here to prove first-degree murder beyond a reasonable doubt. So, I'm trying to explain the law and where the defense made points. Now, going back to the trial, to the cross-examination, I do not think that cross-examination of William Fastow was effective. I thought
oh,
that
okay.
I don't think she scored any points. In fact,
Mhm.
that a good cross-examiner must control the witness. So basically, when you're on direct examination, if I'm asking questions of my own witness, you ask open-ended questions so that the witness can tell the story, right? And you
Mhm.
stand there. But in an effective cross-examination, you really should ask leading questions that provide a yes or a no answer. And that's the time when the focus is on the question. So if you remember Alan Jackson or even Hank Brennan, when they were on cross-examination, they'd move around the courtroom. The focus would be on their questions, really.
Right, that's very
And they would
insightful.
have, and they would have control of the witness. Now,
Mhm.
this cross-examination, she lost control of the witness. In fact, I think her cross-examination helped the Commonwealth with its motive, because William Fastow was able to say, get in again, repeat that, well, she received a call, Anna received a call from Brian. No, he received a call from Brian when they were having dinner together, or maybe it was Anna. I don't remember. But anyway, indicating that he knew they were at dinner together. Maybe he had an inkling that they were together. But what came out in cross-examination bolstered the Commonwealth's case. I don't see. Does anybody in chat feel that the cross-examination scored any points for the
So
defense?
let me take off on that. What would have been the objective there in the cross-examination, Margaret?
Well, first of all, I think William Fastow is a very good witness. The objective of the cross-examination by the defense would be, you want to make it appear as if Brian Walshe did not know anything about the affair. So I would stay away from any questions of that nature, because you don't want the witness to run away with an answer. So the jury is thinking, geez, he must have known about the affair. He made that phone call during dinner when the two were having dinner together. So you want to stay away from that, because you don't want it repeated to the jury. There's very few questions that you can ask this witness as an effective cross-examination. So quite frankly,
so the sole purpose, the sole objective of cross in this case was to try to establish that Brian probably didn't know about the affair.
Yeah, that's very, very important, because remember in the opening statement, Larry Tipton said Brian didn't know about the affair. Well, based on what I just listened to, I'm convinced more than ever that Brian did know about the affair, and that he became more and more jealous, and that maybe he put two and two together. He was upset. They weren't, Anna was not with her family on Thanksgiving. Now that's a big holiday. She was with her lover. Anna was not with Brian and the family on Christmas Eve. To me, Christmas Eve is a very romantic time. She was with her lover. Whether Brian knew or not, I don't know. But sometimes if someone's cheating on you, you just have this gut feeling that they might, and the jealousy builds to the point where I think he must have seen some of those texts New Year's Eve. And don't forget, Anna wrote Brian a love note, which, if Brian read the love note, and I'll have to pull it up for you guys after, he might have been enraged. How dare you write me this love note about our future together, when you are having an affair And so maybe that enraged him, and maybe he saw a text message. So I think it goes to motive. And when the jury is thinking along the lines that I'm thinking of, they're going to do what they can to find a conviction for first-degree murder.
Mhm.
You guys think in
And-
chat?
So Judge Carroll's been in chat, and she's been
Yes.
taking on a lot of questions and giving a lot of
Oh,
answers.
thank
I
you,
can't
Judge.
highlight. I can't.
I know.
highlight them,
Yeah. So I was
but,
talking to the camera. So
if you click on them, you can highlight them. It's
yeah, but
it's
I
on
can't
your
see
end
them
today.
now. They went up.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's okay. Maybe she'll be
Well,
on.
do you
this
remember
afternoon
some
to
of
take
the
them on.
questions?
Well, let's see. Many have asked me where the children are and why Brian's mother does not have them. It's complicated. She did answer a little bit of this on this later. Let me
I
see
can't.
if
I
can
know the
find
answer
it.
to that, but I can't.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna
Yeah.
because you know the specific answer. And I know your reasons for avoiding it. Judge says even if the children are not in foster care, the state may still have custody, or the case may be open under a third-party custody order. The public has a right to know if they're together. Are they coming back on?
Yeah, they're
Sounds like
coming
they're coming
back
back
on. Hold on. Yes, good. That's. Thank you. Thank you. That's an excellent answer. But yeah, I can't say anything more.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we understand.
It's
this, and
cross-finished.
actually with
I don't
this,
think
and
that
with
was finished.
and what this
I hope
does
so.
demonstrate, Margaret, is how difficult it is to when it comes to the social service systems and having to do what's best for the kids.
Oh yeah. All right, the jury's back in, I assume. Do we go off? He's standing, so the jury's coming in now.
Yeah. And so lunch will be from 1 to 2.
Yeah.
And then court will go from 2 to 4, and then that'll be the end of the day. Court tomorrow ends at 1, I believe.
Yes, it's a half day tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that's good. I'm really enjoying doing this with you, Kevin. I think it's great. We have a great chat too.
I may or may not do a show this Saturday on. It's hard to avoid it because someone who I got to know a little bit, not personally, they're anonymous to me too, but I had private correspondence with someone named Anonymous Mass Lawyer.
Oh yeah.
Really outstanding. I don't know if it's a he or she. Really outstanding, and comments on the Karen Reed case, and he or she put something out about a week ago that I may want to go over on the channel because it's really, really good.
I think it's a judge. I'm guessing.
Oh, really?
I'm guessing.
I
I'm not
have
sure.
no idea.
Again, I'm guessing. So, all right. Well, we will be back. And thanks for watching, everybody. I'll try to comment in chat as much as I can.
Court is back in session. You may be seated. You can have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
You can voice up for me, please, okay? Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
You may proceed. Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, or good morning again. Before the break, we were talking about whether or not there was any definitive plan for Anna to tell Brian about your relationship. I want to talk to you a little bit more about conversations that you did have with her in which she told you that if Brian was going to find out, she wanted it to be from her, right?
Yes.
And that it would really upset her if he found out any other way.
Yes.
To the point where it would devastate her if Brian ever found out that she was having an affair.
Yes.
And you had mentioned, I think on direct, that you had conversations about a future together,
Yes.
but you never had extensive concrete conversations about being together and when that would happen.
Correct.
And at the time, at this time frame, that summer, fall, and winter of 2022, you were also in no position to openly start a new relationship with another person.
If you mean that I had not finalized my divorce, that is correct.
No, you were in a position that because your older son would have been devastated if you started bringing another woman around.
Yes, I did say that.
And if I'm correct, I believe on page 36 of Exhibit 145, which are text messages that you turned over. Oh, apologize. No, it is 36. And this is, the text message that you turned over, just to be clear, are from December 29th of 2022 through January 5th of 2023.
I assume that's correct.
Want me to approach so you can look at it?
Sure.
You're on the man.
You certainly may.
Am I correct in the text messages that you provided? It starts at December 29th of 2022?
Yes, that's what it says on the cover page here.
And on page 36, and I can approach again if you need it, you say, "He can't imagine me with someone else. Like all children of separated parents, he deeply wants us to reconcile. Introducing him to someone else would destroy that fantasy. It would crush him now." Right?
Yes,
And that was right around Christmas time and New Year's that you texted Anna Walsh that.
yes,
So you had no intentions of having any immediate plans to openly start dating Anna Walsh with your 2 young boys.
correct.
You were a concerned dad. You loved your son. You were protective of his feelings.
Yes,
At the same time you were having conversations just about her marriage and your relationship, you knew that it was always a possibility after having these conversations that Anna would stay with Brian, the father of her children.
yes,
And while she would talk to you about arguments they had about finances or the stress of his federal case, she always spoke to you about him in a positive light.
yes,
And you knew from her words, that she cared for him deeply.
very much so.
And I believe during these times when you would talk about her relationship with Brian Walsh, she wanted everyone to see him in the light that she saw him.
Very much so.
The text messages that you turned over to the police, is it fair to say that the police asked you questions about whether or not you had any information that Mr. Walsh had discovered your affair with his wife?
Yes, I'd say that's fair.
Okay. And you understood that anything that could help them in determining if Mr. Walsh had discovered your relationship, you would turn over or it would be helpful.
Yes,
And so I asked you about Facebook and you said you don't remember.
that's correct.
Well, so you don't remember if you would send any flirtatious, sexy, or intimate messages or posts on Facebook? Isn't that something you would remember if you're trying to keep it a secret?
I don't recall if I used Facebook Messenger as a means of communication with Anna Walsh. I would periodically delete messages. I don't recall if I had deleted messages from Facebook. I had certainly deleted messages from Instagram and text messages I had had over the term of our relationship.
Well, why are you deleting stuff?
Honestly, I said things to Anna that I might have found embarrassing that I just didn't want to look at, so I would delete the messages.
But you weren't trying to hide it from anyone. It was just your own kind of squeamishness or embarrassness from whatever you had sent.
Yeah,
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Nothing, thank you.
The witness may step down. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth will call Christopher Murphy.
Right this way, sir. Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Christopher Murphy, Murphy.
What do you do for work, sir?
Construction.
Where were you working in January of 2023?
I was working at a painting company. I'm sorry, I haven't been working there for 3 years, so
It's okay.
it's been a while.
All right. So you were working at a painting company.
Yes,
How long do you think you were at that painting company?
a year.
And in that time, what were your responsibilities at that company?
I was a salesperson.
Okay. In January of 2023, were you running any specials at that point in time?
Yes.
What was the specials?
We were offering 15% off any work that people needed to have done.
And so how are you contacting people at this point in time to offer the special?
We were calling all our past customers that we had, we used to work for. And we do like a cold call kind of thing. And I called, a bunch of people that day, and the defendant was one of them.
Well, let me get to that. So when you were calling people, do you remember what phone number you were calling from? Was it a work number?
It was a work phone, yes.
And if I were to tell it to you, would you actually, I'll ask you right now, do you remember that work number right now?
No, I don't.
Because it's been 3 years, you have a tough time remembering where you worked.
I don't remember my own number. But
All right. So at that point in time, was the number 774-534-2005 your work number?
It's possible.
Okay, possible. So now, you said that you were calling people offering this special. And so at any point in time, did you have the opportunity to reach out to Mr. Brian Walshe?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can you explain to us how?
Well, we got a list of customers that we had, that were past customers, and each salesperson got a certain list. My area was in the Hingham area. So I just went down the list and called customers, and he was, one of the customers on the list.
What day did you make this call?
January.
Okay, early or late?
Yeah, early, yeah.
Okay. And did you ever have the opportunity to connect with Mr. Walshe?
I did, yes.
And so what was the conversation you had with him?
Again, just talking about, work that possibly needed to be done, and he stated that he didn't need any work to be done.
Okay. And then did you ever have any subsequent communications with Mr. Walshe?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Did you ever have the chance to talk or communicate with him again?
Once, I believe.
Okay. And how did that occur?
It was really quick.
Quick? Was it a phone call or a text
It
message?
was a phone call.
Okay. And who called who?
I called him first, and then I received a text later on during that day.
Okay. And you said you received a text?
Yeah.
To a cell phone?
Yes.
All right. And you're on the record?
Yes.
Do you recognize these images, sir?
Yes, I do.
What are they, sir?
They were pictures sent to me describing a ceiling that needed to be repaired.
Okay. Now, the pictures that you're looking at here, sir, are they the pictures that were sent to you, or are they pictures of the phone with the pictures on them?
No, they're pictures of the phone, but they were sent to me, yes.
Certainly. And are they your phone?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have these marked as the next two exhibits.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Pictures of the phone of the messages are now in evidence as Exhibit 150, 151. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if we could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 150, which has a file name of Christopher Murphy, pick page 1. Sir, can you see this on the screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So whose phone is it we're looking at on the screen?
That is my phone.
Okay. And sir, we're looking at your phone. What is the message that begins this thread? Could you read it out loud?
I'm sorry. Let me just change glasses here. Oh, that's okay. It just says his address,
Okay. Does it say any names with it?
phone number.
Could you just read the message, sir?
It says, hello, Brian Walshe, S16 Chief Justice, Cushing Highway.
And does it have a phone number attached to it?
Yes, it does.
All right. And underneath that, sir, you said there's a picture?
Yes, there is.
Ms. Gilman, can you scroll down again? Thank you. And can we have Exhibit 151, which is Christopher Murphy picks page 2? Sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom of this thread. Ms. Gilman, if you could enhance this. Sir, at the end of the thread, what is the message?
It says, good morning. Let me know about the ceiling. Best, Brian.
And what's the date on the message?
January 6th.
So, sir, did you have any phone communications with Mr. Walsh besides the initial one in relation to this damage to the ceiling?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
No questions. Thank you, sir.
The witness may step down. Thank you. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Suzanne Garland.
Right this way. Just watch your step for me. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Suzanne Garland, Garland.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I own a Bar Method studio. It's a bar workout in Hingham Center.
And how long have you owned the Bar Method in Hingham Center?
Since September of 2021, I opened the studio.
And is that a franchise?
It is, yes.
And how many Bar Methods are in the United States?
I think at this point about 100.
And where exactly is your studio?
It's right in Hingham Center, sort of on South Street, 99 South Street, across from CVS.
And how many employees do you have at your studio?
16.
And how many clients did you have in 2022 into 2023?
I would say about 160 active clients.
And at that time, did you keep and maintain records for your business?
Yes.
And what kind of records did you maintain?
We maintained membership agreements and class history, purchases, time and date of classes taken, the number of classes each client took.
And how did you keep those records?
Electronically.
And why do you keep those records?
For regular course of business, but also to report to our franchise
And do you have a corporate email?
Yes.
And what is that corporate email?
I have two, actually. One is hingham@barmethod.com, and the other is my personal business email, which is suzanne.garland@barmethod.com.
And you also keep payment information.
Yes.
And do you maintain all communications with clients in good faith?
Yes.
And do you keep your records in good faith as well?
Yes.
Did you know Anna Walshe?
I did.
And how did you know Anna Walshe?
I knew Anna for several years. Actually, prior to owning the Bar Method, it existed in Hingham Center. Another woman in town had owned it before it. I used to take classes there with Aunt Anna all the time. She and I would be there 4 times a week together taking classes. And then when I reopened the studio after COVID in 2021, she signed up right away. And again, she was coming 4 days a week up until the time that she was moving.
And what kind of membership did she initially have with you?
She purchased a Club Bar Unlimited membership, which allowed her to take as many classes as she wanted during the month for a fixed price.
And did you have a membership agreement with her?
I did, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am, do you recognize this?
Yes, this is our month-to-month membership agreement that we keep with all clients on the unlimited plan.
And I'd ask you to look at the last page.
This is her signature.
It's at the agreement with Anna Walshe.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Marked and admitted into evidence, the membership agreement of Anna Walshe for Bar Method is in evidence as 152.
Ms. Garland, as part of the membership agreement, our members asked about their health.
Yes.
And do they have to sign off for medical information?
They have to sign that they are fit to take classes.
Why is that?
For liability purposes for the studio.
So in December of 2022, how often would Anna Walshe attend Bar Method?
So she would be coming whenever she was in town. She was doing quite a bit of traveling back and forth to DC at that time. So I think she was there 3 or 4 times at least whenever she could come in, she wanted to be there.
So do you mean 3 or 4 times a week or something else?
I think December of 2022, she was there 3 or 4 times total, right?
Okay. And did she have a membership at that time?
She did not. She was paying drop-in classes.
And did you have communication with her about the classes via email?
Yes, she had emailed me when she found out that she was getting the new job in DC. She emailed me that she needed to discontinue her month-to-month unlimited class membership and that she would, drop in when she was around. And then when she came back to DC in December of 2022, she emailed me, I believe it was December 30th, saying that she had purchased a drop-in class, but she would rather do a special we were offering, which allowed her to take an unlimited amount of classes over the next month because she was going to be in the area more.
And you said when she came back, she came to DC, but did you mean when she came to
I'm sorry,
Cohasset?
when she came to Hingham, yes.
Okay. And did you maintain the email communication that you had with her in your normal course of business?
I did, yes. I kept my email from her and I have it to this day.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you 3 documents, if you could look at those. You recognize those documents?
Yes.
And what are those documents?
These are email communications from Anna to me. The first one is letting me know that she had gotten the new job opportunity in DC and telling me how wonderful her experience at the Bar Method had been. However, the last 10 years, she's taken classes in DC and the Boston locations. She said, we have developed an incredible team culture and feeling of being cared for. She loves the energy of the studio. She asked if we were ever considering opening one in DC. That was the first email. The second email was the one that I mentioned on December 30th, asking if she qualified for the 30-day unlimited special we were offering for $79. If so, could she exchange the single class that she booked for it, which is $29, and apply that towards the $79 special? And then I responded to her on January 1st because I was away on vacation at that time. And I said, technically, you don't qualify it since she had been in the studio recently, but I would honor it since her situation was so different than the norm.
Your Honor, I'd ask that those be the next 3 exhibits.
No objection.
All right, they'll be marked and admitted into evidence. So the 3 different emails are one from, what are the dates of those emails?
The first would be from February 27th of 2022.
Okay, that's in as 154. Well, did I mess that up? 153? Okay, so as it was coming out, I looked back up and saw there was no 153. So 153 is the email from 2/27/22. 154 is what? Date?
154 would be 12/30/2022.
Okay, and the third one?
The third one would be January 1st, 2023.
All right, those 3 are now in evidence, 153 to 155.
And did you also keep the registration for December 31st of 2022?
The class registration log?
Yes, I apologize.
Yes, we do.
Thank you for correcting me. And that's maintained in the normal course of business?
Yes, we have records of every single class.
And I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
The class registration for the Bar Method is in evidence as 156.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And seeing that document, ma'am, do you, does that show, what does that show?
This shows that Anna Walshe created a reservation for class on the morning of December 31st. She did that on December 30th at 11:18 p.m. And it shows that she was checked in for class on December 31st at 8:17 p.m.
And does that show that she attended that class?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any cross?
Just briefly.
Good morning. Getting there.
The email that Mrs. Walsh had sent you asking to convert her drop into the unlimited monthly, that was on December 31st?
Was it December 30th or 31st?
December 30th or 31st?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason that she was asking to do that is because she expected to be in the South Shore area more the next month.
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned that your studio requires a medical waiver.
When you sign the month-to-month agreement, you do acknowledge in there that you are healthy and that you have conferred with your doctor.
Okay. And she does that or that a person, for example, does that once when they first start coming to you as a client?
They sign that every time they sign a contract.
Okay, so when was the last time Anna Walsh had signed a contract with Bar Method?
I believe it was September of 2021. I don't think she was actually ever able to book that last contract she wanted to.
Okay, so the health waiver that you're talking about, or the medical waiver, was September of 2022, excuse me, September of 2021.
Yes.
Okay, and the medical waiver that someone signs, do they have to provide any type of medical documentation to confirm they are in fact good health?
No, we don't require a letter from a physician.
So it's just self-reporting? Yes?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Do you want this?
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Ashley Semino. She's gonna do all of it.
Right this way. Just watch your step forward.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
What is your name?
My name is Ashley Semino.
Can you just pull the microphone just a little bit closer? Thank you so much. And can you spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Semino, Cimmino.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm a special education teacher and a bar instructor.
So how long have you been a special education teacher?
About 7 years.
And you said that you're also a bar instructor.
Yes, that's correct.
And where are you a bar instructor?
Currently at the Bar Method in Hingham.
And where else have you taught bar classes?
The Bar Method in Boston, both the Back Bay location and the Financial District location when they were open.
So how long have you been an instructor for Bar Method?
So I started working there in about 2010. And so it's been about 10 plus years since I started instructing.
And how do you become an instructor for Bar Method?
So we go through an intensive training. We sit with a trainer from headquarters. This person goes through an entire day with us. We have to take an anatomy exam, and we go through at least 3 to 6 months of training after that, co-teaching with a veteran instructor. And following that, to maintain our certification, we have to take an annual exam.
So do you need to be certified?
Yes.
And you have to maintain that certification yearly?
Yes, every year we take an exam.
Were you familiar with Anna Walsh?
Yes, when I first met her, she was on a NIP.
And where did you first meet Anna NIP?
At the Bar Method in Boston.
And when was that? Do you remember?
It was probably around 2011. At that time, I was working at the front desk, and she would frequent the lunchtime class.
And which Bar Method in Boston?
The Back Bay location. So that was on Clarendon Street.
And how often did you see her when you were at the Bar Method in the Back Bay location?
Almost every day.
Did you ever see Anna NIP outside of the Bar Method studio in Boston?
Occasionally, if we were bumping into each other on the street, but that would be it.
Well, did you ever see her at a different job that you might have had in Boston?
Yes, she had come to one of the Celtics games that I was working at.
What did you do for the Celtics?
I was a dancer.
And what was her demeanor when she came to Bar Method in Boston?
She was always so warm, seeing somebody every day.
Objection.
Overruled. We'll let the answer stand. Move on.
While in Boston, did you ever meet Brian Walshe?
He did come into the bar method, yes.
And how many times did you meet him?
At least once or twice.
Now, directing your attention to Saturday, December 31st of 2022, were you working that day?
I was.
And where were you working?
At the bar method in Hingham.
And which class were you teaching?
I was teaching both classes. There's one around 8:15 and one around 9:15.
And who was in your 8:15 a.m. class?
Anna was.
And how long had you been an instructor at Bar Method in Hingham at that point?
That was my first day teaching at the bar method in Hingham.
And when did you first notice Anna Walshe?
So I wasn't familiar we all get class lists of our class prior. So one of the bar method qualities is that we are able to call our clients by name as we're teaching them. And actually, it was because of Anna in Boston that we always clarify with our clients, is it Anna or is it Anna? So I had asked our front desk staff that day, and she was like, I believe it's Anna. So when I started class, I just made a little note of it, but she wasn't there at the start of class.
When did she come in?
She came in about 10 minutes late.
And what did you do when she came in?
It was kind of like this, oh my God moment, because with COVID, we had closed the Boston studios, and I had, had 3 children simultaneously at the time, so I took a little step back from teaching. And when those studios in Boston closed, I decided it was either going to Wellesley or Hingham, and I chose Hingham.
And what type of interactions did you have with her during the class?
During the class, I was instructing her. I was giving verbal adjustments, hand-on adjustments. But when she came in, we kind of had, oh my God, I can't believe that you're here.
And what type of exercise do you do during a bar class? How does it work?
So a bar method class, you work all your muscles in your body. You work your muscles to exhaustion, and then you stretch them to become longer and leaner, but also stay healthy and safe with your body.
So can you explain how you do that?
Sure. So we start off with a warm-up. You could do up to 60 push-ups in class. We move into a portion of class where you're working your thigh muscles. You work a portion of your seat, you go into curl, and there's some stretching in between. And typically a class is 45 minutes to an hour, and you use light to heavy weights depending on the client's choice.
And do you remember how long that class was?
That was a 45-minute class.
And how did Anna Walshe perform during that class?
She was a powerhouse. Clients are given the option during my setup that they can do push-ups on their hands and knees, hands and feet, or up at the bar for a modification. And she was doing the push-ups on the balls of her feet, on her hands. She was completing the motions. She was someone that you wanted to take class with because she made you work harder.
Did you notice any injuries on her during your class on December 31st of 2022?
No, and she did not make me aware of any that would change any of the exercises that we were doing.
And after the class was over, what interactions did you have with Miss Walshe?
We chatted, and actually I remember having to tell her, I'm so sorry, I can't finish our conversation because the next class was starting. So there was at least 15 to 20 minutes between when her class ended and the next one started.
And what, if anything, did she say about coming to the gym in the future?
So she had been so excited to see me because she had told me that I was one of her favorite instructors, and she was so happy to see that I was in Hingham. She was planning on coming to a lot more, and she wanted to know my schedule.
And have you seen Anna Walshe since Saturday, December 31st, 2022? If I might just have one moment, Your Honor. Nothing, thank you, Your Honor.
Cross.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
When was the last time you spoke to the prosecutors or police about your testimony today?
August, I believe?
Okay. You didn't speak to them today or yesterday?
No.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you are a special education teacher?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And then you also still teach bar?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're a mom?
I am.
Okay. Are you, and I'm not trying to be flip with you, but you're not a doctor?
No,
You're not a nurse?
I am not.
Did you perform any type of medical tests on Anna Walshe on December 31st?
No, I do not.
Are you aware she had any pulmonary issues that were undiagnosed?
Not that I saw.
Are you a pulmonologist?
I am not.
Are you aware of any undiagnosed cardiac issues that she may have had on December 31st?
No.
Are you aware of any neurological issues that she may have been suffering from on December 31st?
No.
And prior to December 31st, what was the last date that you saw Anna Walshe?
I couldn't tell you.
Over a year?
Probably.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call Janet Cotter. Right this way. Just watch your step for me. Step all the way in there so you get this shit. There you go. All set.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Janet Cotter, Cotter.
Ma'am, what town do you live in?
I live in Hingham, Massachusetts.
In January of 2023, did you reach out to the Cohasset Police Department?
I did.
Why?
I had had an interaction with Anna Walshe at a nail salon and had subsequently read about, what had happened to her. And
So I'm going to interrupt you there. I'd like to ask you about that interaction.
certainly,
Okay. Now, when did the interaction, first off, did you know Anna Walshe at all?
I did not.
Okay. When did this interaction with Anna Walshe occur?
On New Year's Eve in 2022
And where did it occur?
at a nail salon in Hingham called Glossy.
And now, how did you two interact at Glossy Nails?
We were just sitting side by side.
And did you have the opportunity to have any conversation with Anna Walshe?
I did.
Okay. First off, what was her demeanor when you were talking to her?
She was very friendly, very open and warm.
And do you remember what she was wearing?
I do. She was wearing yoga pants and a yoga top.
And what did she tell you about her work while the two of you were talking?
I believe she told me that she was employed in commercial real estate in Washington.
And where did she tell you that she resided?
She resided, I believe, in Washington part-time, but also lived in Cohasset.
What did she tell you about her family?
She told me she had 3 sons.
And did she say who was raising her 3 sons?
She indicated that her husband was helpful.
And what did she tell you about her plans for New Year's Eve?
She told me that she was entertaining. She was having somebody over for dinner. Yeah.
No, I apologize. I interrupted you. Did she say anything else?
She did not.
And what did she tell you about her plans for New Year's Day?
For New Year's Day, she told me that she was going to some kind of special dinner. Yeah, I think it was in Marblehead. And she was very much looking forward to it. She was going with just her husband.
How long did the two of you talk for?
Probably no more than 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
And I'm not someone who gets their nails done. What were you guys doing at the nail salon?
Well, we were getting a pedicure at the time, but we were there to get both.
Did you see any injuries on her at this point in time?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ross,
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Cotter.
the witness may step down. Thank you. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Julie Bassler.
Right this way. Step for me. Okay. Slide this chair in for you. There you go.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. You might want to move up just a little bit and move that microphone in. Just thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Julie Bassler, B-A-S-L-E-R.
Thank you. And what do you do for work, Ms. Bassler?
I am the executive director of the Learning Experience in Dedham. Work for a daycare.
Thank you. And how long have you worked in childcare in general?
Over 30 years.
And where did you work in January of 2023?
Kindercare in Norwell, Mass.
And was that also in December of 2022?
Yes, it was.
Well, actually, how long did you work in Kindercare in Norwell?
For 1 year.
And in that capacity as the director of the center, did you have the opportunity to know the Walshe family?
Yes.
And how did you know them?
They were a family that attended, the 3 boys attended Kindercare.
And when were the children enrolled?
I believe probably September, around September maybe. I might be wrong. September 2022.
And how many children were enrolled?
3.
And what were the ages of the children that were enrolled?
The youngest was around 2, maybe about 15, 17 months. The middle child was 3, and the oldest, I believe, was 5.5, 6 at the time.
And did the oldest child stay at Kindercare, or did the oldest child move to the public schools?
He went to the public schools, yes.
So in December into January of 2023, how many children were in the school?
2.
And how many days a week at that point, and I'm talking about December of 2022 into January of 2023, how many days a week did the 2 children attend the center?
5 days a week.
And who dropped off the 2 Walshe children?
Brian Walshe and sometimes the grandmother would be with them.
And by the grandmother, do you know the name of the grandmother?
I unfortunately forgot.
And do you know whose mother?
Brian Walshe's mom.
And what time was the typical drop off for those children? What time did Brian Walshe typically drop them off?
I really can't remember, maybe 8:39, maybe 9, closer to 9.
And what about pickup? Who would do the pickup?
Brian Walshe as well.
And do you see Brian Walshe in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out?
Yes.
And can you say an article of clothing?
A pink tie and white shirt.
Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will still reflect.
And how often did you see Mr. Walsh's mother at the center?
Maybe once a week.
And what time of day would that be?
Usually in the mornings, around 9, drop-off time.
And did you ever see Anna Walsh at the center?
I saw her a few times. Usually I would see her at pickup.
And what days would that be?
Usually a Friday.
And how many times do you think you saw Anna Walsh at pickup?
3 or 4.
How many classrooms are at KinderCare?
Maybe 9 or 10.
How many students?
I would say at that time, around 100.
Can you tell us the layout of the KinderCare in Norwell?
Sure. You walk in the front door and you need the key code to enter the building. And then there is a good-sized lobby. And you go through another door with another keypad code to get into the building. But the director's office and the assistant director's office is, when you walk into the lobby, there is a door that opens. And if we were in the office, that door would generally be open to, greet parents and families. And you could also go through that office to the hallway. So depending on which door you went, you would walk into a long hallway. And if you went to the left, it would be the preschool ages. And if you go to the right, it would be infant and the toddler ages.
And when Mr. Walsh dropped off the children, how would he generally enter KinderCare?
Usually we would say hello, and most days he would come through the office, and the boys like to go through the office.
And what, if anything, did you do to help him to get into the center?
Sometimes we would, we would just have them go through the office. That would be where the boys usually came through, and he usually came through the office area.
And what was he like in the mornings?
Very, would say hello and good morning, and, trying to get the boys to their classrooms.
And did you have conversations with him?
Yes, we would talk. We would say hello, and we would ask each other how was your day? Just small talk. Like I said, part of my job was to build relationships with the families, get to know them, and check on the boys, ask how the boys morning was or how their night was, things like that.
At any point, did you and Mr. Walsh speak about the children leaving the center to move?
I think that we did once. I think we did once about possibly him taking them out. Yes.
To go where?
To go to Washington.
And did you ask him about that?
I did. Yes.
And what, if anything, did he say?
It just wasn't definite yet. It was in the works.
Did he tell you when he expected to move?
I don't remember.
And why was it important for you to know?
If we have space available, we would love to fill those enrollments and, let families know that we have space available in those 2 classrooms.
So in January of 2023, how many days did you see Mr. Walsh drop off the children?
2 days.
Which days?
I want to say it was the 3rd and 4th.
January 3rd, that'd be a Tuesday, and January 4th, a Wednesday?
Yes.
And what was his demeanor when he dropped the children off on those days?
He came in with the boys and went through the other door, the other key code door, and they did not come in the office. I do remember saying hello to him, and I believe my assistant director was also in the office. We both said hi, Brian, good morning. Like I said, that was part of our routine to greet the families.
And what was his demeanor?
It was, in a rush, it's kind of like, come on, boys, let's go. I remember, when they went through, and that was it. He dropped the children off at class. So it was, definitely a little different than the usual conversations we would have in the morning.
Did you talk about anything those days?
No.
One moment. Thank you.
Any cross?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon. Hi.
I want to talk to you a little bit about kinder care.
Sure.
Is this one of the more high-end, fancy schmancy daycares?
I think it's in the middle right now. I think it was back then as well.
Okay. And when you said enrollment, is there usually a wait list?
There is.
There is.
Yes.
I think you had mentioned that the two boys were coming 5 days a week,
Yes.
and they enrolled in June of 2022?
I honestly don't remember the exact date they enrolled. I apologize.
No, not at all. You testified before with the prosecutors about this case?
Yes.
And you were asked questions about when the boys enrolled?
Yes. And like I said, I don't remember right now.
You don't have to remember, but
Okay.
looking at a copy of your transcript, refresh your memory as to when the boys enrolled?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Just one page.
Sorry about that. I don't have my glasses, so I think it's.
Okay.
I used to not need them,
Okay.
but I think it's either that page or that. Just take a look and let me know if it refreshes your memory as to when the boys enrolled.
The end of June.
End of June.
Yes.
Okay. Of 2022.
Yes.
Okay, and so from June of 2022 until the end of December of 2022, the two boys were coming 5 days a week.
Yes.
And you had said that Mr. Walsh would do drop off every morning.
Yes.
And I think sometimes you said his mom would be with him.
Yes.
Okay, and then he would also do pickup.
Yes.
And in those 6 or 7 months, you had said that you had met or seen Anna Walsh, I think 3 or 4 times.
Yes.
And those pickups, were those on Thursday or Friday night?
Usually Fridays, or I might have seen her once on a Thursday night.
Okay. And you had mentioned, let me ask it a little bit better. Ms. Yaz was asking you about Mr. Walsh's demeanor those 2 days in January when he dropped the boys off. And you had said that it was different,
Yes.
that he didn't say anything to you or have a conversation.
Yes.
You said it was different than the other mornings when you speak with him.
Yes.
So the other mornings when he would drop off his two boys, he was friendly.
Yes.
He would say good morning.
Yes.
He didn't seem rushed.
Yes.
Would he chat with you about how you're doing,
Yes.
how's work? Oh, yes?
Yes.
Okay. This was different.
Yes.
Okay. When someone brings their kids to daycare, do they have to bring a lunch for them?
No.
Do you provide lunch and snacks?
Yes.
Do they have to provide diapers, formula?
Yes.
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 Do they have to provide a change of clothes?
Yes.
So each day, whoever is dropping off the child, parent, friend, auntie, they have to bring a little bag for each kid.
Yes.
And it's something that presumably the parent would pack each night or each morning.
Yes.
Okay. And when Mr. Walsh would bring his two little sons, he would have two little bags that would be packed for both of them.
Yes.
And again, change of clothes, diapers, anything else that they bring?
If they had like a favorite stuffed animal, maybe,
Okay.
things like that.
Okay. And am I correct that when kids are at daycare, sometimes they'll make little art projects or drawings about their parents or about
Yes.
their life? Yes. And then those would be given to the parents when they come pick them up.
Yes.
Okay. And in those 6 or 7 months, was there ever a parent-teacher conference or a school night or anything?
Yeah, we would have some school nights, like babysitting nights.
A what night?
Like a babysitting night, like it's parent night out.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember if the boys ever attended that.
Okay. But would there be, I guess, options for parents to communicate with the teachers or staff at KinderCare about how their kid's doing if there's any issues?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever have conversations with Mr. Walsh about how his boys were?
I believe once.
Okay. And it was good. Everything was great. The boys are cute, fine. There were no issues.
Yeah, they was just, we talk daily, ask questions, things like that.
When you say you talk daily, you mean with the little kids?
Yes, and with the parents.
Okay. And that is something that was common with Mr. Walsh, that when he would come in or pick the kids up 5 days a week, that he was friendly, right?
Yes.
He was engaging.
Yes.
He was invested in his son's lives.
Yes.
And he would talk to you about their progress.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Sandra Waldrop.
Okay. Right this way. Just watch your step. A little bit further in. Oh, there you go.
And I sit down?
Yep, you're all set.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for us, please?
Sandra Hempel Waldrop. Last name is Hempel, Hempel, Waldrop, Waldroup.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at the Claremont in Abington, an apartment complex.
Where is the Claremont located in Abington?
At 500 North Quincy Street in Abington, Massachusetts.
And what do you do for the Claremont?
I'm the general manager.
And how many units are at the Claremont?
91.
What are the responsibilities of the general manager?
Well, my responsibilities, I'm also head of maintenance, so I do everything. If there's nothing that I do not do, I do everything.
And how long have you held that position at the Claremont?
Since 2018.
What does the Claremont have for surveillance videos on the outside?
Could you rephrase?
Sure. Do you have any surveillance cameras at the Claremont apartment complex?
Yes.
Okay. And how many cameras do you have for the outside of your apartment complex?
Oh, for the outside.
Yes.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
2, 3, 4. 4 on the outside. I believe 3 in the back parking lot and 1 at the front.
Now, how many dumpsters are there at the Claremont?
A total of 3 dumpsters. 2 gated areas, 2 dumpsters in one, and 1 dumpster on the top hill.
On the top of the hill. And the Claremont, is it near any other apartment complexes?
Yes, it's so right behind us, our back parking lot, there is the Chestnut Glen. Years ago, it used to be the same owner. It used to be connected.
In Chestnut Glen, is that an apartment complex or is it assisted living or like what is Chestnut Glen?
It is a home for the elderly and disabled.
Okay. And now, I had asked you about their surveillance videos. In January of 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce any surveillance videos to law enforcement as a result of this case? You did? Okay. And have you had a chance to review those videos on a thumb drive?
I didn't review it I saw it on the screen, actually, yes.
Okay. And let me ask you this about your videos. Are they kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Are they kept in good faith?
Yes.
And I take it your cameras, they're always recording?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you this drive and ask if you recognize it.
Yes,
And how do you recognize it?
because I initialed it and signed it. This is what I watched on the screen. This is the thumb drive. Yes, sorry
All
about
right,
that.
so what you watched on the screens were your videos.
Yes, that is correct.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this drive marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, with the videos from the Claremont of January 3rd, 2023.
No objection. No objection. It's marked and admitted into evidence as, are we at 157? Thank you very much.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could we have what's now been marked as Exhibit 157? Could we go to the video channel 14? And if you could bring us to 3 minutes and say 15 seconds. Pause, if I may. Ms. Waldrop, what area are we looking at of the Claremont?
This is the front entrance, the right when you come in. So, yeah.
Okay. And how many entrances are there to the apartment complex?
6.
6. Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could you pause? All right. Now, Ms. Waldrop, I have some questions about your videos in and of themselves.
Yes.
The date on the video, what is the date in the top left-hand corner?
January 3rd, 2023.
And the time, what does it denote the time?
It's 4:33 p.m.
Now, in January 2023, were there any issues as far as the time on your videos being different from the real time?
Yes, I believe at the time it was, I don't know for sure, but I believe it was about 20 minutes difference. And sometimes it does that. It jumps and then I don't notice it till I actually have to pull up video for some reason. And then I'm like, okay, then I see it in real time that it's wrong.
Okay, so there are times when the time on your video is not the correct time.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, as a result of working at the Claremont, are you familiar with the vehicles of your residents?
Yes.
And how many of your residents had Volvos XC90s at the time?
None to my knowledge.
Miss Gilman, if you could press play, please. Pause. Ms. Waldrop, did you recognize this vehicle as being one of your residents?
No.
And if you could press play, Ms. Gilman. On this same video, Ms. Gilman, could you bring us to 13 minutes and 59 seconds? Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask now if you could bring us to the next video from Claremont, which I believe is titled Claremont. Thank you. Ms. Waldrop, before you, and if you could just pause it at this point in time. Ms. Waldrop, where are we looking at the Claremont apartment complexes in this second video?
So this is the, right when you come to the back, this is actually at the bottom of the hill or of the backside where the two dumpsters are located in that fenced area right there.
In that fenced area. And you said they're gated. Is there a lock to them or anything like that?
No.
And what access do you give the general public to your dumpsters? People who don't live there, can they use them?
No, they're not supposed to. No. And there's signs that, that, yeah, it's private property and they are on the surveillance. I mean, it's on surveillance. So they're not meant to use our dumpsters. No.
Could you press play this, Gilman? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And finally, how many ways are there in and out of the property?
One. There is really one. So there used to be, there's a smaller little, almost like a narrow walkway now that people used to use. Sometimes they weren't supposed to because you can't actually have a vehicle. It's not the width of a vehicle. So technically, could you take another way? Yes, but there's only one driveway. Yes, one entrance, front entrance. Sorry about that.
I think that my earlier question was probably an art. When I asked you how many ways are there into the property, and you said 6. You talking about
Oh, entrances. I thought you meant entrances as in the doors. We have 6. I'm so sorry. We have one way to get into the complex, one driveway to get in, 6 exits or entrance doors, and there is a little pathway coming from Chestnut. Yes, but it's not a driveway. It's not, but if somebody, I've seen it before when there was a roadblock and then people would just, but it's not meant to be used. So
okay.
My apologies.
No, you don't have to apologize. I didn't ask the right question. You fixed it, so thank you. My question was, how many ways are there into the property, I guess, from the street?
One.
Okay. And then there's this path area that sometimes people should use, they could use.
It rarely now. I haven't seen it actually in years, but there was a time, and then, yeah, it stopped.
And that pathway would lead Chestnut Glen.
Yes, and into their parking lot.
Got it.
Yes.
And as far as how to get in and out of the buildings, there's 6.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Cross?
A few questions.
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Glad I get to ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
Those dumpsters you just told us about that we saw in the video.
Yeah.
Is there any signage on the dumpsters saying when they're going to be picked up?
No.
Do you have a website for the Claremont?
Yes.
Does that have any notice on when the dumpsters are going to be picked up?
No.
Thank you very much.
May I ask one on redirect?
You may.
When was the dumpster picked up? After January 3rd?
What day of the week was that? When it was a Tuesday? I'm sorry.
Sure, I have a calendar right here on my desk. If January 3rd was a Tuesday, when would the dumpster have been picked
Wednesday. It gets picked up Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursday. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Thank
3
you.
times a week.
up? Thank you. Nothing further.
Any recross? You may step down.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Connor Keefe. I think so. Try to take the flip one, raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in false testimony to be truthful and
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I drop that, I'm just going to put some of this stuff over here on this chair because I can see where that is going. Now, sir, can I ask your name and could you please spell your last name?
Yes, it is Connor Keefe, last name Keefe.
And sir, where do you work?
I am a trooper for the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
8 years.
And do you work within a certain unit of the State Police?
Yes, I do.
What unit do you work for?
I work for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And what do you do there, sir?
I am a homicide investigator, digital forensic examiner, and a cell phone record analyst.
Now, how long have you had that position working with the DA's office?
4 years, approximately 4.
And do you have any certifications as far as being a digital forensic examiner?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those certifications are?
Yes, I have certificates from Cellbrite, which is a digital forensics company. Cellbrite certified operator, Cellbrite physical analyst, Cellbrite advanced smartphone analyst, and the Cellbrite Apple forensic fundamentals.
And just what is Cellbrite?
It's a digital forensics hardware and software company.
And how did you get the? How do you get the certifications in those Cellbrite topics?
Usually a in-person class test at the end.
Did you pass the test?
Yes.
Now, have you received other trainings concerning digital forensics?
Yes.
From who?
Magnet, Gray Key.
And who administers these trainings?
The companies themselves.
And have you received trainings from any other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Which ones?
I've taken cell phone record analysis classes from the FBI and LexisNexis, which is another cell phone record analysis.
Now, in addition, could you just tell us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Providence College.
And have you served in the military?
Yes.
Can you tell us where you served?
I was an officer in the Rhode Island Army National Guard for 8 years. Got out as a captain.
And sir, have you ever testified before giving your opinion about digital forensics or cell phone record analysis?
Yes.
Now, on Thursday of January 5th, 2023, did you have the opportunity to become involved in an investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walshe?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go on the 5th?
I went to Cohasset Police Department.
And why did you go to the Cohasset Police Department?
I was asked to analyze a Verizon cell phone records associated with Anna Walshe.
And are you familiar with the concept of pinging a phone?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Usually it's through an emergency ping by law enforcement, usually missing person, someone's in danger. The law enforcement has the ability to ask the provider to ping a phone, which gives an estimated location of that device in order to hopefully locate the person.
And so when you went to Cohasset Police Department on January 5th, did you have the opportunity to review any data corresponding to that type of pinging activity?
Yes, the data we received then was called RTT data from Verizon. It is round trip time. And in that report, Verizon is able to provide an estimated distance that a device is from a cell site, a cell tower.
And so I take it the data you were reviewing had been provided by Verizon.
That is correct.
So At this point in time, I would seek to admit the data from Verizon for 3 different phone numbers. One being 617-599-766. The second being 617-895-8082. And then the third being 617-939-8648. Verizon data. If there's any objection.
Any objection to those?
No objection.
Counsel, on the first one, I'm sorry, I'm keeping track of the numbers. What's the first? It's 76.
It would be 7966.
That's where I missed it. 7966. All right. So now in evidence as Exhibit 158 are the Verizon records of 617-599-7966. And then 159 is the phone number ending in 8082. And 160 is the phone number ending in 8648.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're in evidence.
Yeah. Ms. Gilman, could we have the RTT file for 617-599-7966? So, Trooper, looking at the file entitled RTT Details 599-7966, is there a date range in that file name?
Yes, there is.
What is the date range?
It is January 1st, 2023 to January 5th, 2023.
And these are some of the records you had the opportunity to review for the ping data, is that correct?
The estimated distance data, the real-time tool data from Verizon, yes.
Thank you for correcting me.
Yes.
So this is a bunch of numbers. What are we looking at?
I can explain.
I'd love for you to do that. Yes, please.
Can I touch this, or is it you'll go through the columns? Or
I'll tell you what. I'll ask you about the columns.
Okay.
What's record source mean?
Record source is the technology used for this event on the network. So for this, 12 is Samsung and 1 is Nokia. So the technology on the tower that completed this event.
All right. And when you say event, does that mean it's a phone call?
No.
What's an event as far as data goes?
So for these records, it's a signaling event from the cell site, the tower, to the device and back. Verizon is able to estimate a distance that the device is from the cell site.
And what is start time and end time?
That is the beginning of the event, the signaling event.
And then I take it end time's the end of the event.
Yes, sir.
All right. Subscriber MSISDN. What's that?
That is the phone number associated with these records.
And what is an IMEI?
That is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's the unique identifier of the device itself.
And so then a device will have its own identifier in addition to a phone number.
That's correct.
What is an IMSI?
That's the International Mobile Subscriber Identity, and that is essentially Verizon's number for this account or device. So it's for the subscriber on that device.
What's manufacturing, or I'm going to MFG model? What's that?
The manufacturer model, so Apple iPhone 12 Pro Max.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll over. Sir, are there any columns that are blank here?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are the Ericsson, so that there was no Ericsson technology used in these records.
So then that's why they're blank?
Yes, sir.
All right, if we could scroll over to say column L. Thank you. What is market 4G, then column M, ENB? What are those two?
Those all pertain to the cell site. So it's essentially the cell site number and the sector in which the event occurred.
And so which one's which? There's a cell site and there's a sector. So maybe we should I'll take it one at a time.
Okay.
What's market 4G? Why is there a 5.7 there?
5.7 indicates the market in which the event happened. So think of it as an area code like Boston 617. So Verizon knows to route this transaction to the right area. And then E node B, column M is 52. That is the cell site number. So that's the cell site number in which the transaction occurred.
So there's a cell site, like a tower, within a sector or within a market.
That's correct.
Okay. And so I don't want to use the word sector because that's the next column. What's sector?
Sector is on a cell site. It's typically three-sided. They have antennas on three sides. So sector 4G, sector 3 was the transaction started on sector 3, and then carrier 4G, so the transaction ended on sector 2.
So the event occurred on one, then moved to another.
That's correct.
All right. Now, if you went down on carrier 4G, column O, there's a 7. What's the significance of a 7 in that column?
So for Verizon, they start with their antennas, their sectors start with 2, 3, 4, and then most providers, the antennas are stacked on top of each other. So it should be the second row in numbers.
Now, there's a bunch of another empty columns there. What are those?
There was no 5G technology used in these records.
And then first distance MI, last distance MI. What's that?
So that's the first estimated distance that was provided, and then the end of the event was the last distance.
And what happens when there's an NA there?
That means Verizon was unable to provide an estimated distance of the device for that date and time during that transaction.
So, and does that correspond to the technology in the first column?
Yes, sir.
And why is that? Like, what technology had the data and which one didn't?
Yes, after analyzing the records, all the data with a 1, which is Nokia, they were unable to provide any estimated distance of the device. The one with 12 was Samsung technology, and they were able to provide estimated distances for that.
And so Samsung and Nokia both had antennas on this tower?
Yes.
And then what is VoLTE?
That is voice over LTE. That would indicate if it was a call or not, like a voice call.
All right. And could we keep on going all the way to the end? All right, if we could stop. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So I take it there's no Ericsson's issues on Y because there's no Ericsson technology?
Correct.
And then there's a series of entries or columns from Z to AC, PCMD, and then that information. What is that?
Column Z is the per call measurement data. And the 2 indicates that it was not an emergency call. A 0 would be invalid, 1 would be an emergency call. This is just how Verizon marks their data for these records.
And then what is procedure duration?
That is, again, per call measurement data. That's how long the transaction in milliseconds was for this signaling event.
So milliseconds, that's not seconds, it's milliseconds.
Correct.
All right. And then I take it date, month, day, and year, those are pretty much standard?
Yes, sir.
January 1st, 2023.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, can we go down the bottom of this and then go back over to the left? And now, sir, there's a series of columns now at the bottom of this spreadsheet. What is it that we're looking at down here?
This is the tower list for the transactions that occurred in this data. So these are the tower lists, and all this data occurred within this tower. So the tower list is located at the bottom.
And then there's longitude and latitude. What do you do with it? What is that?
That's the GPS or the lat long of the cell site location. Could be a building, could be, in this case, it's a water tower.
And scrolling over, street address, city. I take it that's pretty standard, self-explanatory?
Yes, sir.
So now, Ms. Gilman, if you could go back all the way over to the left. Thank you very much. Looking at these records, sir, were you able to come to a conclusion as to the last time Verizon was able to estimate a distance of where the handset was when it interacted with the network?
Yes.
Okay. How are you able to do that? Or I should say, when is that, according to these records? That's a better question.
That would be line 828. It would be January 2nd, 2023 at 3:14 a.m.
And how do you know it interacted with the network at that time on line 828?
If you could scroll over, please. The technology is 12, so that means it's a Samsung event. And then if you could keep going over, please. If you could just highlight 828 if you don't mind, just so I could see the column. Thank you.
Okay, so 828, we see 0.024. What's that?
That is the estimated distance that Verizon believes the device is from the cell site located on Reservoir Road in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
And so is that measured in feet, inches, or what?
Miles.
So approximately quarter mile,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay, now, how do you know what direction it is from the tower in Reservoir Road, according to these records? So is it, are you talking that it's a circle or what?
So it would be the azimuth in which the antenna is facing.
Oh, okay. And so help me out with that because I don't know what azimuth is. What is the azimuth of where the antenna is facing? What does that mean?
So the provider puts these antennas on the cell site in certain directions, 360 degrees, usually it's 120 per azimuth in which they're placed on the tower.
And so as far as the direction of where the phone was from the antenna, can you tell us, based on these records, what the general direction of the phone was when it interacted with the network on January 2nd at 3:14 a.m.?
It was from the cell site, the tower, it was southwest in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
So it was in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Ms. Gilman, on this file, there is a second folder. Could we go to that second folder? Yep. Are you familiar with subscriber data, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is subscriber data in relation to Verizon?
This is from Verizon. These are Verizon's business records associated with an account.
Looking at the spreadsheet that is on the screen, subscriber MTN 617-599-7966. Is this the subscriber data from Verizon?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is the first column search value?
That is the phone number of these records associated with these records.
Okay. And what is the search start date and end date?
That is the report date that these were run.
Okay.
So January 7, 2023.
And then column D has MTN. What is MTN?
That is mobile terminating number. That's the same as the search value. That's Verizon's, the number associated with these records.
And Ms. Gilman, could you just expand column D for us? Thank you. All right. And then account number, what's that?
That is Verizon's internal account number for this, this line.
Now we get to last name, first name, business, address. What's that?
That is the account holder of this number.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll across to the right? All righty. Now we have a column P and Q. What are we looking at here, sir?
I'm just waiting. That is the subscriber under this account for this phone number.
Okay. So there's an account holder and then there's a subscriber.
Yes, sir.
And so the account holder, I take it they pay it?
Yes.
Okay. Or they're responsible for it?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the name for columns P and Q?
Walshe Anna.
Counsel, is that a good place to stop for lunch?
It's always a good place to stop for lunch, Your Honor.
We'll do that now.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
I didn't realize we were so close to 1.
I'm starving.
I ate.
I
cheated.
saw you. I saw you
You
eating.
You could see. Yeah.
Made me even more hungry because I don't have any food in the house.
Yeah. But you'll vouch, I was sitting in front of the screen while I was eating.
You
so
were.
I was paying attention.
And you made me even more hungry. 1 second.
Oh no, I'm by myself. Margaret disappeared.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anybody need anything?
So today was pretty
Thank you, Your Honor.
routine stuff, huh? So far.
Wait, what?
Today was pretty routine so far.
Yeah.
And, and when you have a chance to put up a banner after lunch break or something like lunch break back at 2 or court resumes at 2, no hurry.
Yeah. I will.
And so everybody that's still with us here, retired Judge Caroline Erskine will be with us at 4 at the end of or whenever the day ends. Whenever court ends.
Yes, that's going to be great. That's going to be awesome. One thing I wanted to point out, and I was thinking, you know how they just showed the video of Brian going up to the dumpster and putting stuff in the dumpster, and you think that could possibly be Anna because they removed the dumpster just the next day or the day after, then it went to Wareham to be incinerated. So I thought about the concept of letting the jurors know about the fact that he pled out to misleading the police, which was the last witness's category, and disposing of her body. I would want, at this point, there's so much evidence that you might as well, Brian, his best shot would be, listen, I did this. I jumped to that. Yeah, that was me dumping Anna, my wife and mother of my children, into the dumpster, yet I didn't kill her. I mean, I would come right out and say it. What do you think about that, Kevin?
Yeah, I'm trying to weigh it. Like I said this morning, he changed his plea during the beginning of jury selection. So maybe he would try to say, I was in panic mode when I did that, but standing here now and watching you all start to walk into the courthouse, I realized I could not look at a jury and lie. That would be a pretty powerful thing to say, right?
Yeah, it would be. I mean, it's his only shot. Otherwise, he's dead in the water. I really do think. What do you guys think in chat? Do you think that the jury should, if you are the defense, would you want the jury to know that you pled out to those 2 other charges? I'd like to see your opinion. No, I've got to read it.
So then the question becomes, is if the defense decides they want that allowed, how do they get that in?
How do the defense?
How do they get that to the jury? How do they?
The defense would ask the judge, because that's what she was.
Hello and good morning, and trying to get the boys to their classrooms.
Although I guess they could.
Did you have conversations with him?
He's going to be on the stand, so I guess they could ask him then.
We would say hello, and we would ask
you can just
each other how
go to the
was your
tab,
day,
go to
just
the
talk.
court
Like
stream,
I said, part
go
of
to
the
the
job was
court
to build
TV tab,
relationships with the family.
and then just hit the volume on it. There you go.
Getting good. Whoops, I didn't want that. There we go. So
Yeah, I guess he would be able to answer that question on the stand and just say, I pled, did you change your plea and when did you change it? And he would say, I changed it as jury.
Yeah. And then I believe the judge would also give an instruction to the jury about that change of plea. And
what would the instruction be?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it would be something to the effect of you are to decide on the first-degree murder charge only. Something to that effect. I'm not even sure, because I think at the end of court yesterday, she was that's the question she put out to the lawyers.
Right.
So the lawyers will each have
But
to
I think if the
about that,
defense
and they'll have to
chooses
come up
to tell the, doesn't it, if the defense themselves choose to tell the jury, then doesn't it make all the other stuff moot? I don't think that I don't think the judge has to. I don't think the judge has to tell the jury anything if the defense decides to have Brian Walshe tell the jury.
Well, there would still have to be some instruction about that, in my opinion. I'm not sure exactly what she would instruct the jurors, but I think they would have to explain that this is what you're deciding is the first degree murder. I mean, there is overlapping evidence. They're not to really consider that. It's going to be it'll be interesting to see how she would word that instruction as well. You know what? Let's ask Carol.
Yeah, we'll ask Judge
Great
Carol.
question. Let's not forget.
So if Judge Caroline is watching now, she knows we got some homework for her.
Yeah, definitely, because that's a great question for a judge. How would she have handled the situation? Yeah. So to me,
so actually, she answered for us. She says,
"Where is
Judge
she?"
Carol Erskine says, "I agree. There would likely be a limiting instruction."
Yeah. Well, phew, I got it right, but I don't know what that would be.
Passed.
So I'd like to know Well, what would you draft, Judge? What would you draft if you were, the attorney? I'd like to know if you're the attorney for the prosecution, what would you suggest the judge draft? And if you're an attorney for the defense, what would you suggest the judge draft? What would you come up with as a fair instruction for both sides? So that'll be interesting. Good. Somebody else can do the legal homework for once.
And would it generally have to be based on some other legal precedent where you get some other judge's instructions to a past jury?
Not really.
Not necessarily.
I don't think so. This is so unique. So, I mean, maybe there's something out there on it that actually she asked the lawyers to keep researching.
Right. And
sometimes
and
you think that it's easy to, there's going to be not all case law has the answer you're looking for.
Right.
Because not all cases are appealed, and there's not all cases create a record or an appellate record anyway. So it's trickier than you would think.
Right. Somebody has to be first at some point, and that's how it becomes case law. So.
And then of course, so when you're a lawyer and you're researching law, and if you have a case that's going on in Massachusetts, you research Massachusetts law. But sometimes in the state that you're in, there might not be anything really on point. So you can go to other jurisdictions and say, well, this is how New Jersey handled it. Or if you're in federal court, and we're in the First Circuit in the federal court, so you could say, well, this is how the Second Circuit in New York handled it. But it's a very interesting issue. So as a lawyer, I'm interested in that. Let's see.
As a non-lawyer, these are the
I would be having look at Carol. Then I would be having my law clerk research case law to see if the answer is there. Yes. So a judge can also rely on their law clerk. Law clerks are, usually law school students or recent law school graduates.
And now with AI, that stuff can be found very quickly too.
Yeah, I don't always trust, not necessarily, Kevin. I don't trust AI with legal research, in particular, going into mass case law. Do you?
Well, you still have to. You would still have to verify it. You would still have to verify it. But I mean, that would.
I don't think it's going to spit out the case law right now. I don't know if it would do that.
I mean, I was getting it to spit out case law last night, but that doesn't mean that it didn't miss certain cases, or even sometimes it can make mistakes. It can AI famously hallucinates, so it can hallucinate a case.
Yeah.
So that's why you would have to look it up.
Exactly. So I do know that I want to say sometime within the past year, lawyers and law firms, big law firms in New York, were using AI for their briefs, and they actually handed in the legal briefs to the court, and the court looked it up and everything, and those were fake cases. So
Wow. Yeah. Doesn't
a
surprise
lot
me.
of law
I
firms
actually,
are not allowed to use AI for their research, but I imagine as AI gets better and better with
yeah.
the legal databases. So sometimes, the legal databases are different from the Google databases. For example, I would use the legal databases to look up particular cases like Westlaw, LexisNexis, but those answers aren't found on Google.
Right. And but that's why you verify, so you know
Yeah,
that
you'd
it's out
have
there,
to, but
then you look it
these
up. Yeah.
lawyers didn't verify it, and they had fake cases, and those cases didn't even exist.
Yeah.
So yeah, it will get better. I agree with chat. In mass, they are now called research attorneys and are all lawyers. Okay. That's new. So law clerks don't do it anymore. It shows how old I am. Yeah, it's a good job. So working for a judge is an excellent job to have, because usually you'd work for a judge for maybe 1 or 2 years, and then, sorry, Carol, but then you move on and you get a job in, a big law firm, or maybe the, I don't know, DA's office or something like that, or U.S. Attorney's office, because it's great experience to work for a judge. You're in the courtroom. Obviously it's really great if you clerk for the U.S. Supreme Court, but those are very hard to get.
Yeah. Political connections.
Oh, no, smartness.
Yeah. Or
Well,
being
yeah, so
popular.
maybe
Yeah.
some political connections, but you have to be top of your class in law school to get
Right.
those still.
Right.
And editor of the Law Review, which is very prestigious from the school. So, yeah. Any other thoughts on the testimony that we heard during just now? Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not,
I don't really have any particular thoughts on it, so go ahead.
Well, my thoughts are a lot of what we were just hearing, and I'm not talking about William Fastel, the woman, or the guy who was having an affair with Anna, but as far as the dumpster evidence, and the trooper, the good-looking trooper who's on now, who is talking about the cell phone pinging, that goes to misleading the police, and the dumpster goes to moving the body, so things he already pled to. So that doesn't tell us anything about the murder. Right. But the bar class people, the cute little cheerleader or dancer from the Boston Celtics, she's testifying that Anna was in great health and
great shape. Yep.
But that's as I think Judge Carol's mentioned in the chat. That's what. So she's in good health. How strong is that evidence, in particular, that Brian murdered his wife?
Right.
How strong is the evidence, the actual evidence that Brian, in fact, premeditated and murdered his wife? There's not much evidence. We don't believe.
No, you have no body, so you have really not a lot to go by. No body, no witnesses, no evidence of premeditation, no suspicious Google searches beforehand.
Right. None. Just, the searches pertaining to divorce, but that doesn't mean he murdered his wife.
Right.
Again, strongest evidence that I see it are those few Google searches that mention the word murder. But the defense said, hey, maybe he just wanted to expand his search results. So he put the word
Joe
murder.
would like to know what room the rug with the blood on it came from.
I don't know what room the rug came from. I imagine they'll produce a witness to testify as to what room it came from. Yeah. I don't think we've heard that yet, unless I missed it on my way to court. Did I?
Right. No. So it could have been, you know, that Anna was killed on top of that rug or near that rug, and that's what the blood was from, or it could have during the body dismemberment process. So yeah, I would be interested to find out where the rug was.
Oh, another thing, when the guy that looks like, remember the guy that looked like Santa Claus who testified yesterday?
The
He
landlord.
was the
Yeah.
landlord.
Yeah.
I thought he said that the basement area was concrete and did not have a rug in it. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't testify where that rug came from. He owned the house. I don't remember that he did. Do you?
Yeah.
Does anybody?
He owned the house and he was renting it. Does that mean he would own the rug, or?
Well, he did say that the house came furnished. That was a question.
Okay.
But I'm really surprised that he didn't say, yeah, I recognize that rug. That's the living room rug. Now, if I'm renting a house out like he was, I would imagine you'd remember what the rug looked like. Because I don't think the Walshes put in a new rug. So that's actually really interesting, Kevin.
I don't
Why
know.
wasn't he asked that question? Maybe he didn't know the answer.
Well, like you've always said, don't ask a question unless you know what the answer is. So maybe he
Well,
really
wait a
didn't know the
minute.
answer.
Wait a minute. I might have an answer. He bought those rugs at Home Goods. Remember? Didn't he buy rugs at Home Goods?
That was part of what Brian bought?
I
in the days
think
afterwards?
Brian bought some rugs at Home Goods. So maybe
Because he bought tarpaulin and stuff like that, right?
maybe that was part of the rug. He bought what?
Didn't he
Tarp?
buy like tarp
It
and
was
stuff like
partial.
that?
Yeah, but that was at Home Goods. I mean, that was at Home Depot. The tarp was at Home Depot and Lowe's, along with the other tools and stuff. But I think he did go to Home Goods and bought some area rugs. So maybe that's where it's from. And they should produce a witness from Home Goods to say, yeah, this is the rug we sold, or we sell rugs like that. You don't think he bought rugs?
Joe, that she doesn't think he bought rugs, and she pays very close attention.
Yeah, I did too, but we should, yeah, I'll have to re-Google that. Huh. Cream with flowers on them. Yeah. Where did the rugs come from? Now I'm baffled. I'm going to Google that right now because it's driving me nuts. Let's see if Google knows. Did Brian?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Like, if I don't think I would want to buy rugs unless at my first stop they didn't have tarp, and then I just bought it. You know, so.
All right, let me see what Google comes up with. Brian Walshe. Oh yeah, well here we go. Brian Walshe visited Home Goods and TJ Maxx to buy towels and bath mats. Okay, so towels and bath mats, and that looked like rug, not just bath mats, right?
Yeah, it looked like rugs.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, maybe we'll find out. Yeah, that's a good catch, Joe. Appreciate it. Cream with flowers.
Joe's always on top of things.
Did he have any receipts for the rugs? You mean the bath mat? You know what? They've got to. I'm sure they'll call somebody from Home Depot, like the manager, Home Goods, and TJ Maxx, all those stores. So we can expect to hear witnesses from those stores.
And remember, he did one of his Google searches had to do with blood on a wooden floor.
Yeah, and on concrete. Both.
So he probably had a fight with her in the living room. I'm sorry, in the bedroom, and then took the body downstairs to do what he did with it. Is that?
Well, I think he had a fight with her in the bedroom, but remember the kids are upstairs sleeping as well. So he either had a fight downstairs, and something happened down there, and she died, and then he hit her. God knows, who knows? And then
is their bedroom on the first floor or is on the second floor?
I thought their bedroom was upstairs.
So you're thinking they were not on the same
Margaret,
floor?
do you think so this is Carol. Margaret, do you think when he Googled, can you identify a body with broken teeth, that he shows he injured her? Broken teeth are not a sign of sudden unexplained death. Well, of course not. That's a good one too. That could go, that maybe the jurors will look at that as, when they stretch the case and try to find a first-degree murder here. Well, broken teeth, now, what the
We
mob.
talked about that a lot
Yeah,
yesterday.
yeah. So
Yeah.
we did, because Whitey Bulger and some of those mob guys would break the teeth
Remove the
after they
teeth.
killed
Yeah.
them. Would remove or
Well,
break.
they
Yeah,
wouldn't break them; they would remove them,
they would
that was
remove
where we
them. But
had the difference. Yeah.
yeah, that's true. Broken teeth, though, it's awful hard to break somebody's teeth.
Yeah, you would think it'd be
You have
easier
to
to
like
remove
hit them in the face with a bottle or
Right.
something awful like that, right? To break the teeth.
Yeah, because that's why we're trying to determine, was the broken teeth the sign of something that happened in a fight or something that happened later on when he was trying to make it harder to identify, like what Whitey Bulger did when he removed the teeth.
Right.
So the broken teeth is unusual. Removed teeth we would understand, but broken teeth, leaves us a little bit confused, or a lot confused.
Yeah, broken tooth. Yeah, it's very, very interesting observation. And I think the jury's going to really be thinking about that and talking about that during deliberation.
And he could have just worded it poorly during his search. So.
Yep. That's true. There's many times I word things poorly during my searches and Google.
Yeah.
Broken teeth.
Yeah, we talked about that for a long time yesterday.
Yeah. Well, I wonder who we'll hear from this afternoon. So this trooper is going to be on for a little while. Yeah, maybe not that long. But 1 second, let me close this door. Well, I do have to go buy a sandwich. I'm starving and my can opener broke, so I can't even open a can of tuna right now. Oh, Kevin, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I didn't. I must have I hit the mute. So somebody commented that breaking the teeth is easier than pulling them out. You're only concerned with the dental impressions, but I don't know. To me, it would be harder to break each tooth than it would be to pull out teeth. But I've never done it, obviously. But I mean,
Pulling out teeth one by one would. Ooh, that sounds. I don't know.
And it's Kevin Lenihan, Lenihan, in case you're looking to buy the book.
Yes, definitely buy that book. It's really good. It's awesome.
Thank you very much, Allie. Yes, I'm feeling great. And, always whenever I feel good looking to take on new projects or wondering what I should be spending my time on. So is it another book? I have a screenplay out there for a TV pilot along with my co-writer, Dina McKinnon, that I'm shopping. I never know what to work on. I want to work on something that's going to work, that has a chance to be successful. That's the problem is many of the things I work on don't go anywhere. So it's hard.
The screenplays are tough to get published or to get published. They're tough to sell.
Very hard.
Yeah.
We have sold a couple, but in the past.
Yeah, I mean, that's amazing.
That was a while ago. Yeah.
And also tell them about the award you won. I think this is really impressive.
Well, I didn't win it. It was ended up being a semifinalist. I was a semifinalist. This was for the Nichols Fellowship, which is run by the Academy Awards people. And I did a screenplay on that, which ironically connects back to how I ended up covering true crime for YouTube. When I had COVID a couple of years ago, which was the exact same night that John O'Keefe died, because we had that bad snowstorm. So that's how I remember it. And I couldn't sleep because I had a 104 temperature. So I went looking for a documentary on HBO, and I found one called Have You Seen Andy, which is about a boy that went missing in Lawrence, Massachusetts, where Margaret used to be a prosecutor. in 1976, so long before she was a prosecutor. And I was the same age as this boy. I didn't know him, but I remembered it very, very well when it happened, you know. And so I wrote after I finished watching that documentary, I came up with the idea for screenplay, wrote it, and eventually, you know, it moved on. But this is what got me covering. I had launched this channel just shortly before this, but I didn't intend to do true crime because it was homework. I don't like homework, Margaret. And that's what kind of got me looking into true crime for the first time. And I did a series on that and eventually started doing more.
That's cool, though. The fact that you made it that far, that's really awesome.
Yeah, they sent back the 6 judges, and some of those were Academy Fellows. They don't tell you which ones, but and all 6 of them really loved the script. So that's never happened to me before, where everybody loves a script. Usually, if you get a couple people, if you get anyone to love your script, it's really hard. But I was not able to sell it. There were Mark Wahlberg's company and Ben Affleck's company requested it, but it didn't go anywhere.
You must have been so excited when they requested it. I would have been thrilled.
Cautiously so, because
I know, but still,
yeah.
Such a good story. I mean, is there any way they could rethink that?
Well, they have pretty large production companies, so it was probably an intern or a low-level employee that scans they do scan the Nichols Fellowship semifinalists, because those are all very good writers, and they probably just, as a matter of routine, that's their job. They asked for it, but especially knowing that it was a story that took place in Massachusetts, that may be why I got reached out to by those companies.
Sure.
But you really, in this business, you need to have an agent or a literary manager.
Oh yeah.
To open door. Without that, you can't even shop it.
Yeah, and it's also even if you have an agent, it's still tough. They have to sell the concept.
Right.
No.
But you can't. I can't go to a studio and say I have a screenplay. Would you like to look at it? And they'll say no. We don't take submissions. You have to have an agent or a literary manager.
Right.
So it's really hard.
Right.
So if anybody's listening now that has like somebody in their family that's what they do, I have some screenplays. That one did well, but also I have a new screenplay for a TV pilot that I think would be very valuable. And Google's Gemini agreed with me.
And I bet ChatGPT would too.
Probably. I didn't try that one, but it was when I first ran the concept by Google Gemini, they actually gave it a pass, which is a bad thing, which is basically we're not interested. So it was honest. It said this is a very good concept, but for this reason, I would recommend a pass. But then when I explained further that it was a spin-off, it was a reimagining of the Wizard of Oz world. And that changed it. And suddenly it became, in that case, this is extremely marketable, and this would be earmarked for production right away. It was all of a sudden Google Gemini became very enthusiastic about it. Unfortunately, that's not a real person. So have you written any screenplays? Because you've written 3 books, or have you tried to turn any of them into screenplays?
So no, I haven't yet, but here's my story. It's kind of sad. I mean, so my first book was called Under Oath. It was about Charlestown and the Code of Silence. It was a legal thriller, and it was published by Macmillan. Now, a producer read my book on the beach at Martha's Vineyard. So he contacted me, and he was a really nice guy, just so awesome. He said, hey, he was also very involved in New York. He lived in New York. His parents were both Broadway actors, and his dad taught acting at, I think, NYU for many, many, many years. So they were both well known in New York. So he was also on the board of directors at the Actors Studio in New York. So he said, listen, let's write a play first and then a screenplay. So we worked on the play, and we worked really hard on it, and we became very involved with the Actors Studio. and we got it into their playwright directors unit, which put on performances like live reads. So we had a whole cast, and we did live reads in front of the Actors Studio audience, which was real directors and producers, and it was really, really cool.
Yeah.
So it was it was in development as a play. Now, here's an interesting thing. The Actors Studio came up with an idea at the time because they really liked the play. They said, we think this should debut in Boston. So they contacted the theater there associated with BU. It's the, a good, Emerson.
Emerson is a college. Emerson College.
No,
is
not
over
Emerson
in,
College. It was a big theater. It's connected with BU, a big theater. Again, a regular Boston theater. So we were all excited because it said we can advertise it as the Actors Studio comes to New York, and it was a play that was very dramatic. So it wasn't one of those boring plays. It was just a dramatic legal thriller, and we had Malachi McCourt's. Malachi McCourt was played Buddy Clancy, the flamboyant old lawyer. So it was great. So we presented it to them, and they turned it down because it was a political thing. They didn't want New York stepping on Boston's toes or whatever. So that was a big disappointment. And then the other sad thing about it, so we continued developing it in New York. There's a component where you have to have money backing as well if you're going to put a production on in New York. But in the meantime, we also wrote a screenplay. It was great, blah, blah, blah. But my writing partner died. He died very young, and it was sad. He died at age, he was just 50.
Wow.
So I haven't done anything with it since.
Did you see?
I've been very sad.
Did you see the TV series City on a Hill with Kevin Bacon, which is based on a very similar topic to your book?
Yeah, I did.
Charlestown and the crimes
I saw some of it. Yeah.
And you and I both, we didn't know each other, but we lived in Charlestown at that time.
I know.
That's when the TV series is set, and that's when a lot of these kind of armored car heists and bank robberies and things that took place. I lived there when those took place, and you did too, as it turns out.
Me too.
So, yeah.
I know. Maybe I'll retry to do something with the play. I ended up not. I don't know. You know what? You never know, because I would like to do it as a tribute to him. His name is Avram Ludwig. And he was a producer on Doug Liman's films as well. So he did Jumper.
Is he a playwright? Is he someone that was accustomed to writing plays?
His main job was he was a Hollywood producer on A-list movies. Like if you IMBD, whatever you call it, him, Avram, A-V-R-A-M, Ludwig, you guys can see what he's done. He also wrote a book. But so he worked with Doug Liman, and he worked on Jumper. I actually helped film a scene on Jumper in Martha's Vineyard on a boat. I did wasn't running the cameras or anything, but I was there. So it was really cool to see how it was.
You were hauling in the tuna.
Not at the time. I didn't even fish at the time. But Avram was just the nicest, most wonderful person I've ever worked with. Besides you, Kevin, you would have loved him. You guys.
I hope I don't share the same fate.
You won't, because when Avram, that was some time ago, and anyway, you won't. I know you won't.
I'm just teasing you.
No.
It's a very interesting thing to learn. I've never written a play, and each of these different types of writing formats teach you something new generally about writing.
Yeah.
So, for instance, when I had been writing screenplays for a few years, when I decided to switch to prose, and I hadn't written prose in many, many years. And when you're writing a screenplay, you're really writing from the point of view of the camera.
Yeah.
But when you're writing prose, even if you're writing with from the standard third person, you're still always writing from inside one particular character, your protagonist's head.
Inside their mind.
And it's you're seeing it through their eyes, and it's a very different style of writing.
I know.
And I would imagine writing a play must be even more different because you're doing more through dialogue than you can through action.
Yeah, everything's got to go through dialogue, and it
Yeah.
helps you write your dialogue. So when you do write a fiction book, you're better at writing dialogue. But yeah,
And everything's got to be focused into a few tight scenes, right? So it's
and you have to have that
dramatic
arc. So you know you've got your act 1, act 2, act 3, and you have to have a certain arc. So you think of that now as a storyteller too.
Right.
Yeah.
I actually, you know, this will sound maybe a little strange, but as a writer, maybe you'll understand this, Margaret. Maybe you'll agree with it. I found the experience of writing changed me as a person because so let's say you're writing a story about a character that is very different than you. Like, let's say I'm a white guy and I'm writing a character about a black little girl or something like that. And you might say there's no way that I could put myself into the shoes of a black little girl. But to a degree you can. And that's what a writer does is you're putting yourself into the shoes, you're taking your character and you're putting it into a setting. Usually a setting that has difficulty where they're opposed by certain things and stuff like that. And I just did find that it unplanned by me, I did become more empathetic to other people, just real human beings in the real world, where I was much more limited in my view before I began writing. The process of writing made it easier for me to put myself in other people's shoes. And then strangely, one last thing to throw on that, Margaret, when I finally did get into the unlikely thing of looking at true crime, I felt that helped me because I am able to sometimes envision how people think, how the criminal might think, how the cop might think, how the victim might think. I might be wrong, but I think it's helped me because I've made predictions in the handful of cases that I've worked that have generally remarkably proved true. Particularly like in the Delphi murders and things like that. I mean, I just think that all of this experience of writing and getting practiced at putting yourself in other people's shoes, which before I just didn't do that. I guess I was just completely selfish and just had myself in my own shoes, So I don't know. What do you think about that?
Well, I think it's very interesting because I also know that some of the most prolific, famous, wealthy now writers out there of fiction, of crime fiction, mysteries, thrillers, they read a lot of true crime because I would go to, I would go to writers' conferences. Yeah, I went to Mystery Writers of America. And I think if anybody out there wants to be a writer, it's important to go to conferences because, you really do learn from authors. And that's one of the things I noticed is they really read a lot of true crime and they still do. You're getting your ideas that way. And I think now it's interesting. I finished a book and then I took a little bit of a break, but I do have to start another one. I'd like to do a series character. And there are so many ideas from the stuff we cover, especially the cold cases, Kevin.
Which case in particular has moved you the
all
most?
of them. Gosh, a combination. I can't say like right now, but I mean, but just.
And then you develop in the back of your mind, the longer you do it, this kind of encyclopedia of characters that you can potentially or hopefully draw from in another story. So like the novel you were most recently working on, it might not seem connected to this kind of thing, but you could still find a character that you could draw from this trial or from,
Even some of the funny things that happen, like let's say I wouldn't do a complete legal thriller, but let's say you had a scene in the courtroom or something like that. You can draw from, so you not only need your main characters, but sometimes you need some side characters. So if you think about it, in this trial, I'm going to ask you a question, Kevin. You're a writer in this particular trial, of all the witnesses that we've seen so far, who do you think would be a great character witness? I want to see what you come up with.
I have the feeling you're going to say the landlord, but
I am. Yes.
I know you so well.
The landlord for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I know you so well.
What about you?
And let's see. I think maybe the defense attorney is one interesting kind of character a little bit.
Tipton.
Yeah. I think Brian himself is an interesting character.
Yep.
You know, we watch these characters like Karen, how they behave when they're on trial for their lives.
Yeah.
And how they act on camera, how they act in front of a jury. They're performing to a degree, right? And it's fascinating. And I think parts of that would go into characters you'd want to write.
Yeah.
You know,
even characters like, I mean, even like another thing is like, you know, how certain people act, right? So take, for example, Turtle Boy. I mean, there is a character.
Yeah. He's your villain. It's funny, back in May of 2023, when Turtle Boy first brought this onto the scene, and I was watching his show back then for a few weeks, and he was constantly talking about wanting to get a Netflix show based on him and this and that. And something that I told someone else, and this is back when I still believed there was a possibility of a cover-up here. I said, one thing that this guy has to embrace is that the only thing he will ever be in a movie is the villain. That's it.
You were right.
You can't talk about the victim's mother the way he did. I don't care if there turned out to be a real conspiracy. Hollywood is never going to make you anything but the villain. And I don't understand why he couldn't understand that.
Yeah, but the other things he said too, I mean, horrible things like about you, and also about Joel Waldman and surviving the survivor, about his mother. It's just, who does that? Like, it's just mean. It's like a bully. It's a mean person. I remember with an ex, you know, he would fight mean, and he would, you know, just say mean things like that, just out of nowhere, you know.
He's
So
Brian Walshe. You know, he's not someone that I don't think he enjoys meanness. I think he just doesn't care. He doesn't have feelings for other human beings. That's what a psychopath is. You're not burdened by that empathy that we all have, that we put ourselves, whether we want to or not, in somebody else's shoes. And so when somebody's suffering, we feel it.
Yeah. Joe said, did you read Joe's comment here? I just logged in a minute ago, and without names being said, I know exactly who's being discussed.
Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There was the classic the classic image of a psychopath. I forget where I saw this, but you know, the guy leaves his house, lives in the city. He's on his way to Subway to buy a sandwich, and he stumbles across fresh on accident scene, and the mother is holding her dead child, and the ambulance is on the way, and it's a brutal scene. And he just walks by, goes and gets his sandwich, takes the sandwich, walks by again, goes home, and then with his sandwich there, he's practicing in front of the mirror the reactions of some of the people on the scene. So he's making his masks, but he's completely unmoved by the drama that unfolded in front of him, the mother with her dead child. That's the classic image of the psychopath. They're actors, you know.
Well, you're right. And Kevin, on that note, you know what it reminded me of? In the Whitey Bulger coverage, there was one henchman, and I don't even think this was part of the trial at all. It might have been, I don't think. But there was this one guy who brutally murdered another guy. And then right after, he went and cooked pork chops.
Yeah. Well, maybe that was Moderano. Was it
Moderano that went and cooked pork chops? I don't know if it was.
Remember him not caring about anything.
No.
You know? Well, I wasn't there in court, and that wasn't on TV. So,
I wish I'd known you during Whitey. That would have been fun to cover it with you. But we didn't have all this during Whitey. We didn't have StreamYard.
Right. And I did follow it. I mean, as close as I could, because I having lived in Boston during the Whitey Bulger times and stuff like that, I did follow these things, and I read Black Mass.
Yeah.
By
And
the
my
Boston
book.
Globe brothers. Well, I read it, not at the time. I wasn't aware of it at the time, but I read it more recently.
Yeah. Speaking of sandwiches, I am so hungry. I'm going to pass out. But
Okay.
now I can't go get a sandwich because I got to put the feet on it too. Oh.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I've learned is that
I know.
if you don't refresh it around too, it's like
Oh, I know. I got to do that. Yeah. Well, I don't know why I'm so hungry today. I did have a smoothie. It's weird.
you may have time to grab a sandwich as long as you can get back by 2.
I can't. And I won't. So I'm gonna put the feet. I start the case, and then run out and get a sandwich.
Yeah.
I can always order it before too. That's what I think I'll do.
Are you going to D&E Pizza in Canton?
Not today. That's too far. I'm gonna go to North Situate, Cersei's Grotto, and get a little tuna wrap. Normally I have it. My can opener broke, so I can't open the can of tuna. So screwed.
I figured you'd have a freezer full of fresh tuna that you caught.
No, that's been eaten.
Do you guys sell some of that off though too, right?
We sell it to Japan, so it's the whole big fish. I'll have to put you know what? I'll put a picture up sometime on one of the tuna fish that we caught. You'd be surprised.
Oh, do you think you sent me one of the pictures?
Yeah, I sent you one, but I don't think Chat has seen it. So we'll have
No, Chat has not seen it.
We'll have to show Chat. They might subscribe to my channel if they see that.
Well, the channel's all just practice for you for your TV appearances.
Yeah,
for your TV appearances.
I love it. It's great. It's very interesting for me. So I'm enjoying it very much. No, I'm not planning on making money on this. But
no, that's never the goal. The goal is you hope to raise enough money to support your hobby, because there are expenses that go with it.
Oh my God, StreamYard's very expensive.
Yeah, I think it's what is it, $46 a month or something?
It's ridiculous. I can't believe it's that much money. And then I'm still trying to decide whether I need Premiere Pro, the whole package, the whole cloud package.
I know, I have that too. I got to get rid of it.
I haven't used it at all lately. I use it for my other podcast, but I don't even know if it's worth it. That's expensive.
Yeah, that's definitely one that at the level of income the channel is now, I can't really justify it anymore. So I'll probably get rid of that. And there are free editors out there that you just have to learn how to use them that aren't so bad. I think Leonardo is one of them. I've heard of that.
Yeah, I mean, editors are getting better and better and better. And I don't Premiere Pro. You can't even record yourself on it. It's just weird. Canva has way more to offer, in my opinion, than with Premiere Pro. I mean, a Creative Cloud is great, but you have to go from here to here to here to here. I wish it was all loaded into one program.
It's designed for professionals, so it's not really. But that are doing something different with it, that are making commercials and things like that. I don't think it's really so much designed for the average person. And sometimes certain things these programs that are free, that are trying to get you to use them, they're much more attentive to adding features to them that you want to use. And I think sometimes Adobe doesn't do that. But they're slowly getting better. Well, AI is going to make a big difference with that too, because you'll eventually, instead of having to go in and learn how to do something, you'll be able to go in and just tell the AI what you want to do, and it'll be able to do it. Yeah, that's definitely what we need.
I had to watch so many YouTube videos. When I first started my podcast, without the video, I had to go in. I was using GarageBand, and I had to figure out how to use that. But I think learning the basics was really good for me. The basics in audio and the different tracks. I think that was excellent. So,
So we got about 10 minutes until 2.
I'm going to order my sandwich so that once it comes on, I can go pick it up. I am so hungry, Kevin. It's not even funny. And I shouldn't be, because what did we do today? All we did was sit and watch. No exercise.
That could be exhausting.
I think it is. Oh my gosh.
Well,
When we were
I ate
covering-
twice, but
when we were covering the Whitey Bulger trial and we were going to federal court, so it was kind of crazy times, but we all talked about the Bulger 10 or the Bulger 5. Everybody gained weight from that trial. I don't know why.
oh, really?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know, because we were sitting around and not really exercising, and then all eating lunch, and then a
The
lot of
Bulger bulge.
the Bulger bulge. We all did.
Come
get
on.
that. Yeah.
You need a writer's word like that for it.
Bulger's bulge. That's a good one. I didn't think of it.
All
Yep.
those people in the room and no one could think of that.
I know.
You needed me.
I know. So, my daughter just called me. I heard, Mom. Am I gonna can you pick the sandwiches up? Please. I'm on live right now. Kids these days.
So no one's commented for a while in chat.
know. Is
but we
nobody
still have
there?
people here. We have actually
They're
so
eating.
listening.
They're eating
So
their
if anybody has anything they'd like to add to the conversation, there's still 70 people watching on my YouTube channel. So if there's anything you'd like us to talk about, anything you'd like us to go into, just looking through some of the other comments from last night's.
Yeah, why don't you look at that?
Yeah, I'll respond to them afterwards. Yeah, I think, we all, like I said, we all fight this battle in this case. You want to be interesting, and being interesting can sometimes mean being a little more controversial, right? Or allying with people that are the wrong people just because they'll get you views, like Sue O'Connell did. Do you want to chase that, or do you want to chase the truth? Well, if you're willing to chase the truth, then you're probably going to be sacrificing some audience size. And this is something that regular TV channels have faced too, right? Look, you got what was that show? Talk shows evolved from the more serious Oprah over time. It evolved into what was that show where the people used to be up fighting on the stage all the time? That was
Maury Povich or one of those?
no. What's the guy? Gray-haired guy. He actually died a few years back. He was maybe only Jerry Springer.
Yeah. How could I forget that? Hey, by the way, we do have a law question. What were the first-degree murder? What are the elements? So I'm going to read that. To prove the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the following elements. 1, the defendant, Brian Walshe, caused the death of Anna Walshe. 2, the defendant intended to kill Anna Walshe. That is, the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause her death. 3, the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation. That is, he decided to kill after a period of reflection. Those are the main elements. The next element doesn't really pertain to our case. It says the defendant did not act in proper self-defense or in the proper defense of another. That does not apply.
How do you possibly vote guilty? I don't really understand it.
Well,
no
like
evidence.
I've said all along, it's a stretch. The jury doesn't like him. They know he's a fraud. They know he's a schmuck. He's a liar. He dismembered the mother of his children. His story is bogus. It's weird. It doesn't make sense. He never called 911. Even if you were to believe his story or try to believe his story, he never called 911, which most people would do. He's throwing her out in dumpsters. There's all sort of gruesome blood evidence. He goes to Home Depot. He gets the saws, the hacksaw. He saws her up. So they're going to be trying to stretch it. And they're going to probably talk about, okay, his story is bogus. She was in good health. Is that evidence that he killed her? Not really.
Not just that he killed her. Listen, if you want to,
I know.
to me, I have no doubt voting. I would have no problem voting that he killed her. But but it's the premeditated part that I can't fathom. There's no evidence for it.
And we have
So
no
if you- if
body,
you- if you-
as you mentioned in
Yeah.
chat. But there's a big difference between Karen and this case. When I went to court yesterday, there were no protesters outside. There is no one supporting Brian Walshe at all. The only person supporting him in the courtroom was his mother. That's it. Zero. Nobody else. So he didn't have, and there's no evidence of a big police conspiracy going on here. Even though we had Proctor involved in the case, he wasn't really, nobody seems to care. So
this is why I say it would, to me, I think you'd increase your chances of getting a guilty verdict if you drop the charges to second degree. You know? And I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, you almost have to, it's almost like a type of reverse.
But there's
of
no evidence of second degree. Where's the evidence?
No,
Where's the second degree?
there isn't, but it's a lot closer, you know.
I know,
because
yeah. Yeah, you're right. But you know, if you really, so what's probably going to happen in that jury box is, I bet there's going to be a faction of jurors who say, "Oh, come on, you all know he did it," and there's going to be one or two that say, "Well, this is what the judge instructed us. Where's the evidence? Was this case proven beyond a reasonable doubt? We don't buy his story." So I think that's why they're going to be looking at those Google searches, the three that did say murder, use the word murder in them. And
this is an area too.
Whether he, you know, the whole idea that whether he knew about the affair or not.
Well, this is an area too. This is an area too, Margaret, where the defense might not want the jury to know that he has pled guilty to other charges, because think back to the Karen Reed case. What was the one question that they sent out? It was about the OUI, because it seemed to be some part of them that part of their splitting hairs was they wanted to give her something. And so if in this case here, if you know that he's at least going to get some jail time for pleading guilty to disposing the body and lying to the police, then maybe it makes it a little easier for you to say, you know, I know he killed his wife, but there's no evidence. So.
But in order to have that instruction and to consider a lesser charge, there has to be a rational basis for it. So there has to be at least some evidence that goes to manslaughter or some evidence that goes to second degree murder. So the judge is going to have a problem with that. Remember, as I said earlier, the jury can't consider lesser included charges on their own. The judge has to decide that they're able to. And if the judge is to decide that they're able to, it's got to come from the defense requesting it or the prosecution requesting it. And as far as I know, nobody's requested it yet. But then let's say the defense requests that charge. I mean, it just flies in the face of him finding his story, him finding her dead in bed. There's no.
Well, let's play that. Let's play that out. If the prosecution was to request of the judge that the charges be dropped or include a lesser included charge of manslaughter or second degree, what would that look like? What would that argument that they would make have to look like?
Okay, so let's break it down. Second degree, remember, is about the act. Let's go back. Remember the Karen Reed arguments that hold second degree murder. So let's say there's a scenario where Brian and Anna were in a fight over maybe Brian saw some of the text messages between her and Fastow. Let's just say, hypothetically, they were in such a fight and he was so upset that he grabbed, I don't have a bottle, but he grabbed.
And we do, and not to interrupt you, Margaret, we do have an active ceiling fan if you want to throw that up there so people don't get nervous.
Okay.
I just checked, and then you can continue on.
Okay, so pretend this is a bottle and they're so upset and he's like, F you, boom. And he whacks the bottle and he throws the bottle in the direction of her head, and he like near, and oh my God, he missed, and it hit her, and she died. Hit her in the temple, and she died. The act of throwing the bottle towards Anna would rise to the level of second-degree murder because it's an extreme act that could cause death. All right.
Right.
So that
And
would
he could have
be
known that. Yeah.
right. But finding her in bed doesn't, there's no evidence of a second-degree murder angle here.
Well, there's no evidence of first degree, second degree, or manslaughter.
Yeah, and then you go manslaughter. It could rise to the, you have the negligent, and that if you're looking at for the negligence part of it, meaning, it was an accident. It was an
the fairest
accident
thing to
that
me
ended up in her
is
death.
put all the options out there for the jury and let them decide.
You can't, Kevin. And so the judge will not allow it unless there's a rational basis.
But what is the rational basis for first degree? That's what I was trying to go over before.
You don't. So a defendant cannot, under Massachusetts law, no one can plead guilty to first degree murder. It can't not happen. Okay,
Right.
so if there's no rational basis for first degree murder, it's simply a not guilty. And here's, the defense attorney can request a directed verdict to the judge saying, there's no evidence of first degree murder. You can decide this case right here without it going to the jury. And she's going to have to decide that. I think she'll find something. And I would, if I'm the judge, I would look, and this is another thing we need to ask Judge Carroll later. I would look at simply the Google searches that mention the word murder. I think that might be enough to say, okay, the jury can decide. I'm not going to dismiss this case at this point. But for a jury, the fact finders, to decide this case beyond a reasonable doubt, remember, cases cannot be decided on emotion. I mean, yeah, we want to decide this case on emotion. We don't like Brian Walshe. He's a liar. But is there enough evidence to prove that he murders his wife beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, a juror's going to want to find it. Very interesting. Oh, did I get rid of you? I got rid of you.
No, I did it to myself. I accidentally voted myself off the island.
All of a sudden, I thought you were there, and I
tab.
looked, and you weren't there anymore.
I hit the wrong tab. I had the court TV tab open too, just so I could see when they went back to court.
Thank you. I appreciate that because the hour flew by really fast.
And just to remind people that Judge Carol Erskine will be with us at 4 or whenever the session ends.
Excited. That's wonderful. Thank you, Carol, for, we'd love to have you on anytime. I love the perspective from a judge. I'll reach out to Judge Lou too. He's great. I like Judge Lou.
Is that the one that gets kind of like very demonstrative on?
Yep. But he's smart.
Yeah. And he's entertaining.
He's entertaining. So yeah, that'd be great. How are the kittens doing? Well, it's the one little baby. She's sleeping. She's been sleeping on. I slept with her last night, of course, all night. Oh my God. But she's still sleeping. She's very lethargic still. So I'm worried. I'm giving her antibiotics and antiviral medication. I hope that there's no underlying condition where she's just going to be, die. It'd be awful. So what's going on here? Oh, I muted the feed. That's right. I guess nothing. I don't hear anything.
Yeah, maybe there's a sidebar and they've silenced it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there he is with his little smile. Oh, I can't stand you. I'm sorry. I'm not, you know what? I'm not that neutral, am I, in this case?
No, and I don't think neutrality, that's a great thing to jump on because I don't think that neutrality requires us to be down the middle. I don't never intended to cover it that way. I'm down the middle until I have all the evidence that I feel is enough, that is sufficient where I can draw a strong conclusion, which is very different, but I don't give either side, whether it's the prosecution or the defense, as a starting point, the benefit of the doubt. I don't start out, giving anybody the assumption, but once you look at the evidence, and then you can make up your own mind, and that's.
Yeah.
And I'm not afraid to take a position that'll get most people upset with me. There are certain cases I don't talk about too much because when I do talk about them, they get people upset because I disagree with them.
Oh yeah.
So I won't change my opinion, and I won't completely not talk about them, but I'm not going to talk about them all the time since.
Hey, my son is in the chat. David Allen Productions. That's my son.
Oh, I had seen him in there. I didn't know that was your son. Hey,
Yeah,
David.
I hadn't seen him in there at all. I missed him.
Is the productions for his YouTube channel? Or
Oh yeah.
for something
So
else?
hey, you guys, my son has a great YouTube channel at David Allen Productions. So check it out. He's got a lot of really cool. If you like wildlife and animals, he's got a really cool channel on animals and wildlife, and some really interesting animal attacks that it's just like they've gone viral. He has way more subscribers than I do, but I keep telling him I'm going to pass him someday.
Not if he's doing animal videos. I watch a lot of those too. I've probably seen some of David's without knowing it, because I'd like those animal. And then once you see them, they start showing up in your feed all the time. All the different animal ones,
Yeah. No, he has, but he gets into it where he has some very interesting facts about how animals behave as well.
David's saying, what do I think about the Karen Reed versus Turtle Boy saga?
Welcome
And
to
the leak
for Government. Enter your
videos of
meeting
Turtle Boy
ID,
crying on the
followed
floor.
by
Yeah, I've talked
pound.
about it a little bit on the air. I mean,
Yes, please.
it's repulsive, right? But you're watching two people that deserve each other too.
You entered 7678990. This meeting ID does not exist. Please re-enter your meeting ID.
Oh, the poor court. They have a lot to do, Miss Gilman and everything. Yeah, so David, start posting more videos or I'm going to catch up to you.
Enter your participant ID. Please enter the meeting passcode followed by pound.
I believe this dialing is not from us. That's from Court TV, right?
You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
All right.
That's on the Court
The
TV.
host would like you to unmute
That's
your
on the Court
microphone.
TV feed, right, Margaret?
You are unmuted.
Yes.
And Dave's about to unload another video.
Good.
So
Everybody check it out. He's very good at what he does.
I watch a lot of the ones with bears. Those fascinate me,
Yeah, he's got a lot of bear videos and shark videos and
when bears attack, when
whales,
bears fight each other.
Yeah,
They're such powerful beasts,
they really are. I mean, yeah, really interesting.
Put us back in session in ADC.
All right. Well,
See you on the flip side.
you may proceed on the flip
Thank
side.
you. Ms. Gilman, can we go back to that RTT file for the phone number ending in 7966? And can you scroll all the way down to the bottom, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Trooper, I believe we left off with RTT that the last time Verizon was able to give you a location, an estimated location of the handset was around 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd. My question to you is, according to these records, and if you could go all the way down to the bottom, Ms. Gilman, according to these records, when you analyze them, were there any other times after that there was any interaction between Verizon and the handset?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that based on the records?
Yes. Again, it's estimated distance of the device, not location, estimated distance of the device.
Thank you for correcting me.
Sorry, Judge. I just need to ask for you to speak.
Yes. Can the witness make sure you lean into the microphone and speak up?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so you corrected me. Verizon gave you the estimated distance of the device from the tower.
That's correct.
Okay. So my question to you is, after that time of 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd, 2023. According to the records, were you able to identify any other incidences where the phone or the handset had any interactions with the Verizon network?
Yes.
Okay, looking at these records, can you tell us when you were able to determine that and what happened?
So line 831,
Yes?
that would be January 2nd, 2023 at 4:13 a.m.
Okay.
The technology was Nokia. That's the start and time of the duration. And then if you could go scroll all the way to the right, please. The columns V and W, there is NA, which means they were not able to provide an estimated distance of the device. So there was a signaling event between the tower and the device, but they were unable to provide an estimated distance of the device.
Were there any other interactions from Verizon after that event?
Yes.
What was the final interaction that you were able to determine from the Verizon network? Or not interaction, the final activity of the Verizon network according to these records?
Yes, if you could slide back over to the left, please. There's line 832, January 4th, 2023 at 4:14 a.m.
Yes, sir. What happened at that time according to the data?
There was a signaling event, but signaling event from the network, Verizon, to the device, but they were unable to complete that transaction. So if you could scroll all the way to the PCMD procedure, keep going, please. Right there, column AA, alpha, alpha, the procedure time, there is no time. So the network was unable to connect with the device at that time.
Okay, so am I missaying this? The network sent out a signal, but the device never connected with it at that point?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that for us, thank you very much. So that's January 5th, but what time were you working on this at Cohasset PD?
It was later at night.
All right. So what do you do on the 6th on this case?
The 6th, I am at the command post in Cohasset, Massachusetts, and I receive 3 devices from Lieutenant John Fanning.
Where was the command post in Cohasset?
The Stop and Shop Plaza.
Okay.
Kind of in the center of town there. Not
And-
center of town, but
Forgive me, I'm not in the military, I wasn't in the police. What's a command post?
usually like a uniform command where agencies collaborate, locate, there's communications, establish different units to collaborate and come up with a plan and action.
Were there any vehicles or anything like that brought in?
Yes.
What?
There was different police vehicles, I believe maybe some four-wheelers, stuff like that, from what I recall.
Okay. So it's January 6th, you're at the command post and you received what for devices?
3 electronic devices.
And who gave them to you?
Lieutenant John Fanning.
And what devices did you receive?
I received an iPhone 13 mini, an iPad 6, and an iPad 6 mini.
And what did you do with these devices?
I transported them back to the Digital Forensics Lab at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in Canton, Massachusetts.
And so about what time did you get back to the lab?
Around 9:30 p.m.
And so what did you do with these devices around 9:30 p.m.?
I began the extraction process on the iPhone 13 mini.
Walk us through, what's the extraction process consist of?
So in this case, I used Gray Key, which is a forensic hardware and software company. You will take the device, you plug it into the hardware on a forensic computer running forensic software, and then the data will be extracted from the device.
How long does this take?
It can take hours, up to hours.
And so did you do all 3 devices at once?
I did not.
Why not?
It got towards later in the evening, and I finished the devices the next day.
And so do you have 3 RAID key machines, or can you put all one onto one machine?
No, it's one at a time.
Okay, so one's going to download, they can get the next one.
Yes, sir.
And this information, once you download it, where does it go?
It goes to the forensic server office.
Okay, and does anyone have access to the server?
Just the people assigned to the forensic lab.
How many people are assigned to the forensic lab in January 2023?
At that time, I believe it was 3.
And so you said that you came back on the 7th to work on this?
Yes.
About what time did you finish downloading the devices?
Before lunchtime on the 7th,
And what was done with the devices?
they were returned back to the owner,
And who was your understanding the owner was?
Brian Walshe.
Now, once you've downloaded this information, can you just read it and go to town, do what you need to do?
No, sir.
What do you do?
The data is in a raw form, and then we use a program, Celebrite, which is another forensic software that we take the raw data. It is ingested into Celebrite. Celebrite creates a readable, interactive image of the data. It breaks it down to calls, contacts, pictures, videos, text messages, web history, stuff like that.
And so when did you finish getting the data into a readable format?
The late afternoon on the 7th.
And so on the 7th, what did you do as far as analyzing data from the iPhone 13 mini?
I began analyzing data from December 25th, 2022 through the date of, I received them January 6th.
And was that now, did you ever have a second opportunity to download this data from the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
When did you do that?
Trooper Nick Areno did that, I believe in the January 9th.
Okay. And so on January 9th, in addition to the iPhone 13 mini, did you have the opportunity to analyze data from any other iPhones?
Yes, I did.
What was the second iPhone you had the opportunity to analyze data from?
That was an iPhone SE.
And now, as far as looking at this data on January 9th, did anyone help you look at this data?
Trooper Nick Areno was there.
Now, are you familiar with the term native location data as it applies to iPhones?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yes, so native location in iOS, Apple iOS operating systems. Native location is made up of location services on the Apple device, and location services are made up of GPS satellite, Bluetooth beacons, wireless connections, and cell tower information.
And so native location data, how is that different than the Verizon data you just talked about?
So this is data taken directly from the device, and the other data is from a cell phone provider.
Okay. And so which one is more specific as far as a location then?
The native location data.
And so when you were talking about the handset being in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, based on the Verizon records, what are you able to determine based on the native location data of the location of a handset?
It is more accurate to a specific location.
And at this point in time, Your Honor, I would seek to enter in the electronic files of the location data of the iPhone 13 mini and the iPhone SE.
There's no objection.
I'm just writing, but I'm happy to hear you. No objection. So the native location date or the location data for those two devices, the iPhone 13 mini and the iPhone SE,
Yes,
is now in evidence as 161.
Thank
Did I mess it up?
I believe that our last exhibit was 158, Your Honor.
No, I have
No, we had the Verizon records were
158, 159.
159 and 160 were the Verizon records.
Oh, I see. We had one drive that had 3 sets of records on it, and it got one tag. That's why.
All right, well, just listen up when I'm announcing them. So let me clarify the record and make sure that I'm getting it right this time.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so there were 3 sets of records. They were the Verizon for those 3 different phones ending 7966, 8082, and 8648. And I had previously announced on the record that they were 159, 158, 159, and 160. And now I'm being told that they're on one thumb drive, and all of those 3 records for those 3 Verizon, or those 3 phone numbers that have Verizon records, are now in evidence as Exhibit 158.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. That will mean that this records, location data for the iPhone 13 mini and the iPhone SE is now in evidence as Exhibit 159.
Thank you, Your Honor. My apologies. So, Ms. Gilman, could we have what's now been marked as Exhibit 159? And could you go to the file for the location data for the 13 mini? So, Trooper, directing your attention to the screen, we're looking at an Excel spreadsheet from 159 titled iPhone 13 native location data. Can you tell us what we're looking at here as far as, I'll ask you, the first column has a number associated. What does that column represent?
That indicates the number of records line by line in this file.
When it says type, what's that supposed to indicate to you?
Type of data in the file, location data.
And then the next 2 are blank. And what are we looking at as far as this series of records, location, date, time, destination, and description?
These are native location data that I exported from the iPhone 13 mini.
Okay.
And that is date, time, and then the latitude, longitude.
So when you get this information of the latitude and longitude, what do you do with it? Well, you've got this spreadsheet. What do you do with it?
I take the data that has been exported in an Excel form, and then I ingest it into a program called LexisNexis Tracks, which creates a KML file, keyhole markup language file. It's a Google Earth file. And then that brings up Google Earth. I ingest that file into Google Earth, and it presents a readable interactive map of the data.
So this gets into another program, and that becomes a readable map of data.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when it says item number, how many points of data did you have between the iPhone SE and the 13 mini?
Upwards of 40, 50,000 points.
And so how is it that the phone has all these different locations in it? Why has it got this 40, 50,000 between these 2 phones?
Any apps that you have location services on, anytime you use Apple Maps, Google Maps, stuff like that, your phone's consistently collecting this location information.
Now, in addition to getting this location data, did you also get the subscriber information for these 2 phones?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask if we could go back, close out of this, go back to Exhibit 158, and go to the file for the phone number ending in 8082. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And so, Trooper, looking at subscriber MTN 617-895-8028. My bad, I said 8082. It should be 8028. Looking at this, what is the name of the account holder?
Diana Walsh.
And what is the address for the account holder?
330 Paradise Road, Unit 1320, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll over to the end. If you could stop right there. Effective, MTN effective date, what does that mean?
That means when this number became active on the Verizon network.
All
And
right.
that would be December 22nd, 2022.
And so is this number 8028 the iPhone 13 mini, or is it the SE?
The iPhone SE.
Okay, 8028 is the SE. Now, Ms. Gilman, could we have the file for 8648? Subscriber information from Exhibit 158. Trooper. Looking at this subscriber MTN 617-939-8646. Someday I'll learn how to read. 8646.
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
Yep.
You may continue.
Thank you. So, Ms. Gilman, or actually, stop right there. Sir, what is the name of the account holder on this account?
That is Diana Walsh,
Okay. And what is the address for the account holder?
330 Paradise Road, Unit 1320, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, can you scroll to the end of this row of information? Okay. What is the effective date for this phone number?
December 12th, 2018.
And this phone number corresponds to what phone that you analyzed?
The iPhone 13 mini.
Okay. Now, sir, did you have the opportunity, Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that, thank you. Now, with this information, did you have the opportunity to see where the iPhone 13 mini traveled on January 5th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. What did you discover in your initial examination of the location data of the iPhone 13 mini as far as where it traveled?
January 5th, 2023, the iPhone 13 mini was about approximately 8 a.m. The device was in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. And then at approximately 9:30 a.m., the device is in the area of 330 Paradise Road, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
And are you aware of any of Mr. Walsh's relatives that live in and around 330 Paradise Road?
Yes.
Who?
His mother, Diana Walsh.
Now, where does that device travel in that area on January 5th, 2023 of 330 Paradise Road?
It is stationary in the southeast corner of the apartment complex where there is a large trash compactor.
Can you tell from the data you saw whether or not the iPhone 13 mini went into the buildings of 330 Paradise Road that morning?
I do not believe so.
Now, did you ever have the ability to compare this data from January 5th, 2023 of the iPhone 13's native location data to its native location data, say, of December 27th, 2022?
Yes.
And when you look at the native location data from December 27th, 2022, can you determine whether or not the phone goes inside 330 Paradise Road?
I can't determine if it physically goes inside the building, but it's in a different area, in the general area of the building, as opposed to the southeast corner.
Now, as far as the location that you're determining of the phone, based on the data from January 5th, what day are you examining this data that you see this?
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's not really a well-worded question, so good for you. So what day were you looking at this phone's data?
That would be that weekend, January 8th, 9th
Okay.
Of 2023.
And so when you saw that it was in and around a dumpster on 330 Paradise Road, did you alert anyone?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you alert?
I alerted my immediate supervisors.
All right. And have you had the opportunity, utilizing this native location data from the two phones, to create a PowerPoint presentation of points that you've discovered these two phones went to?
Yes, I did.
And at this point, Your Honor, I would seek to enter the PowerPoint presentation as the next exhibit. I've reduced it to a thumb drive.
Is there an objection to that?
No objection.
So the PowerPoint presentation is now in evidence as Exhibit 160.
So at this point, I would seek to publish the PowerPoint presentation, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, could we have the PowerPoint presentation for iPhone SE and iPhone 13? And can we go to the first slide? Okay. Trooper, is this the PowerPoint presentation you created?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what number or in what device are you looking at native location data and mapping in this slide?
This slide refers to the iPhone SE, the phone device ending in 8082.
And
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
All right, so which one's the accurate number?
The accurate number is from the Verizon records ending in 8028.
Okay, and so in the PowerPoint presentation, you made an error as far as transcribing those two numbers.
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Gilman, if we could close out of that, and for the record, on your PowerPoint presentation, the last two numbers are wrong.
Correct.
Okay, so if we could go back to that slide that we had. Now, looking at this, on January 1st, 2023, that's the date you've put these points in.
Correct.
What is the significance of the red dots?
That signifies this was the data from the iPhone SE.
Okay, so let's go to the next slide. Now again, the number in the corner, the last two numbers have been transcribed, correct?
Correct.
Or transposed,
Yes, sir.
sorry. So it should be 8028.
That is correct.
All right. Now, what is the significance of the red dot 2?
That was the line of data from the Excel. That's what the 2 represents. And this is the data from the iPhone SE.
Okay. Now, what is the date and time corresponding to that line of data?
January 1st, 2023 at approximately 5:07 p.m.
And where is the device located according to the native location data at 5:07 p.m. on January 1st?
In the southeast, at the landing at Vinnon Square Apartments at 330 Paradise Road, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Okay. Could we have the next slide, please? This next slide, again, the numbers should read 8028.
Correct.
Okay. And what is the significance, or what is the date and time you have with the red, what is the significance of the red dot 3?
That represents the native location data from the iPhone SE.
Okay. And what is the date and time of the native location data that corresponds to the location of that line of code?
January 1st, 2023 at approximately 5:41 p.m.
And where is the phone located?
In the area of Lowe's Home Improvement in Danvers, Massachusetts.
Okay. Could we have the next slide, please? Looking at this slide, again, this should be 8028, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What is the significance of the red dot 4?
Again, that's the native location data from the iPhone SE.
And what is the date and time corresponding to the data for line number 4?
January 1st, 2023 at approximately 6:24 p.m.
And where is the phone located at 6:24 p.m. on January 1st?
In the parking lot of CVS Santander Bank in Danvers, Massachusetts.
Okay, could I have the next slide, Ms. Gilman? Now, this next slide, again, the numbers should be 8028, correct?
Correct.
All right. What is the significance of the red dot 5?
The native location data from the iPhone SE.
And what is the date and time corresponding to the number 5?
This represents January 1st, 2023 at approximately 6:53 p.m.
And where is the phone located?
In the Stop and Shop Plaza in Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please, Ms. Gilman? And again, 8028 is what it should read, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is the significance of the red 8?
The native location data from the iPhone SE.
And is that dot's telling you where the phone would be, right?
Yes.
Okay. What is the date and time of the where that phone is at 0.8?
January 1st, 2023 at 8:08 p.m.
And where is it located?
In the Stop and Shop Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Now, same question. This should be 8028?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is the significance of red dot 10?
Represents the location of the native location of the iPhone SE.
And so that's where the phone would be located.
Yes.
And what is the date and time of where the the iPhone SE is according to point 10?
On January 1st, 2023 at 8:31 p.m. It
Okay.
is located in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Going to the next slide. And again, same question, 8028 is what it should read in the corner?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is the significance of the number 12 with a red dot underneath it?
Represents the native location of the iPhone SE.
And what is the date and time corresponding to point 12?
January 2nd, 2023 at 9:30 a.m., approximately 9:30 a.m.
And where is the phone located according to point 12?
In the Home Goods TJ Maxx parking lot in Norwell, Massachusetts.
Then going to the next slide. And so now, what is the phone number here?
Now the phone number, this is the native location data for the iPhone 13 mini. Phone number 617-939-8646.
Is that the same number that corresponds to the Verizon records?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what is the significance of the blue dot with the 1716?
Again, to distinguish between the iPhone SE and the iPhone 13, this data from the iPhone 13 mini is blue, highlighted in blue. And 1716 is the line of data from the thousands of data points from the Excel sheet.
So before this point, there would be 1,715 points of data before this.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And so what is the date and time that corresponds to the 1716?
That is January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 4:15 p.m.
And where is the phone located according to this line of data, 1716?
In the entrance parking lot of Home Depot, located in Rockland, Massachusetts.
Going to the next slide. What is the significance of the blue dot with the 1801?
It is the native location of the iPhone 13 mini.
And what was the date and time that corresponds to the native location 1801?
January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 5:14 p.m.
And what phone number is this for?
The number ending in 8646.
And where is it located?
The Derby Street Shops by the Shake Shack in Hingham, Massachusetts.
If we could go to the next slide. What phone number corresponds to this slide?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And this corresponds to which phone?
The iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the significance of 1872?
That represents the native location data for this point.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to 1872?
January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 6 p.m.
And where is it located?
The Stop and Shop Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Looking at this slide, what phone number is this for?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of 1895 with a blue dot?
It represents the native location of the iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to that data?
January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 6:13 p.m.
And where is it located?
The Walgreens Shaw's Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Now, sir, what is the significance of the blue dot 3776?
This represents the native location data from the iPhone 13 mini.
And you say iPhone 13 mini is the number ends in 8646?
Yes, sir.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to this data?
January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 4:30 p.m.
And where is this phone located?
The device is in the area of the Claremont Apartments in Chestnut Glen in Abington, Massachusetts.
Can we have the next slide, please? What phone number corresponds to this slide?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And that corresponds to which phone?
The iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 3840?
That is the native location data.
And what is the date and time?
January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 4:48 p.m.
And where is the phone located?
The Point Apartments in Abington, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Looking at this slide, what phone number does this correspond to?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 3926?
The native location for the iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to this?
January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 5:14 p.m.
And where is it located according to the native location data?
The Chatham West Apartments in Brockton, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Looking at the next slide, what phone number does this correspond to?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And what is the device that that corresponds to?
The iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 5228?
That is the native location of the iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to that point of data?
January 4th, 2023 at approximately 9:44 a.m.
And where is the phone located?
The Home Goods TJ Maxx Plaza in Norwell, Massachusetts.
Okay. Looking at the next slide, please. What phone number does this correspond to?
The iPhone 13 mini ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 6461?
The native location data.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to?
January 4th, 2023 at approximately 12:47 p.m.
And where is it located?
The Shaw's Walgreens Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
And could we have the next slide? Looking at this slide, which phone number does it correspond to?
The iPhone 13 mini ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 8194?
The native location.
And what is the date and time that it corresponds to?
January 4th, 2023 at approximately 4:25 p.m.
And where is it located, sir?
The Lowe's Home Improvement in Weymouth, Massachusetts.
And could we have the next slide? Looking at this slide, which phone number does this correspond to?
The iPhone 13 mini ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 15333?
That is the native location data.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to?
January 5th, 2023 at approximately 9:30 a.m.
And where is the phone located?
The southeast corner next to a large trash compactor.
Of what area?
The Vinnon Square Apartments, the landing at Vinnon Square Apartments at 330 Paradise Road, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Now, if we could close out of that. Sir, what do you do to corroborate native location data?
We use cell site location information, so from the providers, LPRs and surveillance video.
Okay. LPRs? What are those?
License plate readers.
Okay. Now, in addition to getting native location data, did you have the opportunity to review the search history from the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you create a report of the search history of the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
When I say search history, what is the search engine the iPhone 13 mini was using?
The Safari web browser.
I'm sorry, I should have said that. What browser is it using?
Safari.
Okay. So if I'm wrong, correct me.
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's using the Safari web browser to go onto the internet.
Yes.
And so how is this different than, say, the internet history if this is just the search history?
So this would just be the search terms related to Safari, so the term entered on Safari, whereas the web history would include pages visited, the amounts visited. It would have more details.
And with the web history, did you also create a select report for the web history of the iPhone 13 mini for December 31st at approximately 9:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a binder and ask you to recognize the documents inside of it. Take a look inside.
Yes, sir.
The first chapter, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is that document?
This is the Safari search history of the iPhone 13 mini.
You created that?
Yes.
Using what program, sir?
Celebrate.
Okay, could you turn to the next chapter as well? It's all the way to the end. And that second chapter in the book, what is that?
That is the web history.
The web history. Now, the search history, what dates did that correspond to? If you want to turn to the front, you can.
Sure. That is December 25th, 2022 through January 4th, 2023.
Okay. In the web history, what time frame does that cover?
That was just December 31st, 2022.
Around 9:30 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. So when you create these reports, you can choose the times and filter them out that way.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have this binder as the next exhibit, which contains the search history for the Apple iPhone 13 mini from December 25th, 2022 to January 4th, 2023, and Safari web history, Apple iPhone 13 mini, December 31st, 2022, 8:28 a.m. to 8:31 a.m.
Okay. Can I see at the side of the bench?
Yes.
Kevin? Are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is kind of boring testimony.
Yeah.
Of course, they're just trying to show that, again, it goes to the misleading the police charge. That we're,
Right.
well, and where he was going to pick up his supplies and all that stuff.
Yep.
Oh,
And they were.
Yeah.
It's a little interesting to see how they track them, though. You know, using the technology of being able to ping them.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
it
almost
is.
hope the bad guys aren't watching, you know, because they could learn from this.
Oh, I'm sure they are. Maybe not on our channel, but they can learn a lot, you
Yeah.
know? Oh. So, I've got to step out for a minute, but if you want, like, just a half an hour, but if you want to stay on, should I leave you on here?
No, because this is probably going to be a short break, and I won't have a way
Yeah.
of taking myself off. So, well, I can shut my whole. Yeah, it's easier if you just take me off now. And
Okay. All right. Yeah, I get
but
it.
we'll all be back at 4
Yes.
with Judge Carol Erskine.
I'm looking forward to that. You can hear my other cat meowing. Jeez. Sorry, chat. All right. Well, I don't think there's much to say about what we've just seen. It's
Right.
what we expected because
So,
Looks like
Commonwealth
it's
has
over now,
proved
anyways.
it's
So.
one
beyond
exhibit.
a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
So,
One binder, one exhibit.
All right, so the Safari search history and the Safari web history for the iPhone 13 mini for the times indicated by counsel is now in evidence as Exhibit 161.
Your Honor, may I publish the Safari search history?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, could we have the Safari search history for the iPhone 13 mini? So Trooper, can you see this?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you some questions about the columns at the top.
Yes.
Okay. So What is the number column?
The number of data in this, sequentially in this file.
Okay. What's timestamp?
Date, time, the search occurred.
Okay. What is source?
Source is the database in which the data was extracted from.
So on this first line of code where it says Safari, are there other databases that this draws from?
Yes.
What is the other database that this draws from?
The Knowledge C database.
And so what is the difference between the two databases?
Knowledge C is a larger database within the iOS operating system. Takes app data, app usage, phone information, internet history. So it's a larger database. Safari is just the Safari database.
Now, if there is a search in the Safari database, and then there's a search in the Knowledge C database, are they two different searches?
No,
It's the same search located in two different places within the phone.
that's correct.
Okay. So the data will repeat within this report.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. What is value?
Value is the search term entered.
What is parameters?
So for these blank columns, not all reports, Cellbrite is not able to extract or parse out the data for specific apps. So in this case, Cellbrite was not able to parse out any information pertaining to these columns.
And so when we see account, service identifier, parameters, and there's nothing there, Cellbrite couldn't read the data or couldn't
Yes.
produce it.
Correct.
Okay. What does it mean if origin is unknown?
The source origin of the search was unknown.
Okay. So I'd like to direct your attention to item number 16 on page 2. What is the date and time of item number 16?
The date is December 25th, 2022 at 11:52 a.m.
And what is the value?
Check a flight JetBlue.
And so value, what does that mean as far as, just so we're clear, what is value? How is value created
Value
on the phone?
search term entered by the user of the device.
Okay, so it's not being generated by the phone. It's not being generated automatically by the phone. The user is inputting the value.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could we go down to item 21? What is the date and time of item 21?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:09 p.m.
And what is the value inputted into the phone?
William Fastow, DC Real Estate.
And could we scroll down to item 27? What is the date and time of item 27 on page 3?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:09 p.m.
And what is the value input into the phone?
William Fastow, DC Real Estate.
Scrolling down on page 3 to item 35. What is the date and time on item 35?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:22 p.m.
And what is the value input into the phone?
Anna Walshe, Tishman, Spire.
Can we scroll down to item 43 onto page 4? What is the date and time stamp for item 43?
December 25th, 2022, 12:28 p.m.
What is the value input into the phone?
Christmas Day plane crash.
Can we scroll down to item 50? What is the date and time stamp for item 50 on page 4?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:31 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Jeff Chad Tishman Spire.
Can we scroll down to item 53? What is the date and timestamp of item 53?
December 25th, 2022, 12:45 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Anna Walshe, found dead.
Can we scroll down to item 57 on page 5? What is the date and timestamp of item 57?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:46 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Jeff Chod.
Now, Ms. Gilman, can we go to page 14 and look at item 193? Sir, what is the date and timestamp of item 193?
December 25th, 2022 at 8:28 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Autobahn.
And can we now go to page 22, item 316? What is the date and timestamp of item 316?
December 27th, 2022.
And what is the value that's put in?
It was at 6:57 a.m. and the value was all my exes.
Now, the next one down, is it fair to say that's all my exes live in Texas?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with that being a song?
Yes, I believe so.
Could we now go to page 54 and go to item 804? What is the date and timestamp of 804?
December 29th, 2022 at 9:13 p.m.
And what is the value put into the phone?
Mazza Building, Washington.
And scrolling down to 813, what is the date and time for item 813?
December 29th, 2022 at 9:15 p.m.
And what is the value that is input into the phone?
Mazza Building, Washington, D.C.
Scrolling down to 820, what is the timestamp for 820?
9:15 p.m.
And what day?
Sorry, December 29th, 2022,
And
9:15 p.m.
And what is the value input?
Crossing Building, Washington, D.C.
And can we go to page 85 and line 1271? Sir, what is the date and time on item 1271?
That is January 2nd, 2023 at 6:42 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
I'm good.
Going down to the bottom of page 85 and looking at item 1274, what is the timestamp for that?
It is January 3rd, 2023 at 11:25 a.m.
And what is the value that is input into the phone?
Washington, D.C. Police.
Could we go to page 90? Thank you. And going to page 90, line 1, can we scroll down to 1343? Thank you. What is the timestamp for that?
That is January 3rd, 2023 at 7:23 p.m.
And what is the value put into it?
How to file a missing persons report.
Can we go down to page 91, item 359? 1359. Item number is 1359. And I'm sorry, I meant to say 1358. Could you go up one? Thank you. 1358. What is the timestamp for 1358?
January 3rd, 2023 at 7:27 p.m.
And what is the value?
Washington, D.C. Police Department.
And 92. And look at item 1368. What is the timestamp for 1368?
January 4th, 2023 at 10:11 a.m.
And what is the value that was input at that time?
The crossing wash.
Could we go down to item 1389? What is the timestamp for 1389?
January 4th, 2023, 10:14 a.m.
And what is the value that was put in?
Mazza Building, Washington, D.C.
And could we now go to item 1402, scrolling down the page? We are now on page 94. What is the timestamp for item 1402?
January 4th, 2023, 10:15 a.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Jeff Chad Tishman.
Can we go to item 1414 on page 95? What is the timestamp for 1415? I'm sorry, 1414?
January 4th, 2023, 10:56 a.m.
And what is the value that is put in there?
Will Fasto.
And then underneath that, is there a different spelling of Fasto for item 1415?
Yes.
And then scrolling down to item 1438 on page 96. On page 96, what is the timestamp for item 1438?
January 4th, 2023 at 1:24 p.m.
And then underneath that is item 1439. What is the timestamp for that?
Sorry. January 4th, 2023 at 1:26 p.m.
And this looks different than the other values. What is this?
This was a search from Apple Maps. Sorry.
So when you see that bolded result, is that saying it's from Apple Maps?
Yes, you can see the source file, Apple Maps.
So that's different than Knowledge C, and that's different than Safari.
Yes.
Okay. And then the last one is the one directly underneath it, 1440. What is the timestamp for that?
January 4th, 2023, 2:49 p.m.
And what is the value that is put in there?
I'm good.
Now, if we could close out of this and go to the second chapter in that binder, web history. On this, sir, what is this, the columns that look different, I want to ask you, what is URL?
Uniform Resource Locator. It's the website, essentially the website visited.
Okay. And what is the URL in item number 1?
casinos.bally's.com/Lincoln.
And what is the last visited time and date?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:28 a.m.
And going to visits and usage pattern, those are columns that are empty, like our last sheet. Was that Celebrite didn't have any data, couldn't give you any data on that?
Yes.
And then for source info, it says Knowledge C. And the one directly underneath it says Safari. Is this also pulling from different databases?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay. So as far as the searches, or I'm sorry, as far as the web history for the device, for items 1 through 12, what did you notice about the URLs?
they contained the casinos.bally's.com URL.
And after .com, there's a backslash. What's the next word?
Oh, sorry, Lincoln.
Now, going down to item 13 through 17. So, sir, what did you notice as far as the URLs for items 13 through 17 on page 4?
The URL was mgmspringfield.mgmresorts.com.
And what is the date and timestamp for 13?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Now, if we could then scroll to item 25. On item 25, sir, what did you notice as far as the URLs on items 25, say through items 30 to item 34?
Again, they contain the mgmspringfield.mgmresorts.com.
And what is the timestamp for item 25?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
And could we then go down to items 38 and 39? On items 38 and 39, did you notice about the URLs?
Again, it was the mgmspringfield.mgmresorts.com.
And what is the date and timestamp for item 38?
December 31st, 2022, 9:31 a.m.
Now, sir, in addition to having access to native location data and web history and search history, you can close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Did you have the opportunity to, through Celebrite, look at text messaging or messaging in the phone?
Yes.
And then when I say the phone, I'm talking about the iPhone 13 mini.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with the iPhone 13 mini, can you break out the text to individual chats with certain numbers?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So, and with that, did you create certain reports that correspond to these chats?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize this first report?
Yes, I do.
And did you create this report?
I did.
And it's in this report, can you tell us what it is?
It is a text message report.
And what are the numbers that correspond to the text message?
The last four is 8646.
Okay. And that's the iPhone 13 mini's phone?
Correct.
And then the next phone number, last four digits?
2005.
And does it have a designation or an ID or some kind of identifier next to it?
Yes.
What?
Contact associated as paint.
And what is the time frame of that?
This is January 5th, 2023.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this text thread as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Text thread labeled paint?
I would go by the numbers, but
Sure. Why don't you read it into the record?
certainly. It would be a text thread between 8646 and 2005.
Okay, sounds good. That's now in evidence as Exhibit 162.
So now exhibit 162.
Ms. Gilman, can we have that text thread up? So you said contact information when you referred to paint. Did you create that or is that from the phone?
That was pulled during the extraction process of the phone.
So, but you don't do anything to put that number as paint?
No, I do.
The phone, Celebrite, through examining the data, gives you that contact information?
Correct.
Okay. So looking at this first entry, what is the significance of this bubble being in green?
Green means it was sent by the owner, the number ending in 8646.
And then underneath, so the from and to, who is this from?
That is from Brian Walshe.
And who is it to?
The number ending in 2005 with the contact paint associated.
What is the body of the text?
Hello, Brian Walshe, 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, 617-939-8646. New address from last time. Thank you.
And can you tell whether or not this text was actually sent?
Yes.
How so?
The status in the bottom left
And
says
so then there's a time and date at the bottom. What is that indicative of? What is that telling you?
the date and time the text message was sent.
Can we scroll down to the next message? Sir, looking at this message, who is the sender of it?
Brian Walshe.
To who?
The contact of paint.
And in the body of the text, is it fair to say it's just images?
It appears to be 2 images, yes.
And was it sent?
Yes.
And can we scroll down to the final one? The final text, who is sending it?
Brian Walshe.
And what does the body of it say?
Good morning. Let me know about the ceiling. Best, Brian.
What was the date and time of that text?
January 6th, 2023, 7:49 a.m.
Can you close out of that, Ms. Gilman? Thank you very much. May I approach your room?
Yes?
Thank you. I'm showing you another report and asking if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And is that a report you created from Celebrite from the iPhone 13 mini text messages?
Yes, sir.
And what is the last 4 digits, or actually, what is the number that's the text message is being sent to, last 4 digits?
The number ends in 5605.
5605.
Yes, sir.
And this is printed on both sides, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's 2 pages, but on 1 piece of paper.
Yes,
All right. And you created this using the Celebrite.
I did.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as next exhibit.
Any objection? The Celebrate report between 8646 and 5605 is now in evidence as Exhibit 163.
Gilman, can we have that text thread between 8646 and number ending in 5605? Thank you. Sir, who's sending the first text in this thread?
Brian Walshe.
And can you tell us the body of this text?
Hello, I called MGH South Shore Hospital, Brigham and Women's. They don't have Anna. Thank you for your support, Brian. Please let us know if you have any updates.
What was now under this, it says, there's a section that says delivered.
Yes.
What does that mean?
When the text message was delivered to the receiving party.
How is that different than the other timestamp in the bottom?
Because it could be sent, it was sent approximately 4 seconds before it was delivered to the device itself.
And I'm sorry, I talked over you. This status, it indicates that it was sent as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could we scroll down, Ms. Gilman, to the next text in the thread? Sir, who's sending this text?
The number ending in 5605.
And so what's the significance of blue?
It is an incoming text message.
And incoming to the 8646 number.
That is correct.
And what is the body of this text?
Hugh Dunleavy, 1-347-913-2053.
And this text, this has a red line on it. What does that mean?
That's when the message was read on the device.
And in addition, there's a status Does that also indicate it's read?
Yes, sir.
And then the last timestamp, what is that telling you?
That's when it was delivered.
Can we scroll down to the next text? Sir, who's sending this text?
The number ending in 5605.
And can you read the body of this text?
Hi, Brian. I believe Hugh has been in touch with you and understand the police are taking over. I adore Anna, thinking of you and the boys. Please let me know if you need anything. Teresa.
And can you tell if this text was read?
Yes.
At what time?
It was January 4th, 2023 at 8:10 p.m.
And can we continue to scroll down, Ms. Gilman? Who's sending this next text, sir?
This is Brian Walshe.
And or the phone associated with Brian Walshe.
Yes, the phone associated with Brian Walshe.
Just to be clear, you don't know who's sending the actual text. You just know the phone is sending it.
Correct.
Okay. And so can you read the body of the text?
Good evening, Teresa. Thank you for your support during these difficult days. The private investigators wanted to know if Anna had any vacation days this week. Thank you again. Best, Brian. P.S. We adore Anna too. Looking forward to her coming home soon. And she spoke very highly of you always. I'm.
And when was this text delivered?
January 5th, 2023 at 4:12 p.m.
Can we scroll down to the final text? And who's sending this? Which phone number is sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
And sir, what's the body of this text?
Last question. Are there Tishman Spire personnel at the Mazda building? Thanks.
And when was this text delivered?
January 5th, 2023 at 4:17 p.m.
May I approach?
You may approach.
Thank you. Do you recognize this report?
Yes, sir.
Is this an additional report of text messages you created from the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
And this corresponds to a contact. What's the contact name?
Alyssa.
And the other phone number associated with this text thread is 8646?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to have this marked as the next exhibit.
So it's between 8646 and another number, or just Alyssa?
Another number ending in 2189.
2189 it is. The text message thread between the iPhone mini 8646 and 2189 is now in evidence as Exhibit 164.
Ms. Gilman, could we scroll down to page 2, the top text? Sir, this is blue, this top text. Who's sending it?
The number ending in 2189.
And what is the body of this text?
Thank you so much, Brian. Happy New Year. Hope you're well. 4.
And when was this read?
January 2nd, 2023, 3:05 p.m.
And scrolling down to the next one in green, which phone's sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
And sir, on this text, what does the body say?
Hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Anna?
And when was this delivered?
January 3rd, 2023 at 10:34 a.m.
And scrolling down to the next text, who's sending, which phone is sending this? Which phone number?
The number ending in 2189.
And what is the body of this text?
Hey, Brian, sorry for the delay. Was sleeping. I have the flu. Super sick. I texted with Anna on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work.
And what was the date and time that this was read?
January 3rd, 2023, 12:51 p.m.
Can we scroll down to the next one? Which number is sending this?
Number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
You're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon.
And what is the date and time it was delivered?
January 3rd, 2023, 12:51 p.m.
And can we scroll down past that? One more. Thank you. To the top of page 4. Thank you. Looking at the top of page 4, which number is sending this?
The number ending in 2189.
And what is the body of this text?
Did you ever hear back? Question mark.
What is the date and time that it was read?
January 4th, 2023, 10:10 a.m.
The next text in the thread, which number is sending this?
Number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
No, they are looking for her at work now.
When was this delivered?
January 4th, 2023, 10:19 a.m.
You may.
Trooper, do you recognize that report?
Yes, sir.
Is that another report you were able to create from messaging in the phone?
Yes.
And this has a contact associated with it. What is the contact's name?
Alexandra,
And what are the last 4 digits of Alexandra's contact?
5332.
And the other phone number associated with this thread is 8646?
Yes, sir.
And does this contain the messages of that thread?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection. The Celebrate report between the iPhone mini 8646 and 5332, that text thread is now in evidence as 165.
Sir, what is Viber?
Viber is another messaging app.
And this text thread, did this utilize Viber?
Yes, sir.
And so Celebrate reads Viber text messages just like it reads the regular text messages.
Yes, it has the ability to extract it. Yes.
And so I'm going to ask you some questions about this Viber text thread with the Alexandra contact. Ms. Gilman, if we could have that up, please. Could you scroll down to the next text? Thank you. If you could stop right there. Sir, this green bubble, which number is sending this one?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
Happy New Year. Have you heard from Anna? She has been out of contact longer than normal. Speak soon.
What is the date and time associated with this text?
January 3rd, 2023, 10:35 a.m.
And below that, is there a response?
Yes.
And these, because they're Viber, they also show up in green and blue, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, I shouldn't say because they're Viber, but they, like the other text messages, they show up in green and blue.
Yes.
Okay. So which number is sending this text?
The number ending in excuse me, the number ending in 5332.
And what is the response?
Hello. No, I haven't. Last time was on 3112.
And what was the time of this text?
January 3rd, 2023 at 11:24 a.m.
I'd now like to scroll down to the first message on page 3.
Excuse me, that was 11:21 a.m.
11:21 a.m.
Yes.
So if we look at the first text message, the first message on page 3, which number is sending this message?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this message?
She had to leave early due to an emergency at one of the buildings. She left early on Sunday morning. I didn't have my phone till last night because William hid it in his bed. Thomas found it. I wasn't worried at first, but she has never been this long out of communication. I will call her work tomorrow morning.
And what is the date and time with this message?
January 3rd, 2023 at 9:10 p.m.
And if we could scroll further down the page of page 3. Looking at the green bubble, which phone number is sending that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body?
I know. Let me if you get in touch with her. I will let you know when I speak to her.
What is the date and time associated with that message?
January 3rd, 2023, 9:12 p.m.
And then the next message beneath that, which number is sending that?
The number ending in 5332.
And what is the body of that message?
That means no communication for almost days.
Now, if we could go to page 11. And if looking at the blue bubble, which number is sending that?
The number ending in 5332.
And what is the body of that?
If she's not at work tomorrow, or if they haven't heard from her, what are you going to do? Question mark.
And what is the date and time of that message?
January 3rd, 2023, 9:25 p.m.
Could you scroll down, Ms. Gilman? Looking at the green bubble, which one sends that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body?
Call everybody she knows in DC and then file missing persons. Let's hope there is an explanation.
Could you, Ms. Gilman, could you go to page 12? Scrolling down, the second message on page 12. Which number is sending that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of that?
They can't find her at work.
And what is the date and time of that?
January 4th, 2023, 10:33 a.m.
And if, Ms. Gilman, could we go to page 14? And could you scroll down, Ms. Gilman? Ms. Gilman, could you stop? Looking at the last message on page 14, who is the sender of that? What number?
The number ending in 5332.
And what is the body of that text?
I think that you need to report this ASAP.
And what is the date and time of that message?
January 4th, 2023, 10:59 a.m.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Showing you this, is this another one of the reports you created via Celebrate of a text thread?
Yes, sir.
And does this involve 3 numbers?
Yes.
So besides 8646, what is the first contact that's associated with this text thread?
A number ending in 7966.
And what is the name of that contact?
Anna, do, and then a number sign.
And then what is the other phone
Thompson.
number associated with this thread?
A number ending in 6708.
And what is the contact name?
Gem.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which would be a text thread between 8646, 7966, 6708, and 670.
Thank you. Any objection to that? Now in evidence says 166. Bless you.
Ms. Gilman, may we have this published? Looking at the first message, sir, it's blue. What number is sending this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of this?
It is a picture.
And then above the picture, is there any words?
I love my necklace, exclamation.
And then under recipient, what does it say? Participant, sorry, I misread it.
The number ending in 8646.
And does it acknowledge what time it was read?
Yes.
What time was it read?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:26 p.m.
Going down, please, Ms. Gilman. Who's sending this text? What number?
The number ending in 6708.
Jem?
Yes.
And what is the body of this?
Last night was so good, exclamation, thank you.
What is the date and time of this text that it was read?
It was read January 2nd, 2023, 2:26 p.m.
Going down to the next text. Which number is sending this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of it?
The chef, world class, and company equally so.
And when was this read according to the phone?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:26 p.m.
Can we scroll down to the top text on page 3? On the top text of page 3, which number is sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Looking good, buddy. Thomas just found my phone. It was in William's bed. Another amazing New Year Eve together as a triumvirate. Looking good in your new necklace.
And scrolling down to the final text. Which sender is this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of it?
My new necklace made a big splash yesterday as I wore it everywhere. I got double takes in the streets and at Whole Foods in Swampscott.
And what was the time that the text was read?
January 2nd, 2023 at 4:13 p.m.
May I approach, Ron?
You may?
Showing you another text thread. Is this another one that was created another report you were able to create from the phone?
Yes, sir.
And does this only have 2 numbers associated with it?
Yes.
What are the 2 numbers associated with it?
The number ending in 8646
Yes, sir.
and the number ending in 6708.
And that also has a contact designation of Jem.
Yes, sir.
The Commonwealth would seek to enter this as the next exhibit, Your Honor. The text thread between 8646 and 6708.
Any objection? The text of thread between 8646 and 6708 is in evidence as 167. $167?
Directing your attention to the top of page 2 of this thread.
Could you have it published, sir?
Oh, yes, I apologize. I neglected to ask that. Your Honor, may I publish this?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Ms. Gilman, if we could go to the top of page 2. And I imagine, Trooper, it's a whole lot easier to see it now.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, who is the sender of this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of this first message?
Merry Xmas to you, buddy. I miss you. Merry Xmas to all of you.
Date and time?
December
That it was read.
December 25th, 2022, 9:45 a.m.
Going down to the next text, who's the sender of that next one?
The number ending in 6708.
And what does the body of that say?
Her phone is going directly to voicemail.
And what was the date and time that this message was read?
January 4th, 2023, 10:54 a.m.
And the next text in that thread? Which number sends that?
6708.
And what is the body of that?
Any news? Question mark. Have you alerted everybody at her work and the DC police? Question mark.
Now, I'd like to scroll down to page 4. In the middle of that, which is the sender of this blue text?
The number ending in 6708.
And what does the body of it say?
Hey, buddy, can you send me the photos we took on New Year's Eve? NYE? Question mark.
What was the date and time it was read?
January 5th, 2023, 11:17 a.m.
And the next thread, the next text down, sir? What number is sending that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of that text?
All the photos were taken on Anna's phone. I don't have any.
And when was that text delivered?
January 5th, 2023 at 11:30 a.m.
You can close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. Yeah, of course.
Would you like to?
I'm sorry.
I was just listening to the ordinance.
What a gentleman.
Your Honor, this next collection of text, I would actually ask the NARC for ID. I will show it to the witness, but I would not seek to enter as an exhibit at this point in time.
All right, and I think consistent with this morning, this is the first one. Is this, what do we say, I for ID? So we'll mark this exhibit as I for ID. And George, I just remind you that things that get a designation as a letter designation and for identification isn't evidence unless and until the parties move it in and I move it in. The numbered exhibits are the ones that you have as evidence with you in the back.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes?
So I'm showing you what's been marked I for ID. Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, it is a text message report created by me on Celebrate.
Okay. And can you tell us the two numbers that are associated with this?
Yes, the first number is ending in 8646.
Okay.
And the
second number?
The second number is the number ending in 7966.
And who are the contacts designated with this?
The 8646 is Brian Walshe, and the 7966 is Anna New.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Understand that this has been marked for ID, Your Honor. Is it appropriate to publish it and ask questions about it? If not, I can move on.
Well,
I'll move on. It's not a problem.
all
I've
right.
got something else to do. I can keep busy. The final report I want to ask you about, sir. I'm going to show it to you, but I want to show it to counsel first. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's the last report I want to ask you about today, sir.
Yes.
What is this, sir?
This is the call log report from
Please, I interrupted you. Sorry.
yes, that I exported from Cellbrite from the iPhone 13 mini.
Okay. Now, the call log report, is that every call in the iPhone 13 mini?
No, this was only a certain date range.
Okay. And certain numbers as well?
Yes.
Okay. And so this call log report for the iPhone 13 mini, you created this?
I did.
Okay. And what was the date range you were looking to create this for?
This was, December 25th, 2022 through January 3rd, 2023.
Okay. And I would seek to move this as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection.
It's now in evidence as 168. That's the call log report between the dates of 12/25/22, 1/3/23 for the iPhone 13 mini.
Thank you. 168. Now, Your Honor, may I publish 168?
You may.
Thank you. On 168, sir, I'd like to direct your attention to the columns. Under parties, what does that designate?
Who the call took place between the two calling parties.
And timestamp, I take it, is the same as it's been last. What's duration?
The length of the call.
And when you see source info and it's biome and knowledge C, what is the significance of biome?
Again, it was another in the iOS 16 when that came out. Biome was a newer database from Apple, so this data is going to be in two different places.
So at this point in time, I'd like to direct your attention to the bottom of page 12, item 143. What phone number is being called, sir?
This is an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of the phone call?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:52 a.m.
And what is the duration of the call?
33 seconds.
And if we could scroll up, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. And could we go up a little bit further to the next page, please? Continuing. All right, so Ms. Gilman, can you please continue up to further up, please? There we are. On item number 129, what is the timestamp of that at 129?
December 25th, 2022 at 1:40 p.m.
And what number is being called?
It's an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the duration of that call?
1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds.
And could you continue up, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Directing your attention to item 123 on page 10. What number is making the phone call?
This is an incoming call from 7966.
And what is the duration of this call?
1 hour, 27 minutes, and 7 seconds.
And what is the timestamp on this call?
December 25th, 2022 at 4:11 p.m.
Now, if we could go to item number 13, I believe it's the top of page 2. Bless you. Sir, what number is being called?
It is an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of the call?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:52 a.m.
And what is the duration of the call?
4 minutes, 5 seconds.
And if we could continue up from there, Ms. Gilman. Going to item number, pause if I may. Could we go to item number 9? What is the number what number is making that phone call?
Number 9, you said, sir?
Number 9?
Number 9. The incoming call from number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of that call?
December 31st, 2022, 7:27 p.m.
And what is the duration of that call?
0 seconds.
Looking at the item above it, item number 8, what number is being called?
It is an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of that call?
January 3rd, 2023, 8:28 a.m.
And how long is that call?
15 seconds.
Does that mean that the phone's connected if it's 15 seconds?
No.
What can happen? What is an alternative explanation then?
Voicemail.
And do you see can we go up to 7 through 1? Do you see any incoming calls from the 7966 from entries 8 through 1?
No, I do not.
And do you see any calls longer than 17 seconds in entries 8 through 1?
No, I do not.
And Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach in that sidebar?
Yes.
Thank you.
What are they at a sidebar?
Yeah. So we're trying to understand, Margaret.
Yeah.
What we seem to have heard there was that there was a Google search before she went missing. So either on the 22nd or the 25th.
Well, there
and
was
that
one
Google
about
search.
divorce. What did it say? Sorry.
No, but this was a Google search we hadn't heard before. It was Anna Walshe found dead.
By who? Because I just had to step out quickly to go to the bank.
Yeah.
So who performed the search?
Well, I believe it was Brian on his phone, unless I've missed something. We're trying to figure this out. We're not paying 100% attention.
That would
and
be
this has been
huge. I know.
It's been so tedious today. I don't know why they have to list when they're going to go over a call sheet. Apparently, they have to read out every date, every time, and every message, no matter how bad or meaningless it is.
They do, and if it's something that important, it shouldn't be buried.
I know it's been a long
Yeah.
day for you. I
Okay,
appreciate
God.
attentiveness. You may catch me frequently. I know.
So, like, you're sitting here and you don't know when something important might be coming, and
still able to do their jobs. And
so, like Maui said, it was by Walsh, by Brian. So why would he possibly make a search like that before she went missing?
you're doing a marvelous job at it.
Well, that could be all the most important proof that the Commonwealth needs.
Of premeditation, exactly. Why didn't they mention it in their opening? So
Maybe
the only
they
thing
didn't think they'd get it in. So sometimes you don't mention things in your opening statement. Openings are not evidence. If you're worried for some reason, you won't get it in.
Okay.
Shoot, of course I had to miss. I was here all day.
It was like so
I
snuck
literally
through
stepped
that
out for 20 minutes.
it took us like a half hour in chat of discussing it to even be sure if we heard it or when it was, And fortunately,
did
Maui
it
was
say?
Anna Walsh found dead.
Follow me.
And so the only thing I can tell me if I'm crazy, and Maui usually does, and she doesn't like this. What I suggested. So what I suggested was, imagine he's in an argument with her and he wants to threaten her, and he types into his phone, Anna Walsh found dead, and then he's with her and he shows her the screen. So that becomes I don't know, because I really can't understand why someone would search that, since she's obviously not dead at that point or even missing.
Unless it's an accident, just like Haas Long to die in the snow.
Right.
Haas Long to die in the cold.
Pretty damn coincidental accident, like.
So I followed this case from the day she went missing. The day he reported her missing, I should say. So I've never heard anything like this before.
Yeah, this is the first I've heard of it, and
is Carol going to join us?
Yeah, she's supposed to join us at 4, and also I think Jenna's back.
Oh, good.
I'm not sure if she's coming on. She said she was
in
finished.
the bottom here.
My main task.
Yeah, just keep your eye out.
I am.
So we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow.
Oh, there's Carol, but it says device is not
Anything that the
connected.
Commonwealth needs to discuss before I get off.
They will need to connect
No, Your Honor.
their
And anything
mic
that the
cam
defense
before you
needs to
can
discuss
add them.
before I get off.
So Carol, if you're watching,
Thanks for your work today, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
it says devices not connected.
Carol, you may have to give permission on your device. Try starting it over. Maybe you didn't click on when your laptop asked for permission to access it.
So let me just put this, mute that. And okay. So
You know how when you first connect to a device, that little thing comes on the screen?
there's a few little things, but it said,
and
so
then
make sure that the audio is connected up. Oh, I hope she can you can.
And then, and then you have to go into your settings and make sure the proper, the audio is set up, the proper mic and the proper speaker.
Right.
She's
Wow.
texting, I think, so let's
Oh,
see.
good. Yeah, I heard it come through. That's pretty amazing about this Google search. That would blow my mind. People in chat, everybody who was watching in chat, do you guys think that the prosecutor presented that evidence in the right order? Or do you think he should have really when this witness first got on, should he have made a big deal about this? I mean, here she is. Add to stage. Hello.
Oh, she made it. Okay, I'm hearing. I'm looking at my phone. What's the mic hooked up?
I'm hearing a little feedback or something.
We hear hiss, but not your voice count.
Did we hear? Can you hear us? Yeah, it's like a squeaky, weird sound.
I'm not sure if you're working off a laptop. If you're working off a laptop, you might not be hooked up to the right mic. So if you go into audio settings, go into settings under audio, and then look at the mic.
It is stressful.
Yeah, no, but at least we're not on like national TV, which is just
don't worry. I'm sure the chat will. Any ideas in chat? What she can? There we go. That's better.
Yeah, we still don't hear her though.
Any
I'm not sure.
She must be doing something back there because she
she's
logged
probably
herself
working on
out,
it.
but yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing from her. She's so smart, and it'll be interesting to ask all these questions. So, geez.
Yeah, so we got to find out what that Google search was, and then we have to speculate on what he possibly. Why would you make a search like that? Like I said, the scenario that I thought of is the only thing I can even think of.
Do you guys remember the exact day that Brian made that search?
Maui said either December 22nd or December 25th. And that it may have been in reaction to when he found out that she wasn't going to be home for Christmas.
That's just the weirdest thing to search, though. To me, that's if that's the case.
I don't understand it. Like, why would you, even if you were planning to kill somebody? Unfortunately, nothing has changed. Carol, we just hear hiss.
Yeah. Huh. I wish I was a techie and I could help. I don't know what it is.
I mean, the only other thing I can think of is if you put the app. I've never even actually tried using the link on the phone, but if you call in on the link on the phone, we could do it that way. Yeah, we can't hear you at all, Carol.
Yeah.
We see your lips moving, but we can't.
Hello. You look good. Your office looks nice.
We just hear like a hissy thing. We can read your diplomas.
Yeah. What do you think it could be? Oh, I know. Is something else planned? Did you close out all your tabs and everything? Because sometimes you have to close out all the tabs, and so I'm not sure what to do here. Oh, she left
Sorry,
again.
Carol. We were looking forward to talking to you.
I know. Is court over for the day? So yes, court is over for the day. They ended it, and it's about the right time. It's what, 4 o'clock now? I never know. Oh yeah, it's 4:06. So. Geez, yes.
So that was the big thing out of it. Then we'll have to try to find out more. That search, fascinating search. I mean, we're looking for that evidence of premeditation. Is that
you know what? So people, I think the general consensus is a jury is going to want to convict him, and they're going to want to find evidence to convict him, and that may be
something
what
they can seize
really need, that they can really seize upon that, and that coupled with the other few times he searched with the word murder, I think they can make a reasonable inference that he killed his wife.
Right. And that's a very good point. I forgot about that. And you were good to cite that when we first did this, when we were first looking at those searches,
Yeah.
that he didn't look for how to dispose of the body of my wife who just died in the bed next to me. He didn't use the word dead wife. He used murdered wife.
Yeah. How do you, I know.
Like, why would murder be on your brain?
Well, the defense attorney argued that those few times that he used the word murder, he was searching basically the same thing. How do you, I forget what it is. How do you, how do you dismember a body? And then how do you dismember a body after murder? So to see what different search results he would get.
And one thing we have to be careful with is the search feature, depending on what you're using. If you have an auto smart search, it'll try to finish. We saw this in the Karen Reed trial too. It'll try to finish it. So you might just type in part of the question and then it finishes the rest for you.
Yeah. And the defense attorney Tipton was trying to get that concept out in front of the jury too during cross.
Yeah.
And that's true. That does happen. And you just say, if you press it quickly, it will absolutely do that. So, I'm looking for Carol here. I don't see her.
If you're still listening, Carol, what we'll do is sometime me and you will just practice it. And because you've been on my channel and you've done it before and it wasn't a problem. So we'll just do it when we're not live and try to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, we can figure it out. Lots of times
I am not on Court TV tonight. No, I'm not. I don't know if Margaret is. Someone Judy's asking. I don't even think that any reason to think the topic would be. I'm only on for Karen Reed. Margaret's on for other subjects.
Yeah.
And I have no reason to think that they'll be discussing Karen Reed tonight. Or will, I don't know. Is there something
going on?
They
might be discussing Mangione. So some of the channels have discussed that because of the hearing that's going on right now about the search warrant, whether they had the defense is claiming that Mangione had a backpack and that the search was made without a warrant and therefore it was unconstitutional.
All right, let's give it a shot.
It's a little better.
I still can't hear her voice though.
I can't hear her voice either. How about taking your external mic off and just using the computer mic?
I don't see an external mic. I'm not sure where.
Oh, okay. Headphones.
All right, you got the headphones.
Yeah, you got the headphones.
That's good, so there won't be a feedback.
That would be good.
But the mic is not working.
I wonder what kind of it should work. What kind of laptop do you have? What kind of computer?
Yeah, we can't hear your voice at all,
Carol. I can mute the mic, so we don't listen to that.
Something changed. At least we no longer hear the hiss.
Well, I muted the mic. Can you do sign language?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Are you good at sign language?
Yeah, you're gonna
still
have
going.
to.
I'm just so we don't keep hearing it.
I know.
So if you can try to work on it, I'll unmute the mic a few times. So yeah, we can't hear you. So if maybe you can figure out.
It's frustrating. I know.
Yeah, I know. We've all been there
all
before. Look at me trying to find the right channel. And
I've been there multiple times for like 15 minutes as we're about to go live on Court TV and we're trying to troubleshoot the problem. And that is so stressful.
It's so stressful, but the people at Court TV behind the scenes are actually very calming. Oh,
yeah, they're good at
Yeah. So what about the phone? Yeah. Why don't you call in? Do you want me to? How about FaceTime with me?
But I'm not sure if we'll be. You're gonna have to mute that, Margaret. You're gonna have to,
I am muting
that's causing pain for people.
How about if she calls me? Oh, she can hear.
I don't know how that's gonna sound.
Oh, it's better than that. All right, my number. Now everybody's gonna call me. I'm gonna give her my number.
Yeah, don't give your number out. Don't give your number out.
Oh, why?
Don't give it to Carol.
I don't have Carol's.
I meant don't give it to publicly. Yeah.
I don't have Carol's text. So do you want to text my number?
I have Carol's. I can text you her number.
Okay. We're trying our best, everybody. Sometimes a cell phone nearby can cause feedback. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
What happened?
What happened?
I'm using my phone microphone.
Oh, well, that's perfect. Can everybody hear her?
Yeah. Good. Welcome, Carol.
Well, you know what the
Thanks,
weirdest thing
I'm
is?
just-
Yeah. Okay. This is wonderful. Everybody can hear her then.
This is
Okay.
my son calling in saying, "This is what you do."
Oh my gosh.
That's what it takes. Yeah.
Thank God for sons, you know. So
Yeah,
what is
yeah,
your
he's a-
take on did
Oh.
you see the part with the Google search in December? Because I ran out for like 20 minutes to go to the bank and I didn't see it.
I may have missed it because I was in and out today because I had some other obligations to students. So I didn't see every minute of it. So if you want to tell me what it is, but I'll start by saying, Margaret, I loved your explanation of hearsay, of state of mind hearsay, because I think a lot of people seemed confused about why are all these statements coming in that Anna made. And of course, as we know, it's not necessarily coming in for the truth of it, but it was coming in for her state of mind. So I thought that was really helpful to people because it seemed like people were asking that question.
Yeah, and you can probably explain it even better than I can. Like how would you have explained that?
Especially the state of mind. That is tricky,
Yeah.
that part.
State of mind comes in for just kind of what you said, just what was the person's state of mind at the time, not necessarily for the truth of exactly what she said. So she might have, when it was Mr. Fastow testifying that Anna would say something, at one point I think he said she, seemed despondent or whatever, and she said something and he thought she seemed despondent. Well, it's interesting because you're really talking about what someone's state of mind was at the time, not whether she was actually despondent. So it doesn't come in for the truth, but it does come in to tell you what her state of mind was. And that's really important because it sort of gives the jury an idea of kind of what she was thinking and what she was going through at the time. So that's why I thought it was important. But yeah, you described it perfectly. In Massachusetts, it's they call it Rule 803, which is kind of the state of mind exception, because people are saying, well, why can the statements of someone who's deceased come in? Because it's hard to challenge that, but they're not coming in for the truth of exactly what was said, just really for what her state of mind was. So I'm pretty much saying, I think the same thing that you said, but hopefully people understand why her statements, were reasonably allowed into evidence. I think this judge is really good on the evidence, and that's just really nice to see. I think she's very careful to balance, what we all know is the balance, and that is it more prejudicial than probative? And, that's always the balance. Am I going to let it in? I'm not going to let it in because it's too prejudicial, or am I going to let it in because it's more probative than prejudicial? I think she's done a really good job of that. I don't know how you feel about that, on the probative versus, I mean, you've done enough cases to know that, of course, that's the trick, right? I don't know how you feel about that, but I thought you did pretty well.
Yeah, I agree. I think she's excellent, and she has excellent control of her courtroom. And she's also I think she's this case is so unique legally that she's trying to preserve the record as well, because it will be appealed if he's convicted.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree with that. So much of it's about, being careful and knowing that, there's going to more than likely be an appeal. And well, if he's convicted of murder, it's an automatic appeal, unless he doesn't want to appeal. But that's an automatic appeal to the Supreme Judicial Court. It doesn't even go to the appeals court. So I think she's being very careful, and the concern that I have is have they, because I haven't seen every bit of it, but have they actually decided that his admission, he hasn't been sentenced yet, so essentially he hasn't been convicted of what he admitted to, mishandling the body.
Mm-hmm.
Just curious. And the judge was saying, hey, I want you to submit both sides need to submit something on the relevance. Again, is it going to be too prejudicial? Is it more probative than prejudicial? Because boy, is that something a judge could get overturned on pretty quickly.
And she also said this morning that she won't do the sentencing on those charges until after this is decided.
Right, not doing the sentencing on it. Well, I didn't do murder cases. I did sort of my share of rapes and shootings that didn't result in death. And, I did, of course, thousands of child abuse cases and, things. You're always balancing, probative versus prejudice, when you're hearing cases, no matter what kind of cases they are. I don't know, in the Montgomery case, I think they agreed that when he decided that he would agree to abuse of a corpse, which is like putting her Harmony in a ceiling and putting her in an Under Armour bag and then freezing her remains and thawing them out. They talked about that in the closing. They basically said, this is what he agreed that he did. He put her in a bag. He put the bag of her frozen remains. And they went through every single thing because he had admitted it. So I can't remember if it was by stipulation that they did that or whether or not the judge herself agreed that it could come in. And I tend to think it's a stipulation because it's not one of the bases for appeal in that case. But, he did the same thing. I will say it didn't work for him. He's convicted. His appeal was pending. It's kind of, I guess you might agree with me, it's kind of a Hail Mary, don't you think?
Yeah, I do think. My big
it is,
question.
but there's a lot of technical reasons for saying, there is reasonable doubt in the sense that we don't know what happened.
Well,
how
a lot of people, I think, you've mentioned this a few times, about, because the murder charges on deliberate premeditation. And a lot of people seem to be saying, well, how are you going to get there, because there's no body. But they're going to give an instruction. But there's a case law in Massachusetts that makes clear that that a jury can infer deliberate premeditation by the acts that occurred before or after a murder. Okay. So there are cases that say that. It's a little concerning because the jury instruction doesn't say that. But case law.
What would be the acts in this case that would apply?
Oh, the Google searches for
that
sure.
That was after.
Yeah, and again, they, case law says, you can look at the actions of someone after, the dismembering of the body. They found body parts. Now they haven't said that he's admitted to that, but there's, huge amount of circumstantial evidence. And, right. And do you know what, something like that, like they're putting all this evidence in of finding trash bags and finding things in trash bags, all of that stuff that's coming in. You can allow a jury and a jury can infer that when someone did that, they had to be planning. Yes, we're saying after they didn't know where she was anymore, and they thought that she disappeared, that he did those Home Depot, getting all the hatchets and the axe and the Tyvek suits and all of that. That might have been occurring afterward, but it doesn't mean that he didn't contemplate doing that. That he didn't contemplate when she came home, if they believe, he believes she was having an affair, that, that he contemplated, how am I going to do this? If I kill her, how am I going to get ready how am I going to get rid of the body? They can make those inferences. So I think people are stuck on the premeditation, on the deliberate premeditation issue. But I think you'll hear the prosecutor arguing all of these things that he did require planning and required planning before that day. So that's all the Google searches. Maybe he did them later, but it doesn't mean that he didn't plan to kill her. only that he did some planning on how to dispose of the body. So, but it is tricky, I think. I think you said that earlier, Margaret, that it's going to be tricky when it comes to sort of the legalities, the whole issue of surrounding the premeditation issue. But I think I think there's more to it than people may think. I don't know how you feel about that, both of you, but I do think this. Also, by the way, didn't his Google posts about divorce, those came in before January, right?
Yes.
And I'm not sure. And what about the inheritance? About can you inherit and can you use
That was
someone's
after.
credit card?
I think there was one before, though. I'd have to double check on that.
Yeah,
The
and then
only
there
one that I
was,
found on the inheritance was after.
yeah,
I've been looking very closely for any kind of a,
Yeah.
that's why it jumped out today when apparently he made a search. Anna Walshe found dead. He made that search before, like days before.
yeah,
Yeah, that blows my
pretty
mind.
damaging, right? That's pretty damaging, right?
It's a weird
Yeah.
search, though. It's hard to make
Weird.
sense of,
Well, it's up to the jury to make sense of it. I mean, to me, I don't know how you feel, but I mean, if you were on jury and you knew that happened ahead of time, then you would have to think all this stuff that happened afterwards with the disposing of the body was just part of the plan, and that he carried it out. Don't forget, the whole issue of premeditation. And I know you know this, Margaret, that it can be literally seconds, and Massachusetts case law says that. So, I mean, you can, maybe assume he got into a fight. One of the questions I asked you earlier, Margaret, was because this is something that, I was surprised with, the broken teeth. Well, I mean, that to me tells me that, that she suffered an injury and that he had plans, plans to get into that. I don't know how you guys did a good discussion on that, but I thought that was pretty relevant.
I think you might be right on that. Maybe he took a beer bottle and he smashed her. I don't know, but you're right. Very gruesome.
Can you guys discuss the legal meaning? And I'm not trying to split hairs here, but of the word infer. So, which is different than deduce, right? So when you talk about a jury being able to infer something, is that any different than just guessing? I mean, what exactly does infer mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't, Margaret, you can take this one. From my standpoint, I've read jury instructions many times, and the jury instructions sort of always the same when you're describing. There's, direct evidence. You look out the door and you see the letter carrier put mail in the mailbox. So you know that there's mail in the mailbox, and
Yes.
It was a letter carrier that did that. Or you leave and the mailbox is empty, and you go to the grocery store and you come back and there's mail in the mailbox. Well, you can reasonably infer that the U.S. Postal Service delivered that mail.
Right.
So, inferring is something, when they refer to it, they're talking about circumstantial evidence and what you can reasonably infer. In other words, what you can find or see based on all the evidence that surrounded it. I don't know. Does that make sense, Margaret?
That's perfect.
Yeah.
I could not say that better.
So that still leaves a question. It doesn't cover everything. Like you would have to have, like you gave a perfect example there of the letter carrier. So you saw one thing and then you were able to draw infer the conclusion.
Right.
So does the same thing apply, where if the fact that you can't infer the fact that Brian Walshe disposed of the body, you can't infer from that he killed her.
Well, it depends on the jury to determine whether or not they think that's reasonable. That's the language that gets used, and then they describe in the jury instruction, they say, from all the, the facts that you hear, you have to be able to draw reasonable inferences from every fact that you're considering. It's not just like, well, we heard a bunch of things and so we're going to reasonably infer. You have to go through the facts and consider what facts, you can infer. So, because most of the cases, let's face it, most of the cases are circumstantial evidence. It's not like in Harmony Montgomery's case, where his wife, was there for the murder. That's a whole different thing, but it's almost always. But I think, Kevin, what they're saying, and you'll hear it in the jury instructions, because they'll describe what reasonable inferences are. And, it's going to say, from each of the facts that, the information and the testimony or the documents or whatever, you're going to have they're going to have all those documents in the jury room. And so, can they take the facts that are in those documents and can they infer, based on that he murdered his wife? I think the case is very strong, maybe stronger than people think. But, it gets legally complex when you try to figure stuff out like that.
Carol, I have a question for you. How would you handle this as a judge, as far as allowing the jury to hear about his, the fact that he pled out to moving, misleading police and then improperly moving or disposing of the body? So would the defense want that in, and how would you handle that as a judge?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to say on this case. I just don't know what direction they're going with this. I mean, if they made that decision that he did that, why would they, in other words, why would they have made that decision if they weren't trying to convince people that he did all of that afterwards because he panicked? So I can't. I'm trying to fathom, and I don't know, in terms of your opinion either, like, what is it that they're trying to do by entering that plea? Because immediately you say, okay, they're going to enter the plea, and then he's going to testify and say, I did this because she died from sudden unexplained death. And to me, that's where they're going with it, because first they did the plea, right, as they're assembling the jury. And then all of a sudden you hear opening arguments after a plea where he's saying, yes, I mishandled the body. So, he disposed of it. And by the way, he disposed of it because he panicked, because he found her dead from sudden unexplained death. I don't know how you feel, but I don't know why they would do that plea if they didn't want it in. And I think the prosecutor, I don't know, you've been prosecuted. If I were a prosecutor, I would say, hey, bring it in, and I'll challenge it. But I don't know. Do you think he's going to testify?
Yes.
Yeah, I do too. I mean,
they indicated he was going to in the opening.
You'll hear from him, right? But does that how that goes? You'll hear from him. Is that some, you're going to hear from something he said to the police when the police met with him?
Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point. It sounded like
you'll hear it right from him. And it was interesting that he used that wording to me, because as soon as you said you'll hear from him, I'm like, I don't know that means he's going to testify, because
very good catch. Very astute.
They'll eviscerate him, I think, on cross. My issue about the sudden unexplained death. Oh my gosh. So let's just look at that for like a minute. So on opening, he says, you'll hear, right? You're assuming it's an expert, right? So he said, you're going to hear about sudden unexplained death. Well, who can do that? The only person who can explain what sudden unexplained death is an expert, a doctor, a cardiologist, an emergency room physician. I mean, it's going to have to be an expert. So if they're going to qualify an expert to explain sudden unexplained death, you can't just like bring in this like, oh, it was an accident and someone's going to say, she could have. I mean, you can't just bring someone in to talk about sudden unexplained death without laying a foundation for it. So the only way that I can think of that they can lay the proper foundation is if he gets up and testifies and said, I found her, exactly what they said in opening arguments, right? Didn't they say, he's going to say he found her and she rolled off the bed. And then he just said, I think I'll cut her up into pieces. I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Right.
So
what you're saying is in order for them to bring up that expert, he has to testify.
I
'Cause
don't
that's the
know.
only way,
I
right?
don't know. I mean, Margaret, I don't know what you think, but is there any reason that you can, is there any way you can see them bringing in evidence of a sudden unexplained death with an expert? So I'm really like, I mean, expert witnesses
Yeah.
is just an issue that, I love talking about, but I don't see it.
Yeah, I think you're right, because we don't have a body here, and you do need to lay a foundation.
Yeah.
Is the foundation going to be enough of him? He would have to testify to say, this is how I found her. Oh my God, she was fine 1 second and dead the next, sudden unexplained death. So could they bring in an expert after he testified? Would that be enough of a foundation? What do you
Well,
think?
I'm not sure it's enough of a foundation, but let's say they do, because he's the guy with the Sixth Amendment right, and he can, of course, and that's the way it should be, and he can testify. It's okay for him to sort of testify, I guess. Well, he's gonna have to testify. So let's say that happens, and he and he testifies and says that's what happened. It's sudden unexplained death, and then boom, here comes the expert witness, which is really interesting to me because if I were the prosecutor, the first question I would ask is, how many cases of unexplained death have you seen where there wasn't an autopsy or a body? That would be my first question. So I mean, so you bring in this guy, this woman who's a doctor, and they're going to testify. This is what's sudden unexplained death, and then how does it go with experts? You can't really say, based on the information that you have, can you, to a reasonable degree of certainty, which is the requirement for the expert to testify, can you, to a reasonable degree of certainty, state that Anna Walshe died from sudden unexplained death? That's absurd. And it's really interesting when you look at studies around sudden unexplained death, is that the majority of cases of unexplained death are people who had autopsies, and then what was found afterwards, they had some cardiovascular disorder. Right. There was something like that. That's the truth in many unexplained deaths. And so I don't know. The only thing I can see based on the opening arguments is Brian Walshe will tell you, and I don't know if he said anything. I don't know if he's ever said anything about finding her or how that would come in other than by him testifying. And then
the first we heard of it was during the opening statements.
So then and only then, if he testifies that that's what happens, that's when he can bring an expert in. But I don't see any way that expert can get to an opinion that she died from unexplained, a sudden unexplained death. I mean, I think the prosecution would eviscerate any expert. And you didn't see that. You didn't see her body. You didn't do an autopsy. You have no idea whether she had a cardiovascular incident. You had no idea. And then what else are you going to say to the expert? Assume the following facts and evidence, which is the standard thing that you do for a hypothetical question. Assume that there's a woman who's 39 years of age, who's given birth to 3 children, who was determined by the insurance to be at the highest rated level of health, who was going to aerobics class every single day, and who had focused on her health. Assume those facts and evidence. Can you say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that she would have had some unexplained sudden death with no prior history? So again, there's a way to really pick apart that. I mean, I'm fascinated by it. Like, I'm very anxious to hear the information about sudden death. Sudden death. I don't know, Margaret and Kev, what do you think?
I think you're spot on. You absolutely have to lay a foundation for an expert to testify like this. And the only foundation really that I can see would be if Brian testified, and then possibly Tipton can make the argument that, Brian laid the foundation. I don't know. It's just crazy.
It's very, very difficult. And so and then you ask yourself, so let's say they lay the foundation, and they're going to allow this expert to come in and, well, let's say they do a voir dire, right, to determine who's an expert. So, with experts, it's not just, tell me your credentials. Are you a licensed physician? Are you a licensed emergency physician? Let's say they go through the sort of standard thing. What's your education, bachelor's degree, medical degree? How many cases do you see in the emergency room as an emergency room? Do you have the separate certification as an emergency physician? And then, on the voir dire, the prosecutor then says, how many cases, have you seen cases of a sudden unexplained death? Let's say they say yes. And because, in the emergency room, people come in, they're doing compressions and you don't know why that person is in cardiopulmonary arrest, right? And then what's the next question on voir dire? The next question is, how many cases of sudden unexplained death have you seen where there was not an autopsy? So then you're calling into question, does this person have the expertise to testify to sudden unexplained death in a person who hasn't had an autopsy? And maybe maybe the judge says, I don't think you're qualified. I mean, there's like a million scenarios, but these are just things, that are kind of run around in my head. So
putting myself in the seat of a juror, to me, a lot of it would come down to what the judge's instructions are, just listening to you and your discussion about inferring and stuff like that, because if you're trying to do your job diligently as a juror and you're sitting there and you're told that reasonable doubt, the definition of reasonable doubt, and you don't, and at the same time you're told first degree and you don't really know what happened, a lot is going to hint, as a juror, as a common sense matter, what happened, that this guy's responsible for his wife's death, or he wouldn't have. There's no reason his wife dies in bed. He wakes up and he finds his wife dead, and he says, okay, now I have to dismember her and dispose of her. It's hard to really come up with a rational explanation for that, even under a panic. So I think under the common sense rule that most juries are going to go by, they would be looking for a reason to convict. But if they're trying to do their duty, they may also say, well, geez, is there reasonable doubt because we don't know what happened here, and murder is premeditated murder, first degree. So I think a lot will come down to for me, if I was a juror, it would come down to the judge's instructions.
Yeah, and there's going to be some jurors that are, one or two jurors that are going to really hold it to that letter of the law, and really think, did they meet their burden? Did the Commonwealth meet its burden? Hey guys, I'm going to have you guys keep going. I unfortunately have to go. I've got to meet 6 people. We're all driving in together to Boston. I'll have my daughter end the stream after. But
okay,
keep on going. Enjoy.
Great.
My wine is right over there if you want to help yourself to a glass of wine and some snacks. So, but
great talking to you, Margaret.
We'll take care of the cat.
Yes. And Judge Carroll, thank you so much for being on. It's been very enlightening. And of course, thank you to everybody in chat. I thought it was a great show today. Very
Well, I have time to stay on with one more question for the judge that I had lined up.
On with you, Kev, but for a while. And no, it was a great, there's a lot of ways that you can actually watch the stream and listen to people. I enjoyed listening to both of you today. So
thank you so much.
Great.
Well, I have to run or my friends will defriend me.
See you tomorrow, Margaret.
See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Great.
So thank you so much, Carol. You did a great job. And I'm still interested in the question of, I know we've kind of beat this to death a little bit, but whether it makes sense for the defense to want the jury to know that he's pled guilty to both lying to the police and to disposing of the body. And one thing I speculated on yesterday at the end of the show was she might split the hairs a little bit and let the jury know that about the misleading the police, because that seemed relevant to the investigation, but that the disposing of the body might not be as completely relevant. Does that make any kind of sense? Or
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, I think you're honing in on exactly what she honed in on yesterday, right? At the end, when she was talking to the lawyers, what did she say? She'd say, I need to consider this. Again, she's trying to consider, first of all, is it relevant? And so they're going to have to make, some kind of showing that it's relevant. And then is it more probative than prejudicial? Like, is it necessary? So necessary to the case that the necessity of having it in is greater than the prejudicial impact it will have on him. So I think, this is, absolutely what you're saying is absolutely what the judge, I think, is trying to say. And I'm not sure what she'll decide. I think she'll take, they're assuming that they're writing their positions now, and that they'll submit them to the court, and then the judge will evaluate them. And, and check case law. It is nice. I kind of commented about that before. We all have, we all have law clerks, which they call research attorneys now. I mean, sometimes when I was in the middle of a trial and some issue came up that, I'm thinking, I'm just not quite sure. This is a little different than, what the usual kind of thing is. And sometimes you have a lot of time to do that, like on a motion to suppress, it's like you listen to everybody's side and you read all the documents, and then you say to everybody, I'm going to take this under advisement. I'll issue a decision in the next.
Especially when you have to write a decision, right?
Right. And most decisions have to be written. But, that's, where you get a lot of help in the trial court. They do a really good job of making sure that people have law clerks or research attorneys. Sometimes they're only part-time. There's not enough of them. But in the Superior Court, especially during a murder trial, there's going to be a research attorney or maybe two, and the judge will have the opportunity to say, here's what was submitted. Okay, give me a memo, about what's in the case law to help me decide, because the judge is on the bench all day long. It's not, and I guarantee she's at home, like reading all this stuff, just like I did until midnight. But that doesn't mean that she doesn't have these people that do research and can provide a memo and saying, here you go, judge, here's some information, that might be helpful. So,
and I think you were listening to us when we were talking about it earlier, me and Margaret had suggested that perhaps the defense wants the jury to hear that he pled guilty to this. And so what I said, well, if that's the case, when he gets on the stand, maybe that will be the way to reveal that under questioning. And he says, look, at the time I panicked, but when I started seeing jurors coming in, I realized I couldn't lie to them. So I pled guilty to these two things, but I didn't kill my wife. Yeah,
very possible. I think it's interesting, that here she is, he's saying that she's dead. And of course, that he found her dead. He went downstairs and he came back up and then he found her dead. I thought that, was interesting. And then his lawyer in opening said, well, he panicked, and he panicked, and this is what he did, and so, yes, he made these Google searches, and he was in a panic. But the question that you almost ask yourself, and maybe if you were a jury, you would say this, you would say, why did he panic and assume that they would think he did it?
Right.
And so to me, that's
especially where she just died in bed. It'd be one thing if she fell down the stairs or was hit by a vehicle.
Right. Instead of calling 911. So, he panicked, and his excuse is, I didn't want people to think I did it, as opposed to, I don't want anybody doing an autopsy here to find out what's going on. That, to what actually happened. To me, that makes more sense about I panicked. Because, most people, and there are cases of unexplained death, and maybe people that have heart disease or something like that.
I know someone that it happened to. Yeah, and he was only 28 at the time.
Yes, and they could be unexplained death. And so the person who finds them, like a parent or a wife or something, does it make sense, when you talk about inferences, does it make sense to infer that it's a reasonable inference to actually think that his first thought would be, I better dispose of this body and find a way to do it. It really just makes more sense when something happened and she was injured and he killed her and said, now I have to dispose of the body, and I have to dispose of it in a way that no one will ever find the portion of the body, that might indicate that there was an injury. I mean, to me, that makes more sense. I don't know how people feel, and you don't know what a jury's going to think. But to me, it just did, that whole thing, as you talk about it, doesn't make sense. Well, I panicked because I would assume. You would only assume that if you knew that you had already done some research about divorce and contacting divorce attorneys and things like that, right? So, but it's very interesting. I find it really interesting. Totally interested in hearing what, an expert might have to say in this. I always have a really strong interest in expert witnesses and how their testimony goes down. I had to hear like hundreds of experts on child abuse and, so I always find it interesting. So, maybe we can talk when that comes up. That's going to be a while from now, I'm assuming.
Yeah, probably next week. Okay, so thank you very much for being here, Carol. And before we go, what else are you working on? What else you got going on?
Oh, I am. Well, I think as a lot of people know, because it was a press release and it was everywhere, that I filed an FBI complaint with the Department of Justice and the U.S. Attorney on Harmony's case to seek criminal charges under federal civil rights claims. So there'll be some news coming about that pretty soon. So there is some progress there. And I have heard from the DOJ, and it is with someone in another federal agency. So I'm working a lot on that issue, which, as you know, is my primary issue. So I just put out my second children's book, so that's good. I'm happy to get that out. I've been working on that for a long time. Well,
thank you for staying on that with Harmony too, because it's a lot of people are in a situation where they look at this and they're outraged, but they're not in a position to put any pressure on those public agencies. But you did that with your book and with your media presence. So
yeah, and I'm hopefully going to make progress with the FBI complaint and with the DOJ. I'm hoping to be able to have a meeting in Washington. I have a congressman that I'm working with, and so I think a lot of this is just about not only myself, but the dads of Harmony's brother, just seeking justice so that when Jameson gets a little older, he'll understand that, we tried our best to get a different form of justice. So that's what I'm working on.
Okay. Thank you, Carol.
Great to see you as always, Kevin. People don't know, we text a lot, but we don't always agree on everything, but we always have a great conversation. So I appreciate it.
Yeah. And that's people think that I'm, if they only know me from one issue, as many people do because of the Karen Read issue, they think that I'm all one-sided, and it's not the case at all. I want to be objective about each piece of evidence and each witness and everything that comes on each aspect of the law, and that guides our fairness. The law is the foundation of our rights. So you want a fair and, application of the law. We want to make sure the police run these investigations fairly. So there's many aspects of the case. And, I'm not a lawyer, but it's great learning from talking to people like Margaret and people like yourself. So, I appreciate it. And Jen Coffindaffer too.
Yeah, Jen's great. I think, I think you do a great job of being fair. And so, like you said, we don't always have to agree, but it's always a really good conversation, to listen to everybody's views. So, but thanks for having me on. Really appreciate it, Kevin. And,
thanks, Judge. Hopefully you can join us again next week before the verdict comes in.
Yeah, I know I'm scheduled to be on NBC 10 next week on one day on their Commonwealth Confidential.
Margaret was on there last night.
Yeah. So, they had asked me a while ago to be on. So, I'll probably head to Needham to do that. And, I talked a little bit about the case, but the interview occurred. I talked a little bit about the case on ABC's Nightline. And You know, one of the things I talked about but wasn't aired was, and we'll talk about this some other time, is my concern about whether the state's meeting its obligations for the children. So that's for another day.
Okay. Well, you always, anytime you need that other day, you know, my channel's available. So.
Well, I
anytime.
really appreciate it because I don't want to start my own podcast. So, so I appreciate it. Thanks. Take care.
All right.
Guys.
Thank you, Carol. And I'm going to try to find my own way to say goodnight because it's not my channel. So I'm going to, I guess I just close my channel because it's actually Margaret's channel. We've been switching off every other day. So I think I'm just going to close on my channels and we'll see what happens. But good night, everybody. Thanks for being here. And we'll see you all tomorrow morning.